And people also forget that the Soviets were also faking their space program. Yuri Gagarin wasn't the first man in space. There was potentially at least 9 attempts before him, and at least 8 of them did not survive. And if an astronaut died or something, he got taken out of the photographs. They airbrushed him out.
popped up on my screen. I was like, "Oh, dope! I got $50 donation from this dude." It says, "Nice arms," and I was like, "Oh shit!" I was like, "Oh, so you guys aren't even here for the content. Like, y'all just want to see
They
me.
were
Like,
there for the content.
yeah." I was like, yikes, gross."
And it'll be even
So
worse
yeah,
now, wouldn't it?
Dude, you got to get those gams
oh
out. Speaking of gams on display, you're now being broadcast to YouTube. So enough about your body being exploited by random people on the internet.
yeah. Apologies, apologies. I do want to see if I can get that video though.
It's your opportunity to draw in some new people to 24/7. Lots. You wanna discuss your workout routine in detail?
See, I could. Oh, dude. But I'm just dude, because like the thing that turned me off from it was all the people that were sending me those donos were other men. So I was just like imagining like, God knows what is going on behind their computer screens, you know. I was just like,
Exactly.
yeah, I was
Yeah.
like, "Ooh."
But you could make the
Uh,
argument that men better understand the effort needed, you know, to develop that muscle, right? I'm sure that's what it was. They were just like trainers, that were appreciative of your hard work. I'm sure that's what was going on.
sure,
Nice
sure, yeah,
point.
yeah, of course, of course. I'm trying to find, I don't even know how I would look this up. Hot dog, uh,
Jumping Frog,
mm,
Albuquerque.
What are you looking up exactly?
I'm looking up see if I can find anybody doing it where they're just like reacting. It's like the same thing that AI said. Like, because like when you send them like a super chat or whatever, you send them a specific emote. So if they get like the UWU emote, then they
Ah,
make the ooh sound or whatever. Same thing, like if they got a rose, they like pretend like they just got a flower or whatever.
I just wanna
But
pretend
there's
that, like, this does not exist. Like, this isn't this isn't in my iteration of reality. Like, this is nuts.
oh, it's real.
Ugh, yeah.
Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if I could find this uh on YouTube. It might be a little bit too spicy actually now I'm thinking about it.
Hey, Lats,
What's up?
does your phone have Wonka vision?
What the heck is that?
Oh man, you don't know Wonka vision, bro?
Oh, I'm
Wonka
too
vision, it's
old.
like where the screen, you can reach through the screen and then you'll teleport to the other end of the screen.
I've
It's like
never heard of
FaceTime,
this.
but it's like FaceTime, but you can walk right into it. It's from Willy Wonka and the
Oh,
Chocolate Factory.
it's from the original movie from,
Yeah,
like, the '70s or whatever.
because I was going to say, if you have Wonka vision, can you hold the end of that pipe for me?
I got you, bro.
Uh,
Every
eh
bloody time.
but you know what? That reminds me, remember he was gonna be an astronaut or something? Wasn't like, I've only seen that movie once, but didn't he pretend to be an astronaut and then he, like, showed up on TV or something?
He was a
Or am I
cowboy.
It was a cowboy, okay. Yeah, I'm more familiar with the newer one, but they're still both really, really weird. Hey, Toothless, you're, uh you're lighting up, so if you're trying to say something or I don't know if you're hot micing, you might wanna go on mute. Cool, thanks.
Yeah, don't do that again, Toothless.
I wasn't
Oh,
scolding him, was I?
I found it.
Oh, you did? Are you gonna post it in the live stream text?
Yes. Sorry. To watch it real quick. Oh, shit. Oh, dude, don't hate me, guys. Holy. I am so sorry. Okay, and then okay, under that, I will post what it's supposed to be like, okay? But they just sent the dude just straight hot dogs. It was so funny. Oh my gosh. Oh, shit.
All right, I think I figured it out. I got enough
Wait.
pitch. So now I just got to figure out how to glue it.
Lats, I am so disturbed.
I know. But there's another video on the bottom. You can see how he reacts to the specific little emojis coming in.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, see, so you guys learn something new every day. I think the story AI told me just reminded me of this. You should probably watch that video AI when you get a chance. The guy with the sunglasses.
Okay, maybe I'm just not cool, but what's a glizzy?
Oh, it's just
Well, I
another
don't.
word for hot dog.
Why?
What's
Why?
Okay, hot dog, or like wiener. Just it's just a new kid term. It's okay. I got you guys. I'll keep y'all young. Don't even worry
I
about
know.
it.
You're a connection
I
to
don't.
the goldfish brain generation.
I don't like the sound of the word glizzy. I don't think I want to eat one.
Yeah, it's just another word for hot dog is all. That's it. It can also be, reference to male
Okay, I
parts.
was
You
gonna
passed
ask
the
if it
test.
was
Don't.
You
You
passed
see
the
again?
test.
No. Why?
You passed the test.
Hey, baby, do you want to suck on my glizzy? Fuck off. Sorry, I'll put it to bed. I apologize.
It's all right. The newest thing is just 6'7". As long as you guys know that, you'll be solid.
the fastest way to kill 6'7" is for us to start using it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think it's dead already, but
Nope, you'll be surprised. There are lots of kids
No,
still
you're
doing
right.
it.
No, she's right. She's right. What is 6'7"? 6
Globe
slash
Earth's
7. What is
IQ.
that?
Globe Earth's
No,
IQ.
think about it.
No,
Think about it. You'll figure it out.
it's the Globe Earth's IQ.
6'7". Is it?
Okay,
Oh
listen.
no.
Refraction is always showing the Earth to
oh,
be
Oh
7
my
over 6,
goodness.
6
right?
Of
are.
Which is an
course.
inflated Earth
Of
excuse.
course.
So 6 over 6, 6 divided by 7 is reducing it one, right? So maybe that's our formula that we're just going to tell, like somebody like Jesse, where Jesse's like, how come everything fits 7 over 6R? And we were like, well, that's because the Earth is 6'7".
Exactly.
Oh, dude. Oh
So
man.
yeah, because it's really bigger, bigger than Jesse thinks it is. That's why that 7 over 6R. Yeah, it makes perfect sense, dude.
Oh, that one
Let's
hurt
be
me a little
honest.
bit.
Jesse doesn't really think that. Like, yeah.
Does anybody know
Jesse
how
thinks
old
what he's
Jesse
paid
is?
to fucking think. Let's be fair.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
How old is he? Does anybody know?
I don't know. I think he's probably in his 30s.
No way. I was thinking like
Yeah.
his mid to late 20s.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong, but
Maybe it's his voice. I don't know. He just sounds so young to me.
well, that's the soy, right?
Oh, oh shit.
Sorry. Did I say the quiet part out loud? Yeah.
Dang, that drink got you feeling a little spicy today, huh?
Well, I plead the fifth.
Alrighty.
Tell.
Flatter says he's 67 years old.
Sorry.
I notice it's weird, like, a lot of these Globers that we talk to, they have that weird, like, nasally undertone soy voice. I don't know why that is. Don't know why that is.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just symptomatic, is it correlation or causation, right? I don't know. I think it's both.
You, like, undergo a second puberty as soon as you learn that the earth is flat. Your
It
voice.
would be necessary, wouldn't it? Yeah. You finally grow some facial hair. You know?
Adam's apple pops out a little bit, yeah, voice gets deep. Sounds about right.
We just have these people who are like perpetually stuck at like age 13. Like there's something really weird going on right now, right? Because people will come on and I'll think, "Oh my gosh, he sounds like he's 18 at the most, right? 17." And then he's like, "I'm 34," you know? And it's always kind of shocking to hear that, because they're emotionally trapped at a very young age. And I think that part of the problem with the glow beliefs is that they learned these at a very young age. And so when we introduce this idea that contradicts what they learned when they were like 3 or 4 years old, they sometimes revert to those kind of behaviors when confronted, right? So you see this like toddler like behavior come out when we challenge them. It's like
They
we're
start
tapping
crying
in.
because you took that ball away.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That they got at age 3 or 4, right?
Yeah, I was explaining or trying to explain this to somebody the other day or a group of people about like anchor biases and the first things you learn and how it's hard to let go of those first things that you learn. So yeah, I kind of agree with what you're saying. It's hard, isn't it, to break that? It's like finding out your parents aren't your parents. That's deeply rooted to what you can probably always remember. See, it's that type of thing, like your family, where you live, when you start finding out about your surroundings, right? When you start exploring, the world starts becoming bigger to you. And when it's bigger, now it's a ball. So, it's like taking that away from someone. I'm not surprised that some people kind of revert to that kind of, as you pointed out, childish behavior. Irrationality might be a good way to put it.
Yeah, and for some people, they're just so emotionally attached to this idea. And I think from a lot of people that we hear from, it's an escapist thing, like this world sucks, but, there's this place I can escape to. And we're taking that comfort away from them as well.
You might actually be onto something, right? Because a lot of fantasies that are escaped to are, mythologies. Let's talk about Middle Earth and Narnia and these types of places. Some of the things we learned as a child, like Peter Pan and Father Christmas, they weren't actually true. But space, Star Wars, Star Trek, there's a plausibility to this stuff. Maybe not now, maybe not here, but maybe at some point in the distant future, that this stuff, there might be some kind of, whoa, it's exciting. I might not get to talk to a lion in Narnia, but I
Mhm.
might be able to get to fly a space rocket, right?
Right. And establish a new, my own community on Mars where I'm going to be the king, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But But how long, Jedi, when you discovered flat Earth, how long did it take you? Because I know you were really interested in space and such, like Latz was as well. Um, but how long was that transition? Like, how long did you look into FE, and how long did it take you to fully accept it?
It's those stages. Like in all honesty, it took me a few stages. 15 minutes, I would say. Initially, I went from never even thinking about it to fuck. Hold on, what? And that was that initial YouTube video, that hiding God with the biggest told. Some people know the one that I'm talking about. A few days before, I was looking at, conspiracy reports that NASA were hiding the fact that they'd discovered a Dyson sphere around a local star. You know, I was really into that shit. Even the conspiracy side of things, right? I've always been that type of mindset, but the Earth was always a planet and all of this type of stuff. So going from fucking hell, they're hiding bases on the far side of Mars because of here are some of the pictures, to questioning the Earth was a the Earth possibly wasn't a sphere. 15 minutes. It probably took me 2 months from that point onwards of trying to absorb every single piece of flat Earth information I could from that moment onwards. Going to work, coming home, watching what I could, staying up late, not getting as much rest as I could, going to work, coming home exhausted, that kind of rinse and repeat, going through all of the Eric Dubay content, the Mark Sargent content, all of the stuff that was around back in 2015. See, that was around 2 months. I went out and did my own clarifying observations. I've always lived in this part of the world. I know what I've seen before as a kid. We've been to these places, Dover Castle, the places that I went to confirm what I'd always seen. I've sailed across the English Channel. I've watched France come towards me. I've said goodbye to England, that type of shit. But I still wanted to go down to France and have a look. And it was kind of from that moment onwards, this is I I had to start talking to people about it. It's like you can go to work and in the staff room and so on, you're talking about what, maybe what football was on or what was on TV or local politics or what was going on. Me in my head, I'm thinking, shit, the earth is flat and I'm going crazy. So you feel like you have to start speaking about it to people because one, do you see what I fucking see? Because it's bloody obvious as far as I'm concerned. And two, because if you don't see it, am I going crazy? So that took maybe another 6 months. So all in total, we're talking about 8 months before I came to a reasonable kind of solid conclusion that the Earth is probably most definitely, I believe, to be flat. And then I think I joined Flat Earth Debate on YouTube because I was like I said, looking for content and so on. And that's when I found Nathan Oakley, Miggy, you guys, basically. I went on to FED. I spoke to Nathan and with the panel a couple of times, but I wasn't allowed to speak because it was Nathan's show and he takes 90% of the mic time. I found 24/7 all of the time talking about flat Earth. So I jumped in here, and that was 2018. From 2018 onwards,
Huh.
and I became more convinced that the Earth was a
I've,
sphere.
I've heard some of the old broadcasts with you in it, with the panel. I
Have
think
you, man?
even it was going as far back as Karen B was still around,
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah. See, yeah, it took time from going from 15 minutes of holy to, let's say, 2020, really understanding that the Earth is definitely flat, how it's flat, measurably flat over the last 6 years, that's been solidified. But yeah, it took me 4 years to go from belief to knowledge. 15 minutes to have that short spark. 4 months to really start absorbing the information, and a year to start dealing with it and how I was going to deal with other people. Sorry to ramble on, but I hope that answers your question.
No, that's good. I like to hear people's stories because I think a lot of the time we have a very similar, well, for most of us, I think we understood quickly and it just took time for us to get to a place of like full acceptance.
Yeah.
Um I mean, I didn't struggle against it for 9 months, in my mind. It didn't take long at all, you know. But I remember those early days, like right when I realized. I remember I went for a walk and tried to sort it out in my mind, like how things could work if the Earth was flat, like trying to figure out the seasons and how is the Earth oriented and these kind of things. I didn't expose myself to a lot of content at first, and just I went for a really long walk and tried to sort it out in my mind, and I just would have for like a week or two, I would suddenly have this like catch in my spirit like, "Oh my gosh, is this really true? This is really true. This is crazy," right? I kind of missed that, but it was kind of fun too. And then once you get past that, then you go on to the next stuff, right? And then well, you know, we've discussed some of that, but you have to stop and question everything at that point because you realize that you have so many beliefs about so many different things that you haven't questioned, and now you have to stop and look at each one of those and analyze them and see if they hold up to your scrutiny. And that's the biggest thing about this, I think, in my experience.
I find it remarkable how personally things have changed for me. I've been so fucking wrong about a lot of things. Um, AI, say, I'll bring AI up in a minute. Flat Earth back in 2015 obviously opened a door. But the flat Earth isn't the only thing that isn't real about the world in which we live, right? So unlearning all of that stuff is still something I'm still learning today. Just because I'm a flat earther doesn't mean I know anything, to be fair, apart from that, that the earth is flat. But the questions I ask are better now. That I've improved in my discernment, that's for sure. Not as gullible as I used to be.
Yeah, and it's spilled over just like into my daily life as well because I can the whole logic thing is applicable in every facet of my life, and I can hear the undertone and the assumptions being made when I just converse with people, and it's easier to communicate, I think, as a result of trying to deal in empiricism. So there's a lot of good things. When Globers come on and they're like, well, nothing would change if I was a flat earther. How's my life going to change? My life has changed entirely and for the better. And every day I'm very, very, very grateful to have this knowledge because it spills over into every facet of my life. And I think a lot of us feel that way, you know?
Yeah. After time, when people come in, we hear this question, get asked it all the time, and you just pointed it out. What's it going to change for me? We can't answer that, really. For you personally, I don't know who you are, right? For everybody, it's individual. It depends what the next questions you ask are, right? But yeah, after a while, when things start to sink in a little bit, then yeah, then things definitely start to change. It's still even hard to point out exactly what it is that changes, but your perception of the reality around you is more concrete, as in that everything that is kind of given to you freely without kind of any hassle about it is primarily not to be trusted, right? It's that gift that you're given. It's not always the best thing to accept. That free education you got as a child, all right, I appreciate that I can now add and speak English and so on. But apart from that, I don't remember you teaching me how to critically think about shit. These types of things. So yeah, flat Earth might not necessarily be understood to be the key in the door that it is for people when they first ask the question, because they're already still inside the fucking box. It's only when you're outside the box can you answer that question for yourself anyway. You have to get them to that position. They have to get themselves to that position. And any answer we give them before they do that is going to be fucking irrelevant. Most of the time, it falls on deaf ears anyway.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I mean, we can't tell them anything that they're not open to hearing, right? They have to be in that place to hear what we're presenting. They have to want to hear it. And I think that if we think that we are going to convince people out of so they've come to their globe understanding without using logic. So we're not going to be able to use logic to convince them out of it. They have to be seeking after truth in an honest way in order to ever receive the truth. And so, I think it's good to be judicious about who we share this with because not everybody is able to hear it and they just don't want to or they just can't, right? For whatever reason.
Well, most of the time, it's because they already think that they have the truth. So they're not, anything that comes out of our mouth is kind of irrelevant. They're the ones that hold the truth. And this is the thing that's I've learned over the last 10, 11 years. It pisses me off and it perplexes me every single day. And you might hear me say this. This is why I'm a flat earther. It's so fucking simple, right? It's kind of obvious when you look at it. All you've really got to do is just agree and nod along with the observation and the measurement and accept it for what it fucking is. It really isn't hard. But the programming is so fucking strong. I understand why it's hard for people to break that programming because they already think that they're coming from a place of truth. So although it frustrates me and pisses me off and XYZ, like I just pointed out, we see every day how that programming works. We know the propaganda. We understand the education. We see it written in books. The confidence trick is everywhere on every TV screen. Everybody nods along and repeats the story. We understand this is brainwashing. But you try and pointing that out to somebody who's been brainwashed, who isn't ready to accept the fact that they've been brainwashed. It is an impossible task. There's a few ways though to deal with this. If you're not coming in with somebody who's asking for truth and is ready to accept it, somehow you've got to break that shell. That can be done in kindness, hostility, humility, um, humiliation. It can be done in a lot of ways, finding the right key for the right door. It's sometimes you may have noticed this with me. I like dealing with the confident people because sometimes the confident people are the easiest to crack because all they need, if they're really confident and smart about it, like maybe not expressing this, the smart, confident people are the ones I like. If they're smart, they should get it. They're the ones I like because they're the ones who display the cognitive dissonance when they start smashing their head between the rock and the hard place. The earth is a sphere, but it's measured flat. And how they cognitively deal with that, I find fascinating, but it fucking frustrates me. I'm caught in that strange place too. I like watching the psychological drama, but I wish it didn't happen.
Yeah, well, from the other side of the coin, that's why psychologists are so interested and simultaneously confused by this topic, because it's hard to pin down, right, a stereotype because of us and because of like the diversity amongst everybody that says they're a flat earther and why they say it's flat, right? So they're looking for something in common amongst every single one, and they barely find any. They find similarities within subsets of the entire group, but they can't pinpoint the one similarity that all of them share, right? Because like that's that they're thinking that it must be something to do with that, not because of what they're saying, not because of the evidence, not because of their experience, nothing like that. It was all rooted in some kind of like childhood upbringing or influence, right? Like some other thing that's like psychological, not empirical, physical, like, right?
Yep.
Although I think that there may be some merit to that because there's obviously something different about us. that allowed us to question the programming, right? So I don't know what that is exactly, and this is something I think about a lot. Why did I decide to question it? Why do other people not? Right? Probably a lot of us when we were younger were comfortable like questioning the status quo, like in class or whatever. Um, Maybe not all of us, but I think there is something different about us. But you're right, they're not going to be able to categorize that into a very neat box because it is a different process for each person.
Right. Yeah, they could say, well, it's because of distrust, but you get people that have come to flat Earth who were total government cucks. They could say it's because of conspiratorial views, maybe influence from childhood, parents, whatever. Like, and then you can find that there's some amongst us that didn't come from that kind of background, right? So it's just really hard. Like there is no simple answer to that they can find. But they'd like there to be one, and they probably insinuate that there is one. The distrust thing of authority. That's one that they assume we must all share, right, from the beginning, like before we agreed that the Earth is flat. That there was this pre-set determination about questionability of authority of information, authoritative information.
Yeah, and that's crazy to me when people come in and say that if you question authority, there's something wrong with you, right? Like
Like what?
having an innate skepticism for these systems makes you crazy somehow, right? When that should be the default, right? People should have to earn your trust, not the other way around.
What do
But
people mean when they say question authority? Right. And you said that, and instantly came into my head my son's football game this morning, where he was righteously indignant with the referee who blatantly made the wrong fucking decision. He was right to question the authority, although he had to pay the fucking consequences. But sometimes the authority's wrong. What do? Do you just nod along and watch your house fucking burn down? No,
Yes,
of course
yes. You
not.
refer to Rule 1 exactly.
Yeah,
Rule 1. They're always right.
yeah, no. As far as I'm concerned, and sorry to jump in, but it triggered me. You should question authority. That you should gain the. That's how you gain the trust of the authority. That's how and why they should be the authority, because they've gained your fucking trust, because they've proven what they fucking said somehow. That's how authority's gained, right? Yes, Jedi.
Indeed.
Oh wow, I've looked at the fucking chat and there's loads of bloody people here. That's good. Good to see you all. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome to 24/7 live stream. We are at home. Please make yourselves feel comfortable. Put your feet up. Wipe your feet though before you do so. If anyone wants a cup of tea or coffee, just give us a shout. I'll put the kettle on.
Some people are like just natural skeptics. I remember like going back before Flat Earth, I was into Flat Earth and all that. I'd be spouting off something from some science magazine, oh, did you know that, to my missus, did you know that they just like quantum drilled through the freaking event horizon, like to quote Newt, to quote Newt, right? Something like that along those lines, right? And she'd be like, what do you even mean? Like, what does that even mean? And how do you know? Like, oh, because they've written an article, they're talking all about it, right? She's like, you're so gullible, like, and I'm like, hey, what? She's just naturally inclined to like be skeptical of shit.
that's my favorite Newt quote. I'm so glad you said that. Every time he comes in, I'm like, he must have gotten some extra time for good behavior at the asylum. Haven't seen him in a while though.
He was around a few days ago.
Oh, was he? Oh, I'm so disappointed I missed him. That's so sad. Yeah, but I mean, these people who are so committed to this for years and years, um, they have to know. I mean, unless they're paid to be here, which, some of them are, they have to know we're right because you don't invest that kind of time and energy in something that is completely ridiculous, right? We're not going on the playground and arguing with toddlers about Santa Claus, right? Which is what they say this topic is. Like, we're idiots and we believe in something ridiculous. But you don't invest time and energy in trying to refute the claims of people that you know are just insane. So they know there's something here, and they know it. And that's why they're so committed.
Yeah, Newt's a good one. He got really upset one day. He went on this whole rant about how we're undermining, demeaning the, like decades, centuries even of life work, like people's life work, right? Like dedicated to like understanding the universe and our reality and et cetera, et cetera. Like, and we've made advancements in technology because of this knowledge, blah, 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 blah. Really upset about it.
Yeah, that's a claim I don't quite understand, because throughout history, people have obviously invested their time and energy in topics that were ridiculous to us now, right? You know, really big into bloodletting, or, humor, scaring away the humors or whatever, right? So what? People are wrong. I don't I don't owe wrong people any kind of like admiration for being wrong, just because they happen to spend a lot of time being wrong, and because they didn't know, you know. I- it's a weird argument. I've heard that a few times from people, and they're like white knighting for people who are, wasting their lives doing this. But everybody has free will. You can choose what you do, and there's worse ways, I
Right.
guess, to waste your life.
Right. Well, I think he's like one of those people that have a misconception about the progression, right? That like, yeah, sure, we're more advanced technologically now, but people think like they think of the past like people were like literally dumber, like they were more prone to flights of fancy, mythology, right? That sort of thing. Which they may have been, but it didn't mean that like, they didn't understand the world around them directly, the direct physical experience, and were achieving great feats based upon that direct information, right? And they think that we're all dying at like 60, and and we've improved, like we've mortality rates up, all that sort of shit, right? Or down, whatever. Like, yeah, but just they just think that we've like progressed to this state where we just couldn't be wrong about those sort of things, especially about the Earth. Just couldn't be wrong. We're too smart now. We understood. We understand now. It's like they didn't understand then lots of things. Now we're smart. They just throw that into the pile of things that we didn't understand before. We understand now, right? Because we were whatever, for whatever reason they want to give. Like Sabine Hassenfelder, she literally said, like, I'm sure it was her, and she goes on this rant about flat Earth. Like, we have looking glasses, we have mobile phones. Come on, guys, right? We are obviously like
I've
orbiting
seen
the
that.
Earth and all that shit. Yeah, right.
Yeah, like an idiot. I need to, and again, that's something that I find really interesting when we have these people like, I'm not going to pronounce her name, but that woman, Neil deGrasse Tyson. What's the other one? Bill Nye. Like these types of scientific communicators, those ones are put up there. When asked about this shit, you get, well, like mobile phones and satellites. Neil deGrasse Tyson is. So, as you watch a boat sail out to sea, you'll notice that it starts to disappear from the bottom up, right? You hear this crap. It's like, my God, Neil, these guys, this whoever Blumenthal, whatever her fucking name is, like, if these people were to come in here and speak to any one of us, they would be humiliated. And this is the thing that I find interesting about these people are put up on pedestals behind screens that nobody can really get to. They've got a voice, but really they're not going to be challenged on the shit that they say. If they were challenged on the shit that they said in a place like this, the shit that they said would instantly fucking fall apart. That's fascinating to me, because they won't let Neil deGrasse Tyson come into a place like this for the average Joe or whoever to see being pulled apart. That would be humiliating for them. It's interesting how the game works, though, right? These people behind glasses or on a pedestal behind a screen that you can't get to that say things at you. Yeah, it's interesting how that fucking game works. You remember the analogy of Plato's cave? The shadows, because of the projection, blah, blah, blah. That's all that they know. That projection, those shadows, that's just a TV screen now. That's just your mobile device. People accept that as their fucking reality. So Neil deGrasse Tyson, when he says his shit, people just nod along because they're fucking stupid. But you put Neil deGrasse Tyson in front of you, T-Dub, or Over Fences, or AI, or Indio, whoever, humiliation. They wouldn't. It's like, all right, Neil deGrasse Tyson. So this boat, it went over the curvature of the Earth. We all know how that conversation would go. What's going to happen is very quickly, in about 60 seconds, you're going to start saying refraction, which is going to mean that that's not the curvature of the Earth, and we're just going to go round and round and round in circles. That's all that happens, right? In these conversations, when people talk about boats going over the curvature of the Earth, they're making a claim to a geometric horizon at XYZ distance. We know the equation, right? You tell that to him, what is he going to do but what everybody else does? Cry refraction. Anyway, ramble, ramble, ramble. Hope you're all doing well, guys. Lots more people are jumping into the chat. This is what I like to see. Livestream 24/7 is running a, what is it? Yeah, it is Sunday for me in the land that actually gives you fucking time, land of GMT. It is now Sunday. It is speculation time. Please keep your speculations family friendly. If your speculations are about the earth and what it is and what it was, or some point, whatever, I don't care. And it is time to have that speculation. Maybe you think that we're surrounded by other continents. Maybe you think, I don't care what you fucking think. But welcome, everybody. I hope you're all doing well. Please open your microphones. Let's have a sound off. If anybody's near that microphone, just say hi. Anyone?
I got
You're
a
all
conspiracy
bastards.
about Jesse.
There we go. There we go. Thank you. But yeah,
I was
it's
gonna
good
say
to see you all,
maybe
guys. What's up?
I was gonna say maybe Jesse doesn't always have all those meetings or his chickens cooking in the oven. Every time he gets pressed on something he doesn't want to answer, he has some imaginary meetings coming up all of a sudden.
Yeah,
That's my conspiracy.
it's an interesting one.
I do know the other day he said he had to go into work. He had to go into the office, and there was like this brief pause, and then he spent the rest of the day with us. So apparently, being in the office is being here. So make of that what you will.
Uh-oh. Looks like it's adding more evidence to the conspiracy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what a sane. He's either insane or paid, right? Those are the only two options at this point.
So I hope he's getting paid.
Yeah.
Wouldn't want
I
to
mean,
hang out with a bunch of people that think
Wait,
it's crazy or something without money.
who
Do
are
you
we
want to
talking
hear a
about?
crazy conspiracy I've got about this shit?
yeah, I want to hear it.
Right.
Jesse. Oh, go ahead.
And if it is crazy, I might be wrong, but whatever. Sometimes I don't necessarily think it's an exchange of money, right? As in, these people aren't necessarily paid. Sometimes you need to climb ladders in social groups, and sometimes to climb ladders in social groups, you have to do things. Like if you're a mason, for example, we've got to climb a ladder.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah.
Yeah. So when
Ooh.
I see some of these people come in, I wonder to myself, are you under some kind of initiation? Are you here to like maybe fulfill a role? Is this part of, the game? How we get people like Jesse or whatever name you want to pull out of the hat and point to? Is this why these people come in here? It's not necessarily because of money. It's because they're trying to climb some kind of ladder.
Now that's interesting. There may be some merit to that.
Like that
I
one.
want fucking marks out of 10. What the fuck?
I'll give you a 6.7 out of 10. How about that?
Fuck you, arsehole. Okay, so fucking hell, no one else is talking. I might as well. So the reason why I bring that up is because there are certain initiation rituals that people would have to go through to climb these stairs or ladders, however you want to describe it or draw it. One of those is to deceive. The idea is that you're to play a trick, something that must be believed by a person or a group of people. If that trick is believed and, let's say, gone through successful, then you can then progress to the next step. So, look, and I've looked into this type of symbology and ritualistic stuff for like 20 years minimum. So I think we can all suggest that groups out there do stuff. And I would suggest that some of the stuff that they would do would be this type of thing, to lie openly to people, right? Because one, there's a group of people out there who get a kick out of openly lying to fucking people. Two, actors do this all the fucking time anyway when they're portraying a role. But three, really, at the end of the day, the world is about deception, about inversion. It's a training for that type of religion anyway. So what's the line between friends? So honestly, it doesn't take long for me to put two and two together and realise that possibly it really could equal four. That there could be the possibility that rituals are taking place. People are coming in to climb ladders to deceive us because that's the way the world runs.
Oh, that's good. I was just thinking right now too. What if that's the way to get into NASA? Be part of your interview process. How long have you spent talking to flat earthers?
Do you want to be the big CEO, the man at top, surrounded by the people that you trust? You're going to select very rigorously those people that you trust. You might have even known them for a long time. They might have gone to the same schools that you've gone to, same connections, same groups, same family linkage, those types of things, right? You select very vehemently those people that you have in trusted positions. People at the top, like NASA, for example, I would suggest that they've got, keys to doors or rings on their fingers and, special handshakes, that type of shit. I see that more and more every day, to be fair. I don't think you're wrong. I think we just have to accept this, that there's rules to the game. I think most of us that are around, or most that I know that are in 24/7, are long enough in the tooth and wise enough in the truth to understand that, yeah, when we're not talking about stuff, really, this is the stuff that we're not fucking talking about. Because when we start fucking talking about it, we sound mad. Because as soon as you start mentioning like groups of people that have got labels like the Masons, Knights Templar, Committee of 300, Council of Foreign Relations, the Illuminati, Opus Dei, there's thousands of them. As soon as you start doing those, there's, preconceived ideas and strawmen attached. That's why we don't talk about Jesus that often, right? Let's not bring religion into the flat earth topic because everyone think we're mental and talking about the flat earth is only because the Bible says. I know we have to be very choosy about the things that we say to other people, but my fucking God, let's look at the bloody world. It's crazy out there. We're run by tricks and rituals. I appreciate so many of you still being here on the live stream. Thank you very much. If you do want to speak about the flat earth, please unmute yourself, interrupt me. We'll just keep waffling on. If you've just like popped in, you're wondering what all the fucking fuss is about, and you're listening to this Jedi guy talking about crazy shit, and you want to stop me and you want to talk about the flat earth, then now would be your opportunity to do so. I do apologise for rambling so long, but nobody else is fucking talking.
Jedi, you have been fined 3 credits for violation of the Flat Earth Morality Statute. Meep meep boop.
Yo, did you mute him? Oh shit!
I had to let the fine bot fine him for saying the F word. That's how we fund this place and the snacks, bro. Swear jar.
To be fair, I would probably owe an awful lot if the swear jar was a thing. I will apologise for my rude language, but who gives a shit?
It sounds much
Well,
better
listen,
with the Brit
to be
accent.
fair, there's not much room in the jar for money because it's full of most of the Glover's brains.
That actually is true. That's absolutely right, yeah. Though I did make you laugh the other day when I called some gentleman a wankstone. I also made myself laugh. That was unique for me. I haven't said that for years.
I thought he was going to spend the swear jar money on tea.
Oh, but he left us.
What'd you say, Lats?
I was saying AI left us. He's gone.
Oh. Yeah, he's probably doing something that I'm not gonna say out loud because it's gonna sound dirty.
Oh, go ahead. Let the audience know. I don't even know what you're
No,
talking about.
they were
What
here
did I
he
do
was
to you?
here before the bot came in, so I won't rehash it. But
Oh, of
yeah,
course, of course.
the cussing sounds so much better in a British accent, don't you think? Lats?
Yeah, it sounds classier for some
I
reason.
know it does, doesn't it?
Is AI cocking again?
Just sounds worse in Australian.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, oh my god.
I've actually forgotten some swear words that I used to use. And when I say forgotten, obviously I still remember them. I just don't use them anymore. They've gone out of fashion. This is how fucking old I am. I used to say words like pillock. Does anybody know what a pillock is? Of course you fucking don't. People stopped
Sounds like a
saying this
bird.
back in the 80s. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, I've
I
heard
said it
it.
sounds like a bird.
Yeah. It's hard. I don't think it's even said anymore. But yeah.
It's like pillock, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm familiar with that.
I've heard of a pivel, but I've never heard of a pillock.
Yeah, what is that?
I don't know.
It just basically means a stupid person. You know. But it sounds better.
Oh,
It's
for all
more
the old
insult.
folk in the room. Also, I had to teach Jedi what a glizzy was earlier.
Oh, yeah. You had to teach me
What was
too.
that, Sonny? What did you say?
I had
Glizzy?
to teach, yeah, I had to teach you what a glizzy was earlier. Yeah, all the young kids in the room know what that is already.
He might have to turn up his hearing aids. So
Shut
give
the
him a moment.
Oh,
fucking over there, man. What the hell?
Yo, Jedi, who's older, you or Indio?
I don't know.
I've
I
been
think
calling him
India.
Grandpa Indio, but I don't
Oh,
know if
for
he's
fuck.
actually like. I don't actually know if he's like old or not.
Well, okay. When you
Well,
say
older,
old,
I guess.
okay, but when you say old, what do you exactly mean by old, sir? What's this? Define your fucking terms.
Older than
I'm not older than.
49.
What is old? Older than fuck you.
So you're not there yet. You're not there yet. You got
What,
another few months
49?
left. Yeah, 49 is just a bit of a cutoff before old.
Woohoo! I'm still young then, right? If I'm not old, I'm
Yeah.
young.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, baby. I love you today. You're awesome. Thank you, mate.
You'll be regretting that though, won't you, Lats, when you're 49?
Yeah, I will. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's funny. I remember being in high school calling my cousins old when they were like 22, 23. So,
You call him Unc.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Someone called me a grandma on here the other day. I was like, "Are you that's just not possible," but, when you're 13, everyone seems ancient.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Oh, I got about 8 minutes left. We don't have any Globers in here? I don't see any, actually.
Yeah,
Why don't
over
you do an
fences.
event?
Got a question for you,
Uh,
over fences.
Yeah, what's up?
Were you ever a mod on Miggy's YouTube channel?
No, I've never actually even listened to it.
You weren't ever
I
on,
pr
no, on like going back in the day when he was live streaming
No,
this channel? No? Okay. Right, cool. I'm
no,
thinking of
I
someone
was
else then.
not. No, this is, like, the only place I hang out. I briefly joined FED and then quickly left. That's the extent of my branching out. This and DJ's server, and that's it. It's crazy out
Hey,
there, so I try to stay where it's safe.
yo, Tito, you're talking about AV, right? That Miggy?
No, we're talking about Dr. Science.
Oh, oh, never mind. I don't even know who that is then.
No, I am, yeah.
Oh, my bad.
You're
Why do
fine, dude.
I sound like somebody or
No, just like your profile picture, and I just thought you had transitioned from there to here, and you used to have another name on there, but it's not. If it's not you, then it's not you. Like, yeah, it was somebody else.
No, I've always had the
All
same
good.
name, but I didn't join Discord for this server. I joined for some other stuff. So my profile picture has kind of evolved over time. And I know there's the whole stigma with cats, but it's kind of what I came in with, so I just stick with it and I'm just gonna defy the stereotype,
Well, that's
I
fine,
hope.
being as you're on the spot now and I'm not. I've always wanted to ask you this question. I do apologise if it's rude. Why is your name over fences? What does it mean?
Okay, well, that's funny because only like 2 people have asked me. I always wondered why no one asked me. But, I used to be really, really into horseback riding, so it's to do with hunter jumper scene, you know? You ride
Yeah,
over fences, so there
yeah,
you go. Now you
of
know.
course. Yep, makes total sense now you say it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Why the
I should have
fuck didn't I
never.
think of my God.
Or it could
I
mean
thought
that
that's a.
you're over fences because you're super liberal and you believe in open borders. Or it could mean that you're over fences because there was a fence holding you in, but now you're over it. Or it could mean
Yeah,
you're over fences because you were riding the fence and then you slipped and lost your balls.
thankfully not that.
Or,
I
or, or it could mean that you were on the globe side and now you're flat over
yeah,
those fences. Yeah,
I
woo.
think a lot of people took it as such, but it had nothing to do with that, but
That's
whatever. I'm
bullshit.
used to it. I'm stuck with it now, right? Unless I wanna go like Yoder and change it every week.
Uh,
Oh, who
Are you
changed their name the most is
okay?
Blue Lucka changes her name the most.
Yeah.
He was like, what if you were, it could also mean that you were in love with a guy named Fences, but you're over him now.
That's that's funny. Yeah.
That's also funny. Yeah.
Maybe just like looking over into your neighbor's yard.
As
Don't
in
make
the
this
grass
weird,
is always
lads.
greener. Mm.
Don't make this weird. Well, I know why Lats is Lats, and I know why Jedi is Jedi.
Do you?
Yeah,
Why am
because
I
you
Jedi?
because you love Star Wars.
Oh,
Oh,
isn't that obvious?
It's not?
I need to be more of a mystery, I think.
Oh, is it? Well, do tell.
No, no, I said I need to be more of a mystery.
Oh,
It's like,
okay. Well,
yeah,
you've told
because I
me.
like Star
You
Wars. It's not that deep.
Yeah, and Lats is not that deep either.
no, definitely not.
Hey, whoa! Did you know that Earth is in the Star Wars canon?
Also,
Yeah, and it kind of pisses me off as well.
So you know when you watch a Star Wars movie, it says a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Now, according to the old Star Wars lore, the Earth used to be in that galaxy before the events of the movies. So to us, it's way in the past, right? When we're looking at it, it says a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. But for them, the Earth is way in the past because what basically happened was Earth was a big jerk, and they're like, we don't like your whole galactic nonsense, and so like, oh yeah, well we're excommunicating you out of the whole galaxy, jerks. And so then they put us into this big thing, and then they shot us to a different galaxy and said, F you, stay in that galaxy and don't come back. So that's how we got here, and that's about just as valid as the Big Bang.
Kind of reminds me of like a part of the second Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy book, which was like the restaurant at the end of the universe or whatever I think it was. But basically, it was like in the it was a planet, and this civilization decided to take the like 30% of the dumbest people on that planet and trick like millions or at least thousands of them to get onto these spaceships to send them somewhere else, telling them that they're going somewhere to be more prosperous or whatever. And really, they were just getting rid of them. And then they land, but with the characters involved, this was supposed to take place millions of years ago, like 2 million years ago. And so then the characters involved realize that they're witnessing the beginning, the dawn of man, and that we didn't evolve from monkeys. It's just a bunch of idiots that someone put on a spaceship and sent to Earth. And there they are 2 million years ago when they crash, and everyone's just running around barely surviving.
Dude, that's like the same ending of the remake of Battlestar Galactica. So they're searching for Earth the whole time, because the Star Wars guy shot it into another galaxy. And so they're like, hey man, let's go find Earth. So they've been searching for Earth the whole show, and then at the end of the show, they finally get to Earth, and when they land on Earth, they see like the alleged proto humans, right? And so then the insinuation is that they go and bang the proto human ape like creatures and make half ape like human babies. Kind of weird. Because what's weird about it is they're already fully human. You know what I mean? It's like, like whatever, dude. These guys got to cope so hard with their evolution dreams. It's pathetic.
Why do you think that is, AI? Why do you think they wanna believe that?
It depends because, you might say, well, it's because they're atheists, but there actually isn't really that many atheists. Atheists are pretty much statistically irrelevant. So a lot of people who believe evolution they actually believe in some form of creation as well. So it's kind of one of those things where for the majority of the people that believe it, most of it is just because they've been told it's science. And they've been trained that when you sprinkle the word science on something, that means it's true. And then, of course, the real zealous ones, obviously, it's because they hate the idea of living in a specially created universe, which means they're responsible to the creator's expectations of the rules for the system. They'll believe in anything as long as it's not a specific agent that's going to hold them accountable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I almost wonder if they have a heightened sense that they will be held accountable, and so it's a rebellion against that.
Well, check this out. If sentience is truly an emergent property, and nobody knows what happens after you die, and atheists think you just go into the black void of nothing, well, how could they possibly know that? For all you know, that once your consciousness, because it's part of the universe, is disconnected from your corporeal form through death, that you now have a disconnected consciousness which can't understand the input output, right? And so it's basically just in a constant state of pain, right? So what I mean by that is, like, atheists have no idea whether they're going to exist in an infinite state of nothing, or an infinite state of bliss, or an infinite state of pain. And so that's a 1 out of 3 chance that they go to hell, because in their view that would be their hell, right? So they're disconnected from their body, they can't reattach themselves to a corporeal form, and the disconnect of that causes pain to the mind or the consciousness. So it's hilarious. Atheists actually have hell in their worldview, whether they realize it or not. Now, of course, at
Especially
that point, it's like,
if you
I
have
don't know for
memory.
sure. Yeah, you have memory, and you can't do anything. You're like in this constant state of missing, not being able to accomplish anything, not being able to solve anything. It's just like complete torture, and maybe even conscious pain. Like excruciating pain, because your signals, like pain is just a signal from the physical world, right, that goes to the brain and then interacts with your consciousness. So for example, if you die in pain, who's to say that pain response never gets turned off, because there's no signal to stop it. So you're basically in pain forever. So these guys, they want to make all these metaphysical claims, and they have no justification for their claims. They just don't know.
That's an interesting way of thinking about it. Yeah, it could also be as a manifestation of an attachment to the corporeal form, that some of us are and some of us are not attached to that, right? And that would play out afterwards. Hey, Roxana.
Hi.
Hey, good to see you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, thank you. How are you?
Great. I know it's pretty late over there right now, so.
Yeah, it's just gone 4 o'clock in the morning, but I can't sleep because I've got a headache.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
It's all right.
I think we have a lot of insomniacs on the channel, so you'll fit right in.
Yeah, I stay awake a lot of times late through the night.
So since it's Speculation Sunday, I'll just ask everyone if they've seen anything interesting or watched any videos, or if there's anything they want to talk about. Jedi, you watch anything?
Oh,
Isn't it
fuck.
Saturday?
You're going to fucking isolate me. Some of you people need to bloody speak up, or it's just going to be bloody
I
me.
don't,
You know that.
yeah, but I remember you earlier asking me. You called for me, and I couldn't respond at that moment, Jedi. And
Yeah,
I can't remember what you were asking about, but you were going somewhere speculative, I think. Do you
yeah.
remember what it was?
I think I'd asked you. I think it was if you'd seen anything recently that you wanted to speak about, or if it was a video that I sent you that you'd watched. I can't remember which one it was. But I'll tell you what. There's two
No,
questions. You can have both of them.
yeah. No, because I did respond to that question at first, and then
Right.
there was a bit of a pause, and then you asked me something else. I wish I could remember now.
Yeah.
I tried to make a mental note of what it
Give me
was,
a
and
second. Man.
I was
It'll come back
just
to me,
looking.
mate. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Like, not literally a second. I feel the pressure. Like, carry on talking.
Yeah. It's all good, man. It's all good. I know we were talking about the whole sleep thing, right? And you made some great points about that too, like that period when you wake up in the middle of the night, right? And people like give you, you'll think there's something wrong with me. I can't sleep, right? It's just a natural thing. Like you should just like ride it. And those times are probably some of the most inspiring, and insightful moments that like you could have, like just focus on something, a project or anything, like a problem you're trying to solve, anything. Right? If you have mental block, writer's block, like if you wake up in the middle of the night, sit down and just write. If you can't go back to sleep, that sort of thing. It's often, you were right. Yeah. I have actually experienced that, where I've like woken up at 2 or 3 in the morning and then sat down with my research and gone, oh my goodness, why didn't I see this before? Right? After having spent hours in the day, like researching stuff and not realizing something, it's happened a lot like that. Yeah, but then we were on that topic, and then we drifted off onto something else, and then you asked me something different, and I can't remember what it was now. It's all good. It's all good.
The sleep thing was kind of interesting, just because of the change from, let's say, normal natural rhythms, sunlight, nighttime, to having electricity and these types of things, how that type of routines change. Because I think we've spoken about like diet routines, like breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and this type of stuff, and how sugary meals at the beginning of the day are really probably the worst thing that you could have. So why that pushed, like breakfast being the most important meal of the day, and it's this sugary food, I don't fucking know why. But yeah, we started off there, and we started talking about like sleep routines, primarily because, like I was saying, back in the day when electric light wasn't around, nobody left up candles on. When winter come, lights are going down by 6, 5 o'clock, and it's not up again until 6, 7, 8 o'clock. So there's a good 12, 13, 14 hour period, like for a good part of the year, where it's really dark. During this period, it appears that, yeah, okay, people dealt with it the best that they can, but when they slept, they woke up in the middle of the night. They didn't sleep all the way through. And this moment in the middle of the night, whether it was 3 or 4 hours, was a kind of productive time. There's like journals and diaries about communities that would like have nighttime activities that they would do. They'd meet up like over like neighbors and so on. It just seems weird to me. And apparently these stories don't go that far back into history. But yeah, I think we started speaking about it because of routines and the things that we're like kind of forced to or coerced to do, or um, asked to do for our own benefit. Like, say, for example, the meals that we eat. It's good to eat 3 meals a day, for example. Look at those poor people in other countries that only survive on 1 meal. Those poor fuckers, right? We're lucky we got 3. But yeah, it's just this type of, I don't know, implementation of routines that might not necessarily be beneficial to our natural biological like bodies and so on. The foods that we eat, the time of day that we eat, the amount that we
Well,
eat, when we
it's
sleep,
all
how we sleep.
industrialization.
Go on.
All that was done because of industrialization. Even
Yeah.
school, even even the amount of grades that are in school, the times of day, all of that stuff. It's all meant to serve the industrial era, so that everybody's functioning together rather than having like disparate doing what they want, basically.
I understand like the industrialization, and I understand with larger populations, you're going to need to produce the food that you're going to be able to produce. But when we talk about, I brought this up earlier, right? The difference in, say, dietary standards in America and here in the UK to, say, somewhere like Japan, if we're talking about the education of foods to children. Now, I know that in the UK, it's been charity work and like people being really fucking pissed off with the state of the food that our children are served in schools, right? In Japan, they wouldn't even dream of serving their children the crap that we get over here or did get over here 15, 20 years ago before people started protesting about it. So it's just that kind of baffles me sometimes. I get the industrialization, but if we want to do the best thing for our children and ourselves, then why don't we do that? Why are we pumping our
Yeah, hold on,
kids
Jedi. I got to point
with
something out
crap
too.
in the
I think
morning, for example?
that those two examples you're giving, England and Japan, and what they feed their children in school. Japan's
Mm.
not perfect. Like they
No.
were caught a number of years ago
Yes.
serving what do you call it, dolphin meat to children in
Yes.
schools. Dolphin
Yes.
meat is extremely high in mercury.
Yes.
One out of every 4 people in Japan is suffering from mercury poisoning because they eat too much
Yes.
large fish from the ocean.
Yes.
Yeah, but
And
compared to the United States, we eat like shit here. Our food is garbage.
right. And before we
Yeah,
carry
there's
on,
so many
sorry.
chemicals that are banned where you are, Jedi.
Yeah. And I'm only using Japan's, just this one example. There are thousands of things that we can point at Japan or this country and that country that we can run scales off and that'd be worse off. I get it. But I'm just using the food analogy. Food is critical to our survival, our development as children. Why are we pushed sugary foods as a breakfast meal when it is obviously detrimental to us? Why?
Or why are we pushing breakfast at all? I'd say breakfast is the
Yeah,
most important meal to skip.
again,
Yeah, I agree with that.
that's why we were speaking about it earlier. Why is this pushed then?
Clearly
Well,
because the
if
government loves us and cares about us and wants the best for us.
Yeah, man.
yeah,
For sure.
it boils down to, well, look, what do they want really to do to us? I mean, you gotta look the problem right in the eye. That's basically what it is. They're here to make us sick.
You guys know the Kellogg's conspiracy?
Like what he
Which
initially
is like,
started off doing, like his initial
I
intentions.
think that
Yeah, I know
guy
about
was the
him.
guy that
Food pyramid.
he wanted to do. Was that the guy that wanted to do he wanted to do circumcisions on everybody, and then somehow he thought that cereal was like a something to inhibit sexual desire.
Yeah, it was to promote celibacy, and he was super weird.
Right. So you eat in the morning because that guy was all bent out of shape that people might have sex in the afternoon. And he was very
I
powerful
think
and
a better
rich, and he had all kinds of connections to a product that he could sell. right? So he like manipulated people and did all these campaigns and convinced people that his way was the best way, and then people just fell into it.
Right now, like 150 years later, we have entire aisles and both sides are just sugar cereal, all the way down, and that's what people are giving their kids before school. It's kind of crazy. We have a few new people in the room. If anyone wants to ask a question or discuss flat Earth or provide some evidence for the globe, we would love to hear it. Feel free.
Can I say something? Can I say
Don't
something?
forget to check rolls before you say that, bro. Like people are
Okay,
have easy or
yeah,
whatever. Don't forget to check rolls. All right, go ahead.
fair.
Wait, can I say something?
Do it, brother.
Okay, I just joined. Can I know what the server's about?
I reckon
Flat
it's
Earth,
about
man.
flat Earth. Yeah.
Yo.
Fucking idiot.
What do you mean? That's like an obvious thing though. Everyone knows it's flat.
Do
And
they?
then obviously everybody knows what the channel's about.
Zifro, if someone said that the Earth was not flat, why would you explain that it is flat? What would your
Well, I would just
explanation
ask
be?
them for proof because we
Dude,
know that water is flat at
go-to,
rest.
yeah.
Exactly. Okay, yeah.
So I would say you'd have.
I believe you. Yeah. I was just
Yeah, they
testing
have the.
Yeah.
They have the positive claim, right?
Yeah.
Okay, my go-to response would be just focal.
What are you on about?
Because I personally think it's flat, and everyone that's like saying it's spherical doesn't provide proof of it. So
How'd you come to
Allegedly.
that, Zifro? Like, what's your best proof of flat Earth?
my best proof. Well, if you look at the moon in the sky, it looks pretty flat. You can't tell it's like spherical at all. So I'm just assuming the Earth's like similar to that.
You're assuming the Earth is similar to the moon?
No, Zipro, that's exactly what you don't fucking do.
Hold up one second. Hold
Because
up.
you look
He's
into
lying.
you look into the
Hold up.
sky
Let me
does not
talk to him.
yeah,
Let me talk to him.
yeah, sorry.
Zifro,
Mm-hmm.
you realize how ridiculous that sounds, right?
What do you mean?
What do I mean?
No,
Why
wait,
would you
hold on.
look up? Why would you
Just
look up in the sky
before,
and say the moon looks flat, therefore the Earth is flat? Are we?
because it makes the most logical sense. Hello?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make logical sense at all.
Wait, before we go over flat or spherical, whatever, what side are you on?
I'm on the side of truth and evidence,
So you believe in
which
flat
is
Earth?
not staring at things in the sky and assuming the Earth is anything like them, right?
Exactly. Over fences.
Yeah, well, we get a lot of people that say they're flat earthers, so Zifro, that's a terrible that's a
That's a
terrible
terrible take.
evidence.
Terrible take.
So either you're LARPing, in which case, listen, you can be a glober here, you're more than welcome, but we would prefer you not lie about it, right?
Did you just call
We'd
me a
prefer
LARP?
to have an honest conversation.
Yeah, if you read my name,
Uh,
it says Starfo, not Blissaholic. I don't know why you're calling me a LARP. I don't appreciate that.
look at the flat Earth community,
Okay,
bro.
well, you can be very offended that I mispronounced your name,
I am.
but it won't make the
But
Earth a sphere.
honestly, I
Can you
might
be,
press charges against you for saying that. I don't appreciate
can you
that.
be more
Okay.
offended, please?
Yeah.
Zippo,
Have
just
your
flip.
lawyer contact me.
Zippo, just fuck
So,
off.
Optic,
Yeah.
you say you're a flat earther, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So, how long? How long have you been a flat earther?
Not long. I'm not very experienced in the ways of the flat Earth community, but
Well, how long? How long is not long?
like 6 or 7 months.
Okay. So, tell me how you came to understand this.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, go
I,
ahead.
I might be old, but 6 or 7 months.
Oh,
Okay, no,
yeah.
that's a complete coincidence. I did not mean to fucking do
Okay. That's a
no,
good
that's
point,
that's
So
a
Jedi.
complete
sorry, I might be like overstepping my boundaries. I'll get back in my fucking chair, but
You're hip to
it's
the lingo of the younger kids, right?
Bro,
Nice catch, Jedi.
can we actually believe that in 2025? I don't think it's like okay.
It's
It's not a
2026.
I mean,
belief.
Dickhead. It's 2026,
personally,
you
I'm
dickhead.
like
Look at
I'm like more
2025.
new to it. I'm new
So
to it.
you
For me,
guys came in together. Are you friends?
No, I did not come. No, I did not come in with Zipper.
Okay, well, it's just a coincidence then. Okay,
bro, when I joined the
cool.
call,
Well,
he was
Optic,
already in there.
let me sort this guy out. Then we can chat
Yeah,
afterward.
I don't even know the Zipper.
Okay,
I genuinely
Zyfro,
don't know it.
you know you're living up to the cat PFP stereotype, and that makes me resentful because
There's
I also have one.
stereotypes with
But
PFP.
go ahead and so you're a globe believer. You've come in here to LARP. Whatever, that's fine.
I'm not
Can I
Buffalic,
ask
bro.
you? Can
My
I
name's
ask
Cypher. I'm
you
not Buffalic.
what is
Yeah.
your best evidence that the Earth is a sphere?
I said it's not a sphere. I don't know what you're asking me now.
Because I know you're not a flat earther. Can we just get past the
Oh.
games?
Basically,
That'd be
what you're
great.
saying is you're gonna choose my identity.
What the fuck you want about Zipper?
Okay,
You said I'm
do
not
you
a
want me
flat
to
earther,
mute you or do you want to engage in good faith? It's up to you.
but that's literally what you said, though.
Do you want me to mute you or would you like to engage in good faith? It's a quite simple question right there. So
I would like to
what do you
engage in good faith.
All right, cool. So, we're well aware you're not a flat earther because nobody decides that the earth is flat because the moon looks flat to them. That's ridiculous.
How's that
Okay?
Wait,
ridiculous, bro? It's an
over
observation.
No,
can
it's
I?
not an
Let me
observation
finish.
because you can't determine anything about the moon. You can't determine whether it's a sphere or not, right? Yeah?
Can I ask an actual like serious question?
Yeah,
So,
please do. I'd love to hear
say,
that.
so one thing, like I am a flat earther, obviously, but one thing I haven't fully
Well,
understood
it's
is
not
like,
obvious. Let me make that clear. But go ahead.
but so like if you're in the UK, like for example, you're in America, and
Uh-huh.
then you look in the sky and you at nighttime, and you look at the star constellations, and then you go to Australia and you look at the star constellations, they're different. Why is that? I'm not trying to dispute the
because they're
theory. I just
different.
don't know. I just don't
Okay,
know.
Jedi, I know you're
Because,
itching to do this, so I'm gonna mute myself.
but you answered they're different. I went
Wait,
to
what?
this place and I looked up and there were different lights. I went to this place and looked up and there were different lights. Do you get confused when you walk from like your living room?
What? So your mic is not working very well, or is that just me? I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know if I trust you. Fences, is my mic coming through?
You
It's
sound
like,
fine
It's
to
like
me.
cutting out. No,
it's cutting out for me. Is that just me?
bro, it's that I was cutting out
I
at the
think it's
end.
just you.
Is dead ass cutting out for me?
Yeah. You might want to log out and log back in if you're having issues.
Bro, it's cutting out for me too. Why are you larping about him
I'll
having
tell you
good
what, I'll
mental
solve
health?
that. You carry on. I'll leave and rejoin if it's.
Oh.
So, Optic, if you're a flat earther, tell me your best evidence of the Earth being flat
I don't have
before we
evidence.
get into your questions about the stars.
I just think they need evidence that it's spherical. That's
Well,
what I think.
correct, but that's
There is no
not
valid
very
evidence.
substantive,
There
right?
is no valid evidence where I think there's.
So, what evidence have you looked at? Because the globe side claims to have tons of evidence, right? So, what evidence have you investigated?
Just all the round ones.
That's ridiculous. Can you try harder?
Wait, let me ask ChatGPT quickly.
You weren't prepared for this, were you?
No.
Just and just have a talk with us. Just state your
I'm
actual
trying.
position.
I'm trying.
Hey, quick! Show him a pic of Lat's arms to reinvigorate him.
No, seriously, we want a serious conversation, like with
Yeah,
people that
I'm trying to have a serious conversation.
have
I'm not being annoying.
a
I'm trying to
particular
have a
view. Right? It doesn't matter what that view is. If you are actually like, on the globe side, then just say it. No need to pretend, man.
Rose on the globe side. I called him
Okay,
out.
teed up. You have an astronaut profile picture. So I'm assuming you're an actual astronaut. Have you like observed the Earth from outer space?
Yeah, not interested, man. Not interested. Seriously, grow up.
Wait, what do you think about the people that recently went around the moon and back? Was that just all fake?
It's a genuine question, bro. I'm not trolling. Hello.
That's actually a general question.
Okay, so you're asking if we think that Artemis was real or not?
Yeah, basically.
But
Okay,
like,
well,
were all the people that were involved with that, were they all lying?
no, of course not. I mean, people just do what their job tells them to do. But
The
you
people
know,
that like the people that
the question becomes, is the surface of the Earth curving at the rate we're told? Yes or no? If it's not, then that can't be real, and it doesn't matter what the motivation is, and we don't have to suss out who may or may not be lying. We know it's not possible, right?
wait, that not possible. Why is it not possible?
I think it's
Because
more of a
if
guess than a no, you know?
because if the Earth is not a sphere,
Mm.
then we have no orbital mechanics. Also, there cannot be gas pressure without containment, so no one's going to a space vacuum adjacent to our pressurized atmosphere without a barrier. So,
I think
yeah, it's
word.
fake. I mean, if the Earth is not curving, then yeah, it's fake, and it doesn't go any further than that. It's quite simple.
Okay.
So, have you ever actually looked for any proof that the Earth is curving at the rate we're told? I mean, do you even know how big the Earth is supposed to be? I bet you have no idea how much curvature there's supposed to be over a distance. I bet you have not the slightest idea.
Wait, what did you say, sorry?
I bet you have no idea how much the Earth is supposed to be curving over a distance.
No, no.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
So,
radius
do you
diameter.
go ahead. Go ahead, T-Dub.
I was just saying, like radius, diameter, circumference.
Yep, yep.
Like,
Simple
you wouldn't know
mathematics.
just off the top of your head, right?
Simple mathematics, but I don't know the fucking radius of the Earth.
Hello?
Okay, well, we're
I
we're
don't know the
told
radius
that it's a
of the Earth.
specific
Yeah.
radius, and so because of that, the consequences are that the surface of the Earth should be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, so that's drop
And
over
that's
distance, and it's exponential, right? So over 10 miles, we should have about 66 feet of drop, but we don't observe that, nor do we measure that anywhere.
Wait, so how long did you say? Over how long?
So well, you probably deal in metrics, so can
I don't
someone
need to.
post something in the live
I know.
stream text chat?
Wait, it's 67 miles,
Yeah,
six,
it's
7 feet.
yeah, I know. You know what? We're too old for the 6-7 thing now. That's over.
No,
That's
dude, I
played
love
out.
6-7. I love the
So
6-7.
anyway,
No,
Old dude's gone ahead and posted that for you.
no, that was Loki a pull there. That was Loki a pull. The 6-7. That was Loki a pull. You have
okay.
to
Well,
admit.
anyway, if you look in the live stream voice text, you'll see someone will have posted probably, I hope.
there's nothing in the live stream chat.
Well, you have to
There is.
so if you click on the little message icon at the bottom
Stop
of the
laughing.
screen, there's a
Stop laughing.
link to the live stream voice text. We do it a little different here.
I see.
Oh,
I
I don't know
see.
if
I
you
thought
actually,
you were
you
talking
might
about
not have
like the
roles to
voice.
see it. You might not
I
have
see.
roles to see it.
Optic
Oh,
does.
Yeah, AI told me to
oh.
check roles and I forgot. Um, but you can just Google Earth curvature calculator. You can plug in your observer height, like your eye height, and then see how far you should be able to see before the Earth curvature blocks the things behind it. And you can test that over water because water is flat at rest. And you will see that there is no curvature in accordance with the globe geometry. Just doesn't exist.
I mean, what's the proof that this geometric construction is not real? Where's the proof that this is not real?
What do you mean, what's not real? The Earth is very real.
No, the fucking, what did you say? The
The
67 feet
curvature?
over 10 miles. Where's the proof that the 67 feet over 10 miles is not real in that
Well,
picture?
for one, there are 0 globe laser tests that prove the drop over distance. I've never seen one. I mean, this channel has been active for over 10 years. No one has ever presented proof of drop over distance in accordance with the globe geometry. Secondly, we have hundreds of laser tests that show that there is none, that it doesn't exist. So, if you're actually interested, I can send you a list of, many laser tests proving this.
Sorry, Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but have you heard of the Emery theory though?
I'm sorry, it's hard to hear you.
No.
Can you
Hello?
repeat it? Yeah, can you repeat it?
Have you heard of the Emery theory?
Can you spell it out? I don't understand what you're saying.
Never mind.
Okay.
Basically, it's just like, okay, I don't know what that was. It just supports my theory that the Earth is flat. But I don't think you've looked it up though. It's
No,
like
I
kind
don't
of
know
hard to
what you're
explain.
saying, but I mean, eh, the Earth's the surface of the Earth is not a theory. It's just something we've tested, right? We don't have
Mm.
beliefs about it. We just sought to prove that the Earth was curving, and instead we proved that the Earth isn't curving, right?
We
It's
can
not a
still have
theory.
beliefs after proving stuff, you know.
Well, I might have other beliefs, but this isn't in that category, right? I don't have a
I see.
belief like, if I measure myself, right, I don't have a belief that that's my height. I know that's my height because I measured it, right?
And then you believe it though, so it becomes a belief.
No, I don't wanna get into that territory because that's just an attempt to obfuscate the point here, and that's
Issue.
not what we're seeking to do. You know, because that's a way for people to, like, weasel out of reality by saying you have to have a belief about it, but I prefer to keep this separate. You know, you have
No,
beliefs
no,
with things
I
that
agree
cannot
with
be
you.
proven. Well, you know
Yeah.
what? That's just an attempt to get away from the topic.
No, I agree with you. I also hate obfuscation. I don't know why they added that.
Okay.
Genuinely.
Well,
Like
fair enough.
I'm gonna dry my win streak and they fucking added that shit. That fuck.
I know.
Uh, wait, what's your opinion on lunar eclipses?
My opinion?
I mean, how does that work in the flat Earth?
What do you mean, how does it work? The Earth is flat and it works, so I'm not quite
Uh,
sure what your question is.
uh,
Well,
I mean,
if your claim is that this is a spherical object casting a shadow on a spherical object, well, then it's not the right shape of shadow for that to happen. You would have an S curve if these were two spheres involved, and we don't have that. But in order for the lunar eclipse to be a shadow cast, then these objects have to be spherical, and the Earth doesn't measure as spherical, so that we can just toss that out. We don't have to know why everything happens to know that the Earth does measure as flat, right?
wait, sorry, what did you say? Not the whole
The
thing, not
Earth
the
can
whole.
measure flat, and it doesn't mean we have to explain everything that happens, right? We can accept that there are things we don't understand, right? We don't have to make up a new story based on nothing to replace the old story, which is also based on nothing, right? We're not looking to replace a set of beliefs with a new set of beliefs. We're looking to provide empirical evidence for things we can prove, and the rest is,
Wait,
things
so
we have
if
to accept that we may not know a lot of these things, right? I don't know why there are lunar eclipses.
wait, so
Neither do you.
if there's something you can't explain, you just say,
Right.
well, it doesn't matter because we can explain it with this.
No, if there's something I can't explain, I say I can't explain it, right? I don't lie about it or come up with a story.
But I don't think they just said, "Oh, there's lunar eclipses, so that means the Earth is spherical." That's just
No,
something
no,
that
no.
happens
I didn't
because
say
the
that
Earth
though.
is spherical.
I didn't say that, but the commonly accepted belief is that these are spherical objects, right? And that the
Yeah.
spherical Earth is casting a shadow
Yeah.
on the spherical moon, right? But we can't prove either of those things.
I mean, I feel like you almost can because you're saying that the Earth is flat, and then you're saying, but it doesn't really, but we can't really explain it.
No, I can explain that the Earth is flat. I can't
No, no,
I
no.
can't
But you
provide
just
any
said
evidence
no,
for the moon being a sphere,
no. But you
right?
just said that you can't explain lunar eclipses.
Well, that's correct. I
Yeah.
don't need to. Do I need to? Why do I need to?
Because I feel like that's a thing that happens. So I feel like you need to explain it.
So you think that everything that happens must be explained? Why?
No, I'm just bringing up my example and I'm saying I feel like you need to explain that in your context. If you think the
But
Earth is
why? I'm asking you why I need to explain it.
because then why can't I say that the Earth is round?
Because the Earth doesn't measure round.
Okay, but
Sorry, I don't mean to
you need
interrupt,
to
but
explain
did
that.
you
You need
measure
to
it?
explain
You
that
can't really say that. I don't feel
because
like that's.
because
Hold on, hold
okay,
up.
no, but if you're saying that you found out evidence otherwise, then what if I just say that we just don't know correctly and it's just unexplainable that it is round and we
Well,
just don't know.
you're free to discard empirical evidence if you so choose. I mean,
Okay, but
that's your right as a
the,
human to believe whatever you want to believe.
but
But
if
we
the
have
Earth
actual
is
measurements that prove it's not curving. So it's up to you to decide what
round,
to do with that
but
information.
then if you have a lunar eclipse and you're saying you can't explain that with a flat Earth, and you
No,
can,
it's that we can't explain it.
yeah,
Period. You
that's what I just said.
understand?
No, but if
Yeah.
you can explain that with a round Earth, you can,
No.
you
No,
can.
you can't because I just explained to you how it doesn't
You said
adhere
what
to the
about the
rules of
said
how a
about the
shadow should appear
what about the
in a
X
spherical
curve?
object.
I
That's
mean,
just
I agree with over fences here. She said it's completely up to you to decide if it's morally correct or not, and I
it
think
is actually it's morally correct.
I
Yeah.
think she's right
No, I
to
didn't say
say
that.
that.
I said nothing about morality. Um,
Well,
Optic, I already explained to you that a spherical object doesn't cast the shadow on the moon that you see.
Okay, so if
A
you
spherical
held,
object
if
casting a
you,
shadow on another spherical object does not cast the kind of shadow that you claim to see during a lunar eclipse. There's no way for you to prove that it even is a shadow. And if the Earth's surface isn't curving, it can't be the spherical Earth casting a shadow.
so
It's quite simple.
if you got, for example, like I don't know, a plate and you held it against a wall, are you saying that wouldn't make a circular shadow, or are you saying it would?
That's a plate. That's not a spherical object.
Okay, but it's a circle. Like
Okay, let
there's no
me be
three
okay. A
shadows.
circle is not a sphere. Do you understand the difference?
There's no 3D shadows. That's not a thing.
I'm aware of that.
So a plate in a
Why are you
shadow
bringing up
set
plates? You're claiming a spherical Earth is casting a shadow on a
because
spherical moon. That's not a
because
plate. I don't know what you're doing here.
because a plate is a circle and there's no 3D shadows.
Okay,
So
let me be clear with you because maybe you misunderstand.
yeah,
We do not think flat Earth is a disk in space.
I'm not saying that.
Okay, well, a lot of people come here under that misapprehension, so I just wanted to clear that up.
But what do you
We
actually?
reject the entire heliocentric model. Do you
But what do you?
understand?
Oh,
What model
So I'm
then?
not claiming the Earth is a disk. Sorry,
But
Johnny, are
what is the
you
model?
trying to talk?
yeah, I think what he's trying to say is that he's saying that the plate is round and that shadows don't project 3D. That's not what she's trying to get at, dude. She's saying that a circular ball, a sphere, cannot cast a circular shadow onto another sphere because the shadow takes the shape of whatever object it's going on. That's why it would be a sinusoidal shadow, not a flat circle shadow. That's what she's trying to say.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
bro, what? How can a shadow be suicidal? That doesn't make any sense. That's what I was
Oh
gonna say.
my god!
You
Fucking
know,
hell! Oh my god! Dude.
sinusoidal. You guys need to brush up on your knowledge.
Holy crap! Let me help you out. S curve. It's in the shape of an S,
Yeah.
like SE.
Mm, I don't know. Don't know.
They're just here to troll, anyways. So
I'm not even here to troll. I'm having a normal conversation with you.
Well, not really,
Bro,
but that's fine. I
What
mean,
did I? What did I do?
nothing new.
Just because I don't agree with you, I'm not having a normal conversation.
Well,
What did I do?
you don't really have the position to not agree because you don't have any evidence to support your claims. So
I
it's
mean,
kind of unbalanced here, right?
I mean, you can say that you have evidence, but it's biased evidence because I'm in a flat Earth
How do you know
Discord.
it's biased when you haven't even seen it?
Because I'm in a flat Earth Discord and people are sending me links to flat
So
Earth.
you have an a priori fallacy here
No,
that you
because you
assume that because we think differently than you, we must not know what we're talking about,
no,
right?
because you said you linked me to a long distance observations channel, and you said you've never seen a case of a long
Yeah.
distance observation laser test. When if you
Not
Google
even define long distance. I've never seen a laser test at 5 miles
if you
or
Google laser distance, you will probably get like a fucking trillion results of a laser test.
what?
You probably will.
You have a
Just
lot of
when
faith in things that have never happened.
I feel like I'm pretty confident The laser
I know
test.
you're pretty confident, but it's misplaced confidence because you can't present this and no one ever has. And we've talked to thousands of people and plenty of them are far more intelligent than you and they don't have any evidence. So what then?
Let me try.
I'm not faulting you for that. I'm just saying you believe the evidence must be out there and we know it isn't. But you have
No,
a
but
firm belief that it exists and we know it doesn't, and that's why we're here, right? We
what do you
didn't just
think
like
the
fall
Earth
into
looks
this
like?
one day because we were bored, right? We looked for evidence and finding none, and in fact being able to prove the opposite is why we are here. Now you can either decide to keep believing that something exists that doesn't, or you can actually choose to look for that evidence. So you decide what that will be.
The Bedford level experiment was in 19th century.
Oh, you're Googling. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
googling. I'm googling. Obviously, why would I not
Yeah, okay,
Google?
so let me ask you, for
How did you
one,
find your
why
information
are you
without Google?
referring to something? Okay, you understand we've got like one grainy photo of this, right? With
Well,
some
I don't have
claims
anything
about
about
it.
it.
Well, let me
I just
finish.
Googled. I just Googled.
Why don't we have a laser test? It's 2026.
Okay, but can I ask you something?
Yes,
So,
I lost my.
what do you actually think
So,
the Earth
so
looks like? What do you actually think the Earth looks like?
a laser test,
What
you
do you
know?
actually think the Earth looks like in general?
Why are we referring to a story, that's like
I'm
over
literally,
100
I was
years old?
reading. I was just reading
That's a
Google.
claim. Like, why do only flat earthers have laser tests? That's kind
I
of
was,
weird, right?
I was just Googling it. I was just reading. I haven't read anything about the Bedford level experiment. I don't know anything about it. I just Googled and just read it off to Google. But I want to know, what do you think the Earth looks like?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part again?
Do
Go
you
ahead, T-Dub.
do you have a model of what you think the Earth looks like?
Are you just gonna ignore what I said?
What did you say?
I said, do why do you not have any laser tests that prove the globe Earth?
I just said that I've Googled it for the first time right now, and the first thing that came up was the Bedford level experiment. I had
Okay,
not.
right. So which is not a laser test, and there's a lot of problems with it. And I could get into them, but I'm not going to because it's not even worth it.
Well,
Um,
I can't really talk about it either.
because you don't, you just Googled it, so you don't really
Yeah,
know anything
we don't
about it.
know
And
about
so
it, so we
I'm
can't
not
really
gonna
talk about that.
what?
So we can't really talk about that because I haven't read anything about it. But I was just
Right, right. I mean, it's ridiculous, but I'm not going to get into it because I'm asking you for something more contemporary.
what? No, but can I ask you what you think the model of the Earth is?
Why don't you want to talk about the surface of the Earth
Because
anymore?
I don't have any previous. I don't have anything to talk about. Like, I'm just going to be googling stuff and reading off of Google, which isn't. That's not me
Okay, so well,
reading off
I
of
would first
Google.
ask you if you could present to me the scientific model for the globe.
Just Google that. Just Google globe.
No, that's not. Do you know what a scientific model is? And I'm
Mm,
looking for predictive and not postdictive.
no, but
So
I feel like if I'm
I,
going to the
when
Earth is
people ask for a model, I find that they usually don't really know what they're asking for.
no, but
They
why?
don't really understand what a scientific model is. But I don't need a model to measure the Earth is flat. I don't claim a model.
No, but you need a model. Like, what do you
No,
mean
no,
you
I
don't
don't.
need a model?
Do you need a model in order to measure yourself, your height?
That's not the same.
Isn't
measuring
it? How
measuring your
how is it
height
not the
and
same? We can measure the Earth as flat,
measuring
right?
the height and mapping the Earth is not the
I
same.
didn't say anything about mapping. Okay,
Okay,
that's a whole different
what is the
topic.
map of the Earth? So what's the map of the Earth? That's what I'm asking.
Why do I need to provide that for you in order to prove that the Earth is flat?
Because that's some serious way to debunk what you're saying. Because of flight paths and stuff like that.
Okay, so you're just reading off crap off the internet. You don't even
I'm
know
not
what you're
reading
reading.
I'm not reading
You don't
anything.
even know what you're reading because I could just like knock every one of these things down very easily for you.
I'm not
But I'm
reading
trying to keep you on topic because you're wandering off
I'm not
and you
reading
don't
the internet. I'm not
you,
reading
you
the
no,
internet.
I know the flight path and all that stuff. Listen, you think I'm brand new to this? I'm not.
I
Okay.
definitely know you're
So
not.
it's okay. Listen, it's fine. I'm used to it. Whatever. But let's try to stay on topic. Okay. So
Yeah,
in your Googling, can you find a laser test
googling.
that proves the Earth is curving at the rate of
No,
8
no,
inches per
why
mile
are we
squared.
changing? Why are we changing? I want to see your model of the
No,
Earth.
we're not changing. No, we're not changing because a model doesn't change the surface of the Earth. You're just
No,
obfuscating.
I'd want to
A
see what
model doesn't make the
the
Earth a sphere.
No, but
It
you need to
doesn't.
have a
It's a
model.
concept. It's a concept, right?
No, but you need to have a model.
No, I don't. I don't need a model.
You
I
do.
just need a
I don't want a
measurement.
model.
I have a measurement. Why do I need a model for that?
No, because if you want to disprove a fucking belief that is
All I
believed,
need is a measurement. I
if
don't
you
need
want to,
beliefs.
if you want to disprove a belief that is believed by billions, then I feel like you need to have some sort of model back
Right.
behind
I
it.
need
You
a
feel
measurement to
So
disprove a belief.
we're not
so do we
interested in
have
what
to
you
come up?
we just need empirical
Do we,
evidence. That's it. Learn what that is.
right?
No, but
We don't
can
have to come up.
with
We don't
your
have to come up with a new Santa Claus for you just because you found out Santa Claus wasn't real.
with your evidence, can you create an idea?
Bro,
Literally anything.
Santa Claus is real. I don't know what you're on about. What?
Can you create any fucking evidence of your
Bro, I saw
model?
him at the mall last winter.
Anything,
Bro, I'm
anything
big
that
as
makes sense. I just want to see a model
Can I ask
of
you?
your Earth.
I'm going to ask you a real question. And I
Oh,
want you to
that's a
stop,
real
like, I
question.
want you to, like, get off your script, and I want you to really
I'm
think
not
for a
on a
moment.
script. I'm
Right.
looking at the
No, no,
Discord.
no.
Looking at the
Listen.
Discord. I'm
Just
not googling it.
listen. Just listen. Don't be defensive. It's fine.
God, it's so condescending.
So, no, I'm not being condescending. Listen, it's fine. We all used to be Globers. So if I seem condescending, I apologize. I don't mean to be. Um, if someone asked you how tall they were, how tall you were,
This
and
is
you
not.
told them, no, listen, and
I'm
you
not.
told them, and they said, well, you can't actually be that height unless you provide a model. What would
That,
you think of that?
yeah, but that's not the same thing.
Yes, it is. That's the
No,
point I'm
yeah, but
making.
it's
It
not.
is the same thing.
It's not.
When we measure something and
It's
we determine it's flat,
it's
we
not.
don't need a model to determine it's flat. Nobody's using a model when they go level a floor, right? Nobody's using a model when they build a building, Surveyors aren't using a model to survey. This is just the reality, right? And you demanding a model just shows the weakness of your position.
I
Because you're
feel
not willing to
like
accept a measurement, and instead you want to talk about something that we aren't going to give you, right?
okay,
We're not going to give
but
you a model because we don't have a model, because that would be lying to you. And we're
no,
not interested in lying to you because we have had enough lying.
but so
So
why don't you have
we're
a
going to
model?
present to you evidence that the earth is flat and not try to make up a bunch of crap to make you feel better about it.
No, but why don't you have a model then? Can I ask that?
Because we don't know everything.
Because you don't know everything.
Yeah, we don't have to.
Our evidence isn't dependent upon having one, right?
But I feel like if you can't
Independent of it.
then I feel like your evidence is a little bit flawed.
Well, why don't you ask us what the evidence is before you make that statement?
I have asked.
Like I said, we're not interested in what you feel like.
You talked about the laser of the bloody Earth or something. The angle of the Earth. It was 67 feet or something.
Bro, okay. I was trying to say, let's not like keep talking about feet and stuff. I was gonna ask you, why are you like talking to him with so much attitude? Wouldn't that like defer people from finding out the actual truth?
I'm sorry, your feelings hurt?
Yeah, when we
No,
have
no,
to
I'm just
repeat
saying
ourselves
when
like
you're
10
trying to make a
times,
point, you have to
answering
sound
the same
believable
question, bro,
instead of trying
that's
to
when
tear
we get
people
pissed
down.
off. Yeah,
Listen, if you're not strong enough to deal with this, like, then maybe this isn't for you, because this is pretty mild as far as interactions go. Maybe you're new to the internet. I don't know.
yeah, you're
No,
soft,
I'm new
bro.
to this Discord, but I'm just saying, if you want to sound believable, you don't want to like tear people down. Yeah,
I
you have
really
to like
don't care. I really don't
actually
care,
make
to be
reasonable
honest.
claims, provide the evidence so they can believe
What
you.
reason? Yeah, what evidence did you provide
For what?
for your globe Earth? What evidence did you provide? What reasonable claim did you make?
I told you I'm not on that side. I don't know why you keep
Okay,
bringing
so
that up.
then don't demand things that you aren't willing to provide yourself.
Hello? What does that have to do with anything?
I think you should just put yourself on mute until you get a hold of your feelings.
That has nothing to do with anything. All I'm saying is if you want to sound convincing, you should like at least give this
I'm
man.
not interested in sounding convincing. People have to convince themselves. And to do that, they have to honestly engage with the evidence that's provided. I'm not going to change anyone's mind. People have to want to be, they have to be open to changing their minds, right? It's not something
Well,
I
can
do.
you at least
It's not
provide a
something
model of
I
it?
do for them, right? It's something that they choose to do. And I'm not responsible for those choices that they make. I can only present the information and they have to decide what to do with it. So your appeals to, I need to present it differently to be effective, that's ridiculous. And
I
I'm
think
not
we're
buying
going
that.
off topic here. That's just like
Yeah,
not
I think
the
I
purpose of
think
this
you need to be
conversation, is it?
quiet for a little bit so that I can talk to someone else. Okay?
No thanks.
Okay. Well, feel free to leave. You know how you got here. So, Optic, are you going to present any have you Googled any evidence yet of Earth
I'm not
curvature?
googling anything
Well,
because I
how
don't
else are you
have.
going to find it, right? You don't know
Because
anything yet, so you're
I
going to have to look it up.
okay.
Have you looked up anything yet?
If I Google anything for 2 minutes, that's not any fucking. I can't back that up with myself because I don't know anything about it. I'm just Google
Okay,
something for 2 minutes and read through it and read it off.
but T-Dub made a really good point that you haven't asked us to see any of our evidence, have you?
You can send me your evidence. You linked me to your laser fucking thing, but have you done these laser
Okay,
tests
so
over like.
you did see that, right? Okay,
I
good.
didn't really look through it properly, but
Okay.
it's just a bunch of
Yeah, no,
images.
I don't expect you to. It's all
But
new, right?
have you done like laser tests over like big distances
Yeah, I mean, how big do you
instead of
want?
instead of like small distances?
What do you consider a big distance versus a
I
small distance?
don't really know, to be honest, but I feel like I don't know if you go if for example if you look at football and you zoom in really close into that football, it looks flat.
Okay.
So
And
I feel like unless you look at Earth from a large scale, then
well, you don't know what that scale is, right? I mean, you just learned the Earth geometry, right?
what do you mean? I just learned it.
Well, you didn't know how
Six,
large
seven,
the Earth is claimed
67
to be.
feet. Six,
You didn't.
7 feet.
You just learned how large the Earth is supposed to be in the course of this conversation, right?
Yeah.
You saw that? Okay. Okay. So because there's a known distance, saying that, oh, it looks flat if it's a large enough scale doesn't really apply anymore, does it? Because we have a known distance and we know how much Earth curvature there should be over specific distances. So we can't just say, oh, Earth too big, right? Because that's not what the numbers tell us.
Look in the live chat. I just gave you laser tests. You can click on it, and it gives you a whole shit ton of laser tests you can look at.
Let me have a little look. Let me have a little peep. Frozen lake test on Rock Lake in Manitoba, Canada.
I'm pretty sure someone posted the globe geometry for you so you can see the chart. Um, so you can see how much drop over distance there should be. That's not negligible. That's not an amount that should, that's an amount we can test and measure for, right? $66 over 10 miles is a significant amount.
Let's just round it up to
And
6 7. Let's round it up to
and
6 7.
most people who dude, come on. And most people have no idea that that's what they should see. So if you go to a 10-mile lake and your friend stands at the other end and he's got a mirror and he flashes it at you, if you can see it, it means the earth is not curving at that rate because he should be obstructed by 66 feet of curvature, approximately, depending on your observer height.
67, you mean?
You guys, come on. I'm not in middle school.
No, that's what you said earlier. I'm just confused, right? Why we have like
Well, it's a
conflicting
little bit
numbers.
more than 66 feet.
Pete!
Yeah,
Oh.
it's,
Oh my god.
it is closer to 67,
Yeah,
66.6.
yeah, I know it is, but
Uh,
I don't really know what I'm looking at in this picture. Frozen lake test on Rock Lake in Manitoba, Canada proves the Earth is flat.
yeah, it'll take you time to really go through those laser tests if you're actually interested in it. Um, But basically, you know, we know what the Earth's what curvature we should see, and we know how much is actually there, which is 0. So, you know,
Yeah, you gotta
a model isn't going to make the Earth curve.
open the link. You can't just read the thumbnail, dude. Takes a little more than that.
But there is no link. You just
I don't see a
sent me
link.
the image.
Dude, I linked you. It says laser tests
No,
under Johnny Law. It's
What,
right
do you want
under
me to
Scroll up.
that
read through?
picture.
You want to look through a million fucking images? I can't do that.
Tell them how long. Tell them what time past the hour you posted that, Johnny.
I can't lie. I'm not reading
It's
through
at
all
it's
the.
at 10:53 p.m. right under that Manitoba one. It says laser tests. You click on it, and there's a shit ton in
10:23.
there.
I'm not from the US. I don't know when 10:23 is.
53 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, but I'm not looking through
Was
all
it
of the
4 in the
hashtag.
morning there,
I'm
or
not looking
almost
through
5?
all of. I'm not looking through all of hashtag laser tests.
Okay, well, maybe we can go through one.
It's like a billion things.
Yeah, well, that's the problem, right? I haven't seen one from the globe side, but we've got a quote unquote billion things from the flat Earth side.
I mean, I feel like this is a little bit rigged, to be honest.
Oh, you can find it as anything you want, but
I
you
mean,
know,
you do
you
not have
haven't
permission
honestly
to send messages in
investigated
this
it,
channel.
so that's just
I
your
mean,
opinion and not
I
a
feel
fact.
like if there was anything, I wouldn't be able to post it because it says you do not have permission to send messages in this channel. So I feel a little bit biased.
If there was a room full of 10,000 boxes and one had $1 million in it, would you just look for it, or would you
But I
just
what?
like?
But I what?
And
What is
that's
the
too
question?
many.
The question?
Time.
No, but it's like if there's a room that only certain people are allowed in with certain boxes, and there's a lot of boxes in that room, that doesn't mean anything because I'm not allowed to post anything on this channel. So it doesn't mean anything. It just means all the people that have access to the channel have posted the same shit.
Well, this is a flat Earth channel, so obviously we're going to produce flat Earth evidence,
Yeah,
but
but it
you don't
means
have
that
anything anyway, so I don't know what you're
okay, but
complaining
it's
about.
like even if there was people that had evidence to submit, you wouldn't allow it because they're not flat
No,
earthers, so they can't
that's not
submit it.
true.
So
That's not true.
where
We,
could
you know,
they
no, I
can't
mean, we
submit it in
talk to
here,
Globers all day, every day, and
but they can't submit it in here.
well, we don't
Holy
keep.
crap. All right, pause.
Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, he clearly is eligible to be VC verified. So someone needs to VC verify him, then he'll have the perms to
He is.
post. Problem solved.
Okay,
He does.
I'll go do
He
that.
has
I'll
it.
go do that.
No, he
Oh,
has
okay.
it.
So then he doesn't understand that. Okay, check this out, brother. If you press the little chat icon, you'll see some words, and it says welcome. Read the welcome channel. Join the VC voice text to get verified. You're already verified. Then it says
Yeah,
join live stream voice text to participate in the text chat. So click that or go
yeah,
find the channel that's called live stream voice text. Then you can
yeah. I
post.
see that. No, but I'm saying like for example, that these people have just linked me to laser tests, and they're saying that
Oh,
this has
and you
got
mean in that channel?
yes, they're saying that because this has 1 million texts in it, that it means
Yeah.
it must be
Yeah,
flat
fair
Earth
enough. I understand now. But why, think about it this way. Why would we just let random people who aren't on our team post in our information channels?
No, I'm not saying you should, but I'm not saying you should be able to say, "Oh, flat Earth can't be real because there's nothing in here that disproves it," when nobody else can post anything in here.
No, that's not what she said. What she said is she's
You
never
sort of
seen
implied
a
that.
globe
Sort of.
Earth. She's never seen a globe Earther present a laser test that proves the globe Earth.
She didn't say that.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, she did.
And you're VC
You said,
verified.
you said there's nothing in here that disproves it. That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said. And there's a reason we record these conversations, and that's because so often Globers misrepresent what's been said. I have never seen a
pull up the
globe
tape.
Earth
Pull
proof
up the
using a
tape.
laser.
Sorry, I
Grow
don't
up.
mean to interrupt, but I've been looking at the laser test for like the past 10 minutes. I just
6 or
don't
7 minutes.
think. Sorry. Okay, that was genuinely not intentional. Anyways, I've been looking at it for like the past 10 minutes. I just don't understand how like 7 or 8 inches is supposed to prove anything. I just don't think that's a lot of inches to
What are you
like
talking about?
go
7
over.
or 8 inches? Are you looking at the
It says
same
it.
thing?
It's like in the what's it called? Live stream voice text thingy.
Okay, well,
Like the
which
red
laser
laser.
test are you talking about? So we can level set here. Which one are you specifically? Let's deal with one. Pick one, and then we'll talk about it.
It's the image in the channel that says like the camera was above like 7 to 8 inches above the ground. I just don't think that's a
So
lot
you're
of
not
inches.
watching a laser test, you're just looking at a screenshot, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Jedi, you wanna hop in?
Oh shit! Can you hear me clearing
Yeah,
my
I
throat?
can hear you. Yeah,
Oh
go
dear.
ahead.
I should do that before I unmute myself. What do you mean it's not enough? What's not enough?
I just don't think that's enough inches to prove the test, yeah.
What, inches above sea level?
Yeah. I just
Okay.
don't think 7 or 8 is enough. Like most people would probably go for more.
Okay, that's fine, but you understand that whatever the height is, a few inches, a few feet, 100 foot, that's going to change the distance to the horizon, isn't it?
I
Yeah.
guess, yeah.
Yeah, that's the mathematics that we're kind of testing.
I see.
Also, how far can we see across the surface of the water with the camera that should be obscured by Earth curvature? That's really what we're talking about. Because when we apply maths to a sphere with a given radius, we're given other consequences with that, right? One is that curvature on the surface, 8 inches per mile squared, and the other one is that geometric horizon, which is going to be based on how high the camera is above the surface.
I
So
see.
you said it was a couple of inches, right, above the surface?
I'm just
Is that
trying to
right?
figure out, like, would 2 or 3 inches not get the job done, or does it have to be like 7 or 8?
It can be any height.
I see.
What the point is we're trying to gain the observation of a geometric horizon that's based on a mathematical calculation. That calculation is based on the radius of the circle or the sphere and the height of the eye of the observer or the camera. That mathematical sorry, did you want to say something?
Sorry.
I do
No,
apologise. What was that?
No, sorry. You can finish what you're saying.
Okay. So that calculation is 1.225 multiplied by the square root of that observer's eye height in feet or inches. So if we've got 12 inches, let's say 1 foot, we understand that the horizon is going to be 1.22 miles away. Just to keep the numbers really simple, right? So when we got
Yeah.
the camera or the laser, for example, at this level to the water, what we're looking for or trying to measure is curvature or obstruction.
Okay, I see.
Can I ask why it's a frozen lake? Why can't it just be? Why does it have to be a frozen lake?
Doesn't have to be a frozen lake. It's just interesting that this one is a frozen lake. All right, the lake was obviously not frozen at one point; it was water. When water freezes, it turns into ice. Is the ice flat? Is there a massive temperature difference that refraction is going to deal with because now we've got colder conditions and not so much moisture in the air? Blah blah blah.
Yeah,
Same
surely.
things with like salt
Surely.
flats.
No, but
Yeah,
surely
that's what
there would
also was
be.
confusing me
Surely
as
would be
well.
refraction because there's a temperature change.
Yeah.
Big temperature change there.
Yeah, this is why these things happen over bodies of water, frozen lakes, salt beds, old seabeds, deserts, all sorts of conditions, right? We just choose water because primarily that would be the thing that would be pulled to the center of mass and display the most curvature, right? Uniformly, anyway.
I'm sorry, can I finish? I was like trying to say something.
Sorry, mate. Please, I do apologize. Carry on.
Okay. I was just saying, like, it does say like 7 to 8 inches, but the frozen lake part was confusing me because I get the 7 to 8 inches part, but it also have to be like rock solid.
Pardon, does it also have to be what?
Like rock solid because it says it's a frozen lake. Or is
No.
that just like where this test was conducted?
No, it was just happened to be done on a frozen lake that day. Doesn't need to be frozen at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, but there's refraction on a frozen lake like that.
There's refraction in many conditions, dude.
But yeah, but why didn't? Okay, so where does it say where the camera is? If the lights are placed 1 foot, why wouldn't the lights? Okay, why couldn't they be placed like a
So we
few
have
feet up? Then it wouldn't be intensive refraction in this case.
You don't
Well,
really
the
know what
direction.
refraction is, dude. Like,
What do you
so do
mean?
you really want to go down that path? Because you
Well,
didn't know
because
anything about any of this now, and now you're talking about refraction, and
the
it's kind of
different.
funny.
Okay,
It's
I
kind of
mean,
amusing because we
you're
we
going to say
know
I'm
you're just
waffling.
reading things.
I'm not. I did physics in A level like 3 years ago, and I'm
Okay, so
remembering.
tell us about refraction then. What's
Well,
refraction?
the bending in light because of there's a temperature change, so there's a bending in the
Oh,
light.
okay. So what does that have to do with these observations?
What do you mean? What does it have to do? You're talking about lasers on a lake, and there's a
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
temperature
So
change.
so
So
tell us what's happening here. Tell us you're making refraction claims. So explain to us what we should
you're
expect and
talking
why.
about. You mean you're talking about what refraction is the bending of light?
I know what refraction is.
Okay, and you're talking about a laser, which is what? Light
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
over a lake, which has temperature change because you're putting the light so close over the lake that there's a high temperature difference there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
So
really? What's the temperature difference? Tell us, please.
I don't know about a frozen lake. It's cold on a frozen lake.
That
What
sounds
can
very technical.
what
It's
conditions
not
need to be
cold.
met
You've got ice, it's
for
cold.
what conditions need to be met for refraction to take place?
I
And
really
once
don't.
these conditions are met, which way does the light go?
Once these can, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
So the second question should have given you a clue. Refraction, light can go in a few directions, can't it?
Light can go in directions. Yes, it can.
Yeah, it can go up, it can go down, it can go straight.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to do this under very kind of understood conditions. Those conditions will need to be met for the light to do the thing that's claimed. Just saying refraction, though it appears to be like an umbrella term that kind of coveralls, really it's a little bit more specific than that. You're going to need the conditions to be met. And then once those conditions are met, you can make the claim in which way the light's going.
So what are the
So
conditions?
well, I'm hoping that you're going to explain to me because you keep saying temperature a lot. So what conditions need to be met for light to refract?
A temperature change.
Just a temperature change. Doesn't matter how much moisture is in the air or how densely the air is compacted together.
Oh,
Hey, Jedi,
waffle.
I think I know. Doesn't it need two isotropic medium?
No, we're just going to let this guy tell me.
I
So
mean,
he says temperature. Is there anything else?
I don't know. I don't know.
I mentioned like
You
moisture
can
and
tell me.
density and stuff. These things haven't rung a bell yet.
Density, yes, yes. Density,
Okay,
yes.
cool. Because density has got a huge factor in the direction of which way the light's going to go, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which way?
What do you mean which way? We haven't talked.
Well, which way is the light going to go? Is it going to go away from the denser medium or towards the denser medium? If you need a multiple choice, I tell you what, it's 50-50.
What,
Take a guess.
like towards the denser medium?
Towards the denser medium.
Yeah.
Cool. How does temperature affect the density of gases?
You educate me.
If a gas is hot, is it more or less dense?
If a gas is hot, is it more or less dense?
Yeah.
God, I'm
I'll
ready.
ask again.
This is a
If the
throwback.
gas
This
is
is a throwback.
cold, is it more or less dense?
You tell me. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, let's see if we can go with this one. When you have gas pressure and you add temperature, what happens to pressure with an increase in temperature?
What'd you say?
What
Sorry.
happens to pressure with an increase of temperature, dude? Come on.
What happens to pressure with an increase in temperature?
Yeah.
God.
Right, dude. Right, I'm going to stop it right here.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm
fuck's
sorry.
sake. You're
Fuck's sake.
supposed to be telling me what the fuck's going on, aren't
What the
you?
fuck is going on?
Yeah, with
What
the
the
light
fuck?
that's going through the air because the temperature's making it do stuff. And I'm trying to get out of you what the fuck's going on. I'm leading
Yeah.
you through it, though. That's the problem. I shouldn't have to be leading you, though, right? I thought you were telling me.
Sorry, Jedi. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jedi.
Yeah, it's just boring
Sorry.
now, dude. Like, it comes to this point in the conversation where I have to question your fucking intent. Why are you here? What do you want?
What do I want?
Yeah.
I'm just here for vibes.
Ah, right. Where's that mute button? Because I need to not talk to you anymore.
Let me ask you, Optic. Why should we engage with you?
You don't have to engage with me. You can do whatever you want. It's a free.
Okay,
it's a
but so why did you come in here? Did you just come in to waste people's time because you're that kind of person?
I mean, I can be here if I. Well, I mean, you can get rid of me if you want to. You don't have to
That's not
converse
what
with
I
me.
asked. I'm
You
asking
don't have
you
to
about
converse
you.
with me.
I'm asking
Converse
you
with
about
me.
you as a person. Do
I
you
can
do you
join any.
often just go into do you often just go into servers with the intention of wasting people's time?
Maybe. Maybe not.
Okay, well, maybe there's some self-reflection needed because that seems like an awfully sad waste of a life. You know, you're in here with a room full of people who have immense and very deep knowledge on this topic and many related to it, and you have an opportunity to learn something, and instead, this is what you do, and that's kind of sad, right? And I hope you spend some time reflecting on that fact.
No, but if you have immense and deep knowledge, why do you not have a model of the Earth of what you think you
That's
live on?
you know what? You sound stuck, and that's okay. You know,
No,
not
but
everyone is capable of learning, but we've already been through this, so I'm not going to repeat myself.
okay. So okay, my last point is: if you don't
You
have
did
a model of the Earth, if
have
you don't have a model of the
this is
Earth,
your
and you're
first point. Okay,
okay,
go ahead.
if you don't have a model of the Earth, and you were a pilot, for example, how would you be expected to fly from America to
Okay.
Australia if you don't have a model
Well,
of anything?
first of all,
Exactly
what
the
did I say
point.
about yeah, what did I say about models? Can you repeat back to me what I said to you about
Yeah,
models and their
it was
necessity?
you don't need a model, but I feel like you need
Okay,
a model
very
if
well.
you're
Do you
going
think that a
to.
pilot needs a scientific model of the Earth before he gets in and flies in a flight corridor?
I feel like you do.
Well, you know what? Your
No.
feelings are irrelevant to the conversation.
Okay, so what are they using to fly from
Pa-
one place to the other?
They fly in flight corridors, which are determined due to many factors, right? Not due
Due
to
to
a
many
scientific
factors.
model of the Earth, you know.
Due to more than one in many factors.
Oh, well, there's traffic concerns, there's political concerns, there's wind, there's
Oh,
weather, right?
yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
done.
it's
I'm done.
none of those have to do. Yeah, well, there he goes. So,
Bye.
his did his friend leave too?
What was his friend's name? Was that Sky guy?
Yeah, he left
Skyline?
like he left 2 minutes before he did, so I think that was his cue.
Right, right. I'm surprised we got that much out of them. They remained sensible long enough to have that sort of conversation.
Yeah, I applaud your patience over fences there. I was losing my shit on mute.
I don't know. These guys are easy to deal with, you know, compared to the rest of them. But, you know, if we can get them to think for a moment, I guess that's successful.
Guarantee you next time he's looking out at a nice, crisp horizon, he's going to be wondering.
AI, are you there? I guess he's busy.
Is it safe to come off mute now? Is he gone?
Yes, yes, please. They're gone.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool. Sorry, I do apologise, guys. I literally had to walk off after that. I didn't even know he'd left the room. Yeah. So there comes a point in the conversation where I realise the person I'm talking to is not even taking the conversation seriously. Some of you might have cottoned on to that before me, but yeah, from that moment onwards, I'm just not going to fucking waste my time.
Were you guys catching the BS that he was spitting about the lake?
Oh, yeah, he said he's a physics student and he understands refraction.
No, he was making over-sexual jokes about like inches and like saying
Oh,
that it needed to
well,
be hard and stuff.
All right. Okay.
yeah, whatever. Kids.
Wow, that's offensive.
Yep, this is Discord. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
See, we have very high level innuendo here. We don't
That's
tolerate
true.
that petty level nonsense. We just
Exactly.
ignore it because it's not worthy of rising to the occasion.
All right.
State it. And
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about your projects, AI. We can
Yeah, I'll even let guys like that talk for about 2 minutes, but if he doesn't get to the crescendo, then I have to shut him down and get mine.
I'll just go on mute.
All right, what are you saying? I got the poop pipe installed, and now we're moving on to the sink pipe.
is it not caulking again?
So I did mess up my measurement a little because, like I said, when you glue it, it goes in a little bit deeper. So I lost a half an inch. So the one side is like a half an inch, a little bit short. So that means you can get an inch and a half into the joint. So I only got 1 inch into the joint, but that's good enough. So basically, a little bit of poop will catch on the lip because there'll be a half inch between the smooth surface and a little gap where poop can catch. But the flush power will get rid of most of it. And your toilets have like an S trap of water in them all the time, so you never can smell the sewer gases. So it'll be all right.
Did you charge them extra for Coriolis spin in the toilet in accordance with the Northern Hemisphere?
Dude, I buy rifled PVC.
Oh, see, that's smart. Yeah.
Right.
It'll be like on The Simpsons where they installed the mechanism that makes it flush the way that people are used to.
Yeah. Oh man. Glovers. Toilets are actually pretty insane technology. And even their construction is pretty crazy. If you're ever bored, watch this. There's a show called How It's Made. Just watch how they make toilets. Pretty interesting.
I love that show. I absolutely love that show.
So back in the day, that used to be that show and the Golf Channel used to be like the benchmark broadcast channels that you could use to test HD TVs because they were the two shows that were in the highest definition. Until HD really became everything had it.
You're talking in days of plasma, flat screens.
No, I just meant that. But I just meant that those two shows, like the Golf Channel, was always in like a very high definition, very clear. so you could benchmark your quality of your TV, and then also that show how it's made. Especially if they were doing a show on something mechanical, like silver and robot parts, like you could really get your clarity fine tuned.
Yeah, if anyone hasn't seen that show, it's fascinating. I love it.
Yeah, there's a sister show called Modern Marvels, which is also about building things, but it's about building things that are like really big or take a lot of engineering challenges. That's where that famous Verrazano Narrows Bridge, being an inch and 5/8, became ingrained in the Glober mentality. Because one time in that show, Modern Marvels, before they cut to commercial, they said, "Did you know the Verrazano's Narrows Bridge towers are an inch and 5/8 out at the top versus the bottom to account for the curve of the Earth?" Dun dun dun. And then right after that, they play like a Burger King commercial with a big fat juicy Whopper, and you're like, "Oh yeah, the bridge must definitely be accounting for the curve of the Earth," and I'm hungry.
Did you
Yeah, I
replace
haven't
the
heard
whole
that one in
toilet?
a while.
Did you replace the whole toilet, AI? Did you have to do the wax ring? That was always the
I haven't
nastiest
put it
part
yet.
of a
I haven't
toilet.
put it yet.
Ah, did you pull up the old one?
Yeah, this is a whole edition.
Ooh. Yeah, it was one of the first things I was just like, whoa, when me and my dad changed the toilet, I was just like, what the hell is that? It's like,
Did
oh,
you think it
it's a
was a
wax ring.
turd?
I just didn't know what it was at first, as a 9-year-old kid. So yeah,
If
I was like,
you get dirt,
oh.
if you get dirt up underneath, like you can get like dirt and hair and all kinds of stuff to stick to that thing, and then it gets really nasty.
The joys of a used wax ring. Yeah, it's pretty icky.
They make them rubber ones now, AI. Have you tried those?
Yeah.
I still like the old fashioned beeswax.
If you get the extra thick one, it's pretty good to get. Then you don't gotta wonder if you got a good seal. So I think like the regular ones are like a half an inch or 3/4, but the extra thicks are like over an inch. So what I do is I put them on, pretty good, and then I sit on it and do a little subtle wiggle back and forth to get that wax all up in there.
Yep, I usually stand on it.
Holy crap! Brave man. Holy crap, dude.
Well, I'm only
What
I'm only like 170, 175 top. So,
dude, it just amazes me how strong toilets are. Like if you see how they're made, they're basically just made out of clay that's really liquidy. And they just pour it into a mold. And then obviously they kiln fire it so it gets hard, but still it's like you wouldn't think something like that could support, like half the people it supports.
all right.
You know,
You ever tried to break one with a sledgehammer? Unbelievable.
Dude, can you imagine if you were sitting on one and it cracked, really bad crack explosion, and you just fell down it and slid down it,
oh
dude? It would
no,
like
you would
just cut
die.
you open, like it would gut you like a fish, dude.
Oh, that makes me
You
ooh.
would. I don't think you'd die. I don't think you'd die unless you got an artery or something. But dude, you'd be bleeding all over the place.
Hopefully the seat would save you. Have you ever seen the side
Every now
cutaway?
and
It's always
then,
cool. Side cutaway.
yeah.
Just
Every now and then when you work construction, you're reaching for something past an open ceramic edge, like maybe a tile or something, and then you just brush up against it, You don't even notice. Then like 5 seconds later, there's just like blood everywhere on the ground, and you're like, where'd that come from?
You've just unlocked a whole new fear.
Yeah, you really
It's
got to
like
be careful reaching for things in spaces where you don't know what's there.
like ceramic could get nasty, like super fine, like flint knap, like stone gets, you know, super sharp.
Yeah, and it's like a micro saw blade, you know, like with the serrated mini micro serrated edge.
The scalpels, they can't get them as sharp as the flint knap shit, like obsidian napped. It's crazy.
Have you ever seen a razor blade up close under a microscope? What it actually looks like?
Yeah.
Look at a new needle compared to a needle that's been used like 5 times, and then check one out that's used been like 100 times from a
Dude,
really, really
look at an
hard junkie.
elevation profile. Look at an elevation profile of the Earth next to a piece of paper, and the Earth is actually flatter.
Yeah, a used needle looks like barbed wire close up. It's hideous. You're like, how would that even go in?
Jedi, are you there?
Yeah, it appears to be fucking always today. Yep.
Yeah.
hmm
So I was wondering if you could talk about some of the things that you and I have been talking about in some of the videos you've shared. Maybe just start with something more basic, maybe? If you're up to it. I realize it's really late where you are.
I've been sharing a lot of videos with like yourself and DJ and T Dub and a few other people with regards to a lot of subjects recently. It's been kind of mind blowing and like mind opening as well. Looking at things differently, say the teachings of Jesus, using them like reference to the way that the body works, for example. Examining those teachers that are in, say, the four Gospels, and how they're relevant to the pathology and of like the human brain. Maybe some of you were hearing me a couple of weeks ago. It's just really interesting study when you kind of overlay these types of um, spiritual teachings with the teachings that are written out in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, for example. The stories of the three wise men, not that there's three, but we know the story of Jesus' birth. Things like being crucified at the place of the skull. Even things in the Bible like Jacob's ladder, for example. These type of things can point to things that happen within inside the human body when prayer or meditation takes place. There's things that have been pointed out to me recently with you probably all heard of like the pineal gland and all of that type of stuff. I have too. But to do with things like that, like the light from within, the way Jesus expresses these types of things by make thine eye be single, I think is the term he uses, which people and teachers will point to. Jesus is like talking about this type of stuff. So I find it fascinating, but I'm also really, really tentative with it as well. I know this type of thing can rub people up the wrong way. I will also have been brought up in a Christian country. I've also been a Christian. since like the mid 1990s. I know how these things can be interpreted, but I'm just looking at it with like absolute awe and absolute interest at the moment, because what didn't make sense to me maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago, or I was scared from looking into the same amount of time, I just find more marvel and kind of fascination with it now. I don't know if you guys have looked into these types of things, but I bring them up from time to time because they're fascinating to me. But yeah, I don't know if you guys want to talk about it.
Right. See how you were saying about the pineal gland and that? Revelation 1:7, behold, he cometh with the clouds, and every eye shall see him. It doesn't say every one shall see him. It says every eye. Now, after watching a few of those meditation videos and some of the other ones that are all linked together, it makes me wonder if that's what they're actually talking about in Revelation 1:7.
Interesting.
Yeah, maybe that's one of the layers to it. It's very possible that that's exactly what could be being said in like a spiritual type of point of view. It could also be a physical thing that would actually take place. I find lots of layers in the Bible with regards to like a story can have multiple layers to it, and that the more I study and look into the Bible, that's the thing that I find also fascinating. It's the layers that it's got to it. That's what I'm saying to you, Matrix. So yeah, probably it's very possible that if I'm sorry, I'll be really short. I do apologise for rambling, mate. You can make your point. If I wanted to, I would assume have an esoteric, hidden, occult kind of teaching that I didn't want, the government or the authorities to really know about it, because it was given to me as a secret. I'm a Christian. That was Jesus. I know this. He told me, and this isn't for everybody else. I might say it in parables too. I might use like language and put people as characters representing certain things that I'm trying to lay out, like a code sort of thing. So as I look into it for that point of view, that's how I can add credence to the idea that maybe there's many different levels to the way that you read the Bible. Maybe this is a spiritual way to read it. Sorry to have rambled on so long, mate.
No, you're right. I think T-Dub was going to try to buzz something through there. You're still buzzing, by the way, T-Dub.
I'm still buzzing? I shouldn't be now.
When you first start, it starts off buzzing, and then it clears up. It's really weird.
It's only because I'm moving. Like now? Is it buzzing now?
No.
Okay.
And then it did then.
Okay. I don't know. I was just saying,
Anyway.
yeah, something right? Like the spirit, flesh, and I don't know. But yeah, no, I've noticed that, like that things can take place spiritually, physically, and in other manners, right? Like so, conceptually, like analogously. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, so there's those three layers to things.
Yeah, so much of this is like opened up to me, and you start to see like there's a deeper meaning in it. And like it says, who has ears to hear, who has eyes to see, maybe you just need like with flat earth, you need to be at a place where you can understand, and maybe in some way we're locked until we achieve a certain level, and that's when things open up to us, when the timing is right for us to understand.
I
And
just
not
want to
before.
land on Uranus. Do you think it's
Oh,
possible
PD,
that we can
really?
land on Uranus?
Oh, man, they find us everywhere, don't they? That's PD, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of them disabled clowns.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's PD, so I'll take care of that. Carry on.
I think it's interesting, like what Jedi's talking about, like with the brain and 12 like segments surrounding a central, and then you got the zodiac, right? 12 around a central, and then you've got Jesus, 12 around him, the central, right? There's there's reflections of that everywhere that we see, around us. It's almost like you're talking about this underlying code, right? I bet there's something like that probably that has been or hasn't yet been discovered in genetics, right? It just seems like there's this code written into reality that follows.
I guess I'll keep going. I literally took a toilet break and it's gone quiet. Where did we get to?
We were discussing the layers of meaning on these passages.
Okay, so does anybody know off the top of their head Jesus was crucified?
Where? Golgotha, right?
Yeah, what's that?
The place of the skull.
Awesome stuff. Well done. 10 points to you.
Okay.
Kind of a common misconception that people say that Jesus was crucified at the place of the cross. It's the place of the skull. I've been to this place. It's across from the Garden of Gethsemane, right? A kind of cliff face type of hill looking thing where you can, with a pareidolia type of eye, see a skull. I got that. I was absolutely amazed when I saw that. I think I was about 14 years old. And I've taken that kind of story kind of literal in a lot of ways, but you're right. Jesus is buried at the place of the skull. When we kind of look at this kind of meditative teaching that is said to be layered and littered within the Bible, this also can be taken into that kind of framework. If we're talking about the crucifixion at the place of the skull in the head, like the crown, right? Apparently it can be taken in a way that this is not the only but one way that Jesus performed his sacrifice. Not only was it just his blood and everything that was literally spoken to you word for word, but also a slightly deeper meaning if we're talking about also what is being hidden with what Jesus wants to tell us. So what I'm trying to point out is with these layers, many of them point out to this very simple practice of shutting up and closing your eyes and just trying to let the world go away. And in that moment, in that, quietness and that darkness, then your inner light is said to take over. And that's where you meet God. And I find that kind of beautiful in like a way that our bodies are, if this is said to be true, literally designed to be a spiritual antenna. All our job is to do is to connect the circuits, right? And this is apparently the practice of this type of meditation. Through this, we connect the circuits so our antenna can connect with God, right?
Why don't we speak about the flat earth?
Because we're bored and nobody else is. Welcome, how can we help you?
Yeah, how can you explain the magnetic poles in Earth?
How can I do what? Sorry, what?
Magnetic poles.
Magnetic poles? Okay. How many magnetic poles are there?
I think 2.
Okay. I think 3.
What are the third one?
Well, where's the third one? Well, you might know that the northern magnetic divergence and convergence point is currently moving across the North Pole area.
The other one, magnetic divergence and convergence point, is in what we would call Antarctica. And there's a third one, magnetic convergence and divergence point, off the coast of Antarctica between Antarctica and Australia. So there's three. I don't know how to explain these, sir. Do you? Sorry. I don't know how to explain these, sir. Do you? Okay. Maybe someone else can communicate.
Toothless, do you understand what he's saying? Oh, he bowed out. He just wanted to hear your voice, Jedi.
It's probably what it was. I can come back to it, because I don't buy it. That was a good interruption, though. I could feel you all falling asleep. Do
I
apologise.
wasn't falling asleep.
Appreciate it, though.
Yeah.
There's,
No, it's interesting stuff. I like to talk about this. Oh, do you? I was going to ask you about the handwriting thing. If you feel like getting into it, if you don't, sorry to put you on
yeah.
the spot.
No, you're fine. There was so in my investigations into the chandelier thing that I was doing maybe about 2 months ago, I came across this other piece of information, and it blew my bloody mind. I tell you that. We're quite creative creatures, right? When it comes to music, design, art, literature, those types of things, and it's kind of good for our soul, right? Also shows like really good cognitive power, like good brain function when you can, articulate your smaller motor functions, like when being artistic, for example, or even handwriting, as I'm going to get to. Has anybody ever noticed how maybe about 50, 75, 100 years ago, when everybody was writing with pen and paper, how pretty much most people's handwriting was kind of amazing? Let's put it like this. I'll try and make a picture for you. If I was to look at my children's handwriting, compare it to my hand, compare it to my dad's handwriting, compare it to my grandfather's handwriting, my great father's handwriting, and keep going further back, do you think the handwriting would improve, or do you think it would get worse?
Improve as it goes further back.
Yeah, it improves as it. Go on.
You would expect it to improve.
Yeah, you would expect it to improve as people did it more. I would have thought would maybe make that way round, right? But apparently, since Matrix pointed out, it used to be better, and now we've gotten a lot worse. Now, I would assume most of you smart people that we're going to go, well, yeah, I guess over the last, few decades and stuff, since technologies and computers, obviously, and now the internet, obviously, and AI, that really we're not writing as much as we used to. Okay, I can agree to that. But that's only really a recent thing. Like 30 years? Like when I was at school, we wrote everything still, and I didn't leave school until the early 1990s, right? Computers had just come in, and there was no way I was taking a lesson on a computer every single maths, English, and science class. That weren't happening. Didn't have the fucking money. So it's only a recent thing. But studies show that going back further and further and further, our handwriting is better and better and better. Like our calligraphy standards may be about 150, 200 years ago. When comparison side to side with journals and diaries and things that are written, the further back you go, it becomes artistic. It becomes almost robotic, because you know what it's like writing on a piece of paper starting at the top and ending at the bottom. Your hand gets tired. You're going to be lucky if your handwriting looks the same. I'm fucking terrible. If it looks the same from the bottom to the top, you might have changed. You might have got lazy. You might start rushing. But even comparisons like that, old handwritten notes, letters, from top to bottom, and not just a page, we're talking pages and pages, perfect from top to bottom, no changes. Now, that's just interesting in of itself. The other thing that's interesting, right, is the way that these artistic things just come out of our brain. Now, obviously, that's like obvious. But if we've got really good writing skills, then we must have really good cognitive, small motor functions, right? Really articulate with our fingers, tips, and pens and pencils and so on, where not only can we write with a calligraphical standard, the flowery writing, but our design and our paintings are very, very intricate. And we can't necessarily create the things that we used to create. We hear these stories all of the fucking time. And including that is the standard of handwriting. It's crazy, right? Now, maybe, and this is just me adding on towards the end as I hear your background, and it's fine, I get it. But maybe, just maybe, there was a period in time, maybe a few hundred years ago, where we were a little bit better than we are today. Maybe we have had that drugged out of us, propagandized out of us, manipulated out of us, told it wasn't there and we're stupid, blah, blah, blah. But maybe, just maybe, we were a lot smarter and a lot more adept than we are today. Because I'll tell you, my fucking handwriting is atrocious. Anyway,
I get
what do you think of that?
girl.
Can you repeat that, T-Dub?
I'm just saying, people see my handwriting and think a girl wrote it.
Did you write it with like bubble letters and little hearts over the eyes?
It fucking does, yeah.
Neat. I always took pride in my my running writing, my cursive. You guys call it cursive, I think, and just my plain writing. Like I like it to look neat. I don't like it messy. I like to be able to read it. I want other people to be able to read it.
I go to the doctor if I want to see good handwriting.
By candlelight, with a quill, right? This is what I'm talking about. Not with your nice fountain pen or your biro, nice manufactured flat piece of paper in your electric light in your comfy chair. Apparently by candlelight with a fucking quill, right? Anyway, just interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've really. I don't know how anyone can assume that people used to be stupid and that we're so intelligent now. I mean, I feel like you have to just be completely blotting out all of history to think that. But you know, with the handwriting thing, it's more than just like the artistic skill of it. I mean, we're actually language has power and words have power, and so I think there's something to be said for like the intentionality that we put forth in those words, that they maybe bring something when we invest in them and we really consider the things that we put down rather than just like flippantly texting, in our text speed, as we do in the modern world. We could have real communication that way, and maybe we just don't have that now. And the more we reduce our language down to emojis and such, we are losing connection. And not just because we're communicating over the internet, but because our actual words are being diluted. I often wish we would still write letters, and I know that's not going to happen, and the postage rates are skyrocketing and nobody can read cursive anymore, but I think we would all be better off if we did do more things by hand.
And then you do get sent a letter and it's like, ooh, hard copy.
Exactly.
No, you do get sent a letter and you're like, Bill, fucking hell.
Yeah,
That's
100%.
Yeah, only letters you get these days, mate.
If we have anyone new to the room that would like to ask a question or engage on the topic, that would be great. Otherwise, we will continue to talk about this other stuff because we talk about flat Earth quite a bit. So, Jedi, are you going to learn to write with a quill?
No, but I used to love calligraphy as a young lad.
Do you have
Fucking hell, I
fountain
was a
pens?
weeb as a kid. Yeah, I did. Yeah, all different
Yeah,
nibs and
that's
so on.
cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, do you
yeah,
still?
thanks.
No, it,
Yeah.
it is cool. I find it really interesting. I have the way I write. Is kind of unconventional, so I struggle with fountain pens, but I love the idea. I've tried to use them, but it would
What,
take
you're a
more
lefty?
patience. No, I'm not a lefty, but I just kind of write in a different way. I probably should be a lefty, but that was like trained out of me. So, you know, I don't
That would
pull the
suck.
pen the way I
Writing
should.
old school calligraphy and you're a lefty. How much would that suck? Write one letter, wait for it to dry. Write one letter, wait for it to dry. Or just go for it and smudge.
Yeah, well,
Holy crap,
left-handed
dude.
meant
Holy
sinister.
crap. You just write backwards, dude. I mean, my goodness, brother.
I actually know a kid who is a lefty, and when she was really little, she wrote mirror image. Like if you saw
Yeah.
her writing, you'd have to hold it up to a mirror to read it. Like perfect mirror image.
You. Now, another way to train yourself to do that is read all your books upside down.
There you go. But left-handed means sinister, remember? So
Sometimes when I build things, I make it left-hand preference because everybody who has a right hand don't give a crap if everything's on the right, but they complain when it's on the left. But a left-handed person, when they see something that's on the left, they're happy about it. So me putting it on the left is going to make that left-handed person happy, and then all those right-handed people, who gives a crap about them? Because they're not happy about everything already being the way that for them. Think about it. They don't appreciate it. But they can still use it, right? Just like the left-handed person had to use all the right-handed stuff their whole life. They can still use it. It's just more, nicer for them if it's on the left.
hey, Plain Truth, good to see you. We got a couple
Hey,
more
wait a minute.
people.
Are Chinese people all left-handed? Is that why they started doing their books backwards? Man, I got to look into that.
That's a good question. I wonder why we have that difference.
Dude, that would be crazy if it really happened. Now, that's pure speculation, but if it really happened because like 90% of them were left-handed, that would be so interesting.
Or the boss was.
Oh, yeah, the emperor was. And he's like, everything will be my way.
The Chinese were probably first to have a publishing industry, and it was kind of for the elite, but the commoners got their hands on it at markets. It was black market thing. Yeah. So yeah, they were printing fiction, not mass producing stories and newspapers for the elite as well. In the 1600, maybe even further back than, yeah. Printing press.
Bros, did you guys hear me scream? Holy crap.
Did you hurt yourself?
I hit my elbow. Oh, dang it.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm so sorry.
Well, at least you guys didn't hear me scream on the live stream. Oh, man.
I think it was further back. It was like the 1200s, like 1300s.
So I just quickly want to restate what Jedi said before, that it's Speculation Sunday. So, and we're back at home. So you can feel free to bring up pretty much any topic you'd like to talk about. If there's something that you have watched a video on lately or had a conversation, we'd love to hear it. Because we all kind of get burned out on just going over the same basic FE proofs over and over again.
You feel Debate Daddy just wanting to click the microphone.
Yeah, I wonder which topic he wants to discuss that has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
All right, because I'm generous, and this took me a bloody while to find, by the way. I posted in the side chat what I was talking about with regards to the handwriting thing. It sounds funny coming from a guy on Discord, flat earther, blah blah blah. But you look at it and you tell me what you conclude. I know I'm talking about like handwriting, and long ago it was better. But we're talking about peasants with quills and by candlelight, right, in dim, dingy conditions, so we're told. Right? Our conditions are better now. We're more civilized, right? So surely there would be, or would have been, an improvement. I'll give you a drop off because of the recent technology. But if you're interested, have a look. That channel, Old World Secrets, is a little bit of a gold mine for these really interesting types of things. There's another video that's on there, and being as none of you are talking, I'll carry on. Another video on there that I just saw with regards to, you'll love this, the grand piano. Can't remember how long ago I watched it. It looks like about 3-4 months ago now. My God, how doesn't time fly? But yeah, the grand piano, this ornate, very, very, very complicated musical instrument that was everywhere. all over the place. Everyone had one, apparently. It's highly tuned, over thousands of smallly crafted, engineered pieces that are all shoved together to eventually, back in the 1600s, created the grand piano that we have today. Some of the grand pianos that we have today that have lasted that long because they're that fucking good. The ones that we make today aren't so fucking good, they break. So again, there seems to be a standard issue. The standard back then was better than it is now. We again have this story of, do you know what? We can't fucking recreate this shit. I mean, these peasants back then with their tri-corner hats and, living in swill and shitting out their fucking bedroom windows, they could half make a good fucking piano, but I can't make it now. Same with that cathedral that got there. We can't make that bloody thing now. We've had it since it's bloody been there, but can we actually recreate it with the same techniques and shit? No. So, yeah, I know that sometimes these stories sound a little bit weird. Our handwriting could have possibly been better. The technology that we had, like a grand fucking piano, there's questions around this. That flipping cathedral, we can't recreate that today. We're always told that we can't do the things that we did yesterday. Apparently, we went to the moon and we can't do that up until recently, but that was all bullshit because it was hard to build back the technology. Same with pretty much everything, right? We used to be able to do it really, really well. Now we fucking can't. Someone else has got to talk, surely.
A lot of that stuff was down to you people that used to actually specialize in those things, and then if they didn't get to pass that skill on, this how to do it, then it just got lost, basically. But yeah, I know what you're saying.
I get
pianos.
this. Do you know what? I get the skill thing, right? And I can understand artisans, okay? And they have a school of practice. They go for apprenticeships, like masons, for example, master masons, painters, all of these types of things, right? I get that. But when we start adding things into the amount of ivory and ebony that was used, the exact type of wood, even where and how the strings were made on such an industrial scale, those are the bits that start making me question. Because then we start running into logistics, and we're going to need documentations and payrolls and receipts, and this needed to be gathered from there. It needed to be produced and grown and harvested and brought back to here in an industrial scale. And I get what you're talking about with maybe the piano and artisans, and maybe we've just fucking forgotten the family died, blah, blah. But when we start adding in the actual infrastructure behind it, I have more and more questions, specifically more and more. So again, the videos in the side chat, I've sent you a load. Have a watch when you got some downtime, dude, because there's some interesting things going on. I'll see if I can find the channels there. You can probably find the piano one yourself. There was another interesting one. I think this went with the chandelier one I was talking about. All of the wax and so on that needed to be produced. There was a certain type of I can't remember what it was. It was a sap from a certain type of tree. This certain type of tree, for example, can only be found in a certain 30 square miles of this certain island, and has never been found or discovered anywhere ever since. So it had to have only come from this place. This place is thousands of miles away. Let's say I'm in Great Britain. The place where this is probably closer to you, T-Dub, than it is to me. And we're talking about 200, 350 years ago. So when we just start peeling back the layers of the logistics of this shit, and then we start coming into some bigger problems, like really, really big problems.
When do you think the like the major shift occurred?
I don't know, and I'm still
No.
struggling with that. Really,
Yeah,
really still struggling.
I you know, maybe it's confirmation bias, maybe we kind of find what we're looking for, but I think that from everything I've looked into, the earliest that there was really this major shift is in the 18th century, you know, including all the globe mythos.
I can take you back at 250 years to the 1500s, and I'll point at that and say maybe. But
Yeah, that's where
we
we
had this
land.
we had this conversation the other day, and it's the overlapping of other stories, the stretching out of other stories, time being added in and time being taken away. And being as we think we're 2,000 years after Jesus, when I turn around to you and say it's not 2,000 years afterwards, it's actually 15,000 years afterwards, kind of ish, sort of. And that's the only point that I get to. The only reason why I get to that is because of the way. Let me try and put this right. The way that the hereditary line from Adam down to Jesus was manipulated by the Jews back in the day, as in the begat age was changed by about 100 or 200 years per person, which ended up in about 15,000 years. Reason why the Jews did this apparently is because they wanted the prophecies about Jesus not to have happened when it actually happened, because it happened when it actually happened, and they didn't want everybody to know that, so they manipulated things. This is where we get the story of like the days of like creation and like 2,000 years of grace and 4,000 years of before Jesus, then 2,000 years after Jesus, then 1,000 years of like peace and millennial reign. That's where that is. So that's kind of where we're getting that idea from. But before I start fucking rambling on, has anyone got any questions before I do carry on? Because I might be losing you.
I was
No,
just
please continue. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask something if y'all were familiar with when you were talking about the craftsmanship that used to be. And something I wasn't familiar with until here recently is moonwood. Are you familiar with moonwood?
No, sorry, dude. No, not at all.
All right. So supposedly, and there's old orders about it, and this wood used to be used to craft ships and stuff, but it's wood that is harvested at a certain cycle of the moon in the winter time that has almost all of its sap removed. Almost all the sap is out of the tree. It is super fire resistant. It's way stronger. It'll last forever. I mean, there's even videos where people take some and like you know compare it against other man-made materials, and it's called moonwood, and it's harvested in the wintertime, and it has to do with the lunar cycles, and all the sap is out of the tree. And it makes for a wood like you wouldn't believe, like just more durable, flame retardant. Like there, like it used to be mandated. I think where was it in supposed Roman times or something that uh, all ships would be made from this moonwood, and but it's pretty interesting stuff. Pretty interesting stuff to research.
Do you have a link, like a video or something on this, or a PDF?
I'll find you. I'll try to find you something. I don't
That
have
that'd be
anything handy,
cool.
but yeah, I'll find you something real quick.
Yeah, it sounds interesting. Love to see it.
What the fuck was I talking about?
you were talking about how
Yes.
we had
Sorry, man.
far advanced
Yeah.
technology, etc. That everything seemed um, just to be on a far more advanced level.
You were specific before. I wanted to talk about that, the moonwood, for when you was talking about craftsmanship, but you were starting to get into another tangent about hidden time from
That's where we
years that have
were.
been hidden. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Can't necessarily pick up exactly where I left off, but I find this question interesting. I was talking to you about how the timeline's been changed from like a biblical standpoint, like the Old Testament and the hereditary line through to Jesus, and how that took some time off the prophecy with regards to Jesus. The reason why I bring this up is from my standpoint, 4,000 years from Adam to Jesus, which would be the way that we would read it now, the manipulated version. But without the manipulated version, if we put the true numbers back in, 5,500 years from Adam until Jesus. Still like the 7,000 year thing, but we're 5,005 years into it before Jesus turns up, not 4,000 years. It also changes the timeline from, if you think or did think that it was 4,000 years until Jesus, and then it was a 2,000 year of, I think it's the church age, the age of grace, and then trouble and tribulation, Antichrist, millennial reign. Who cares about the little season, and then eternity? If you change the timeline, though, that changes that also. If the numbers, if you re-put them back in, obviously we're 5,500 years until Jesus comes, and then what have we got? To the new timeline, it's a millennial reign, right? If we are to take it from Jesus died, crucified, went away, came back 70 AD because temple, 3 years after the abomination of desolation, so 73 AD. From that point onwards, it's a 1,000-year millennial reign. Okay, cool. So 5,500. Well, let's forget about the little bits and pieces. Add 1,000 years, 6,500. Little season. Well, you got 500 years, and that's why I know there's 500 years somewhere that's gone missing. I talk about the 1500 timeline. A lot of people, again, you said earlier, especially Americans, the 1776 one. Yeah, I really understand why you say that as well. I feel that was an acceleration. I don't think that was the loosening of the chains. These things take time, and not massive events that happen in the sky, and things change like the drop of a hat. Ages change over time. So when one age changes, another one slowly takes its place. So it's possible that chains were released earlier, and the real major kickoff was 1776, around that particular time frame. But still, with the new time frame and the added on back, little season looks like, if we're to take a biblical chronology, 500 years. Where we are in that, you could be right somewhere close towards the end. I don't. Looks like it, because I always come up with a 500-year difference. I'll explain the 500-year difference. It's about 500 years, we're told, that the Romans left Great Britain. I think that collapse of the Roman Empire probably more or less happened around the time of like the Jewish temple. So within a few decades, possibly around that time. Again, these things are not instantaneous. They take time. Rome's a big empire. So yeah, I see that maybe Rome's time frame has been stretched out a lot. Especially in Europe, we hear an awful lot about Rome. And Roman shit is everywhere, especially in the UK and across Europe. You can't walk 10 metres without falling over it or walking down a road. So I think the Roman time frame has been squished or elongated. It's spread out a lot more. I don't think it was that spread out.
So I think maybe that's where possibly 500 years have gone. But then we end up with the 11 and the 12 and the 1300s and the 1400s, right? Even before America gotten to there's possible pointings of stirrings. We have the questions about who the fuck, who the Jews are now, and we have the question of, well, bloody hell, who's Islam as well then, right? Especially if we've got a millennial reign, King and Jesus is here. I'm sorry, I'm probably it's like not great to tell you, but I don't think everybody in this millennial reign kingdom at this particular time, accepted Jesus. I think that might be one of the things that we might have to consider. As the kingdom spreads, we're talking about conversion, and I don't think everybody converted. But anyway, speaking about the time frame situation, yeah, maybe about 500 years. When? Maybe about 500 years ago. That's why I say we might be close towards the end of that timeline, which is why you might see things and have seen things ramping up with regards to wars and the deception of, aliens or tribulation or something else that isn't this, whatever it is. But anyway, that is bloody hell. I talk an awful fucking lot. Any questions before
No,
I?
it's
Yeah.
it's good. Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, I wonder with all these like soft disclosures about aliens and such if they're trying to prime people for something like that, but I don't know how the general public is responding to that, I'm not having those kind of conversations outside of here, and I'm not really that interested in that. Oh, sorry. But are people becoming alarmed by the alien stuff coming out of the US government, or are they just blowing it off like the Epstein files?
I don't know. I'm not American. I don't watch that much news. I think everybody is apathetic to it. Everyone's
Yeah,
head
that's the
down
impression I
scrolling.
get.
Yeah, everyone's head down scrolling. That's 15 seconds of information they've just forgotten because I scrolled onto something else, right?
Yeah, I can't help but think if this kind of information was released like even, I don't know, 20 years ago, that there'd be a very different reaction.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's part of like the way we're swayed is slowly over time, like the frog in the pot, right? Just turn the heat up slowly. The frog won't know that they're being boiled. Chuck the frog in straight away. It's going to jump out again. Bloody water's too hot. This is what we deal with. Probably wouldn't have got away with it back in the 60s or the 70s or the 80s. Towards the 90s, though, people are kind of getting towards the idea that we're surrounded by lots of planets, and really, when you think about it, could we be the only planet with people on it and life and shit? By the 2000s and stuff, this idea is way more accepted than it was 30 years ago. Even the idea of UFOs, come on guys, wasn't it one of the terms, apart from JFK, that conspiracy theories was even brought up? People with tinfoil hats having communications with things in the fucking sky. Stories about abduction, you basically just got drunk that night, didn't you, my friend? That type of shit, right? No. Everyone's got an alien story these days, right? It's widely accepted. It's fine. There's blogs on YouTube about it and shit, surely.
Yeah, I just have to wonder like what we're heading towards with all this being just so normalized, and people are just passive and they don't care and they're not engaged. They just, like you said, they're just looking at their phones.
Do you want me to finish off the Bible story for you?
Of course.
See where that ends, right? And see if we can join any of those together and point at the world today and see if this is happening. So if we take this timeline and we've moved on from the millennial kingdom, we have the time of Satan's little season where he is released, and it's a time for deception, and he deceives the nations, along with Gog and Magog, to fight against the saints. Right? That's the timeline. That literally is it until God stops it, and then everyone's in front of a white throne. It ends really quickly. We don't get a lot of detail. Okay. Fucking hell. Yeah, I'm glad it's Sunday, dude. So, we got this idea of Satan deceiving everybody into a war with something that comes from the sky, which is Jesus in this instance, right? This is the way that the story goes. So the idea that Satan is going to deceive everybody to go to would seem kind of stupid and ridiculous at the moment when we've got everybody fighting against each other and so on. Okay, I mean, I can get that. Russia and America and China and Iran and Israel, blah, blah, blah. Everybody thinks, though, we're going to be fighting against Israel because the majority of people from a Christian standpoint are in the wrong time. They think we're before kingdom. They think that we're waiting for revelation, tribulation, rapture in some instances, whether that's pre, mid, or post, whatever, but it's happening soon. It hasn't happened before. So we've got this wrong timeline going on. The order of events in this timeline is Antichrist first, Jesus second. All of the Christian knows that when the miracles come and the first person that says that, hey, I'm Jesus, that's not Jesus. Antichrist comes first with miracles and wonders to deceive, and then Jesus comes after in this chain of events. But this isn't the chain of events. What's the chain of events? Jesus just comes. So the first thing that's going to happen is Jesus comes. Not the Antichrist, Jesus comes. So when everybody thinks that it's the Antichrist or something that we shouldn't be prepared for, that's Jesus then. So how does Satan deceive the nations into thinking that Jesus isn't Jesus? Well, he's deceived them to think fucking Antichrist because he's changed everybody's time around. If it was able to change times and seasons. Yeah, he's done that. How's he going to deceive the nations? Well, he's got them in the wrong timeline. The order of events is Satan comes first, right? The abomination of desolation, the man of perdition. These things happen in a temple that isn't even fucking built yet. It was destroyed in 70 AD, but we don't need to talk about that, right? So in this chain of events, the Antichrist comes first with the mark of the beast and 666, and then Jesus comes to save the day afterwards, after tribulation later. You're lucky to get out if you are raptured. But if that's not the timeline of events, and Satan is deceiving the nations to fight against the saints, then don't be surprised if things start coming out of the sky. I reckon that might be the deception, right? Because the timeline is Antichrist first, then Jesus. But if it isn't the Antichrist, then that's how you get everybody to fight against Jesus.
Like the
Yeah, I
Spider-Man
know that
meme,
the Bible
two
says.
Spider-Mans.
Sorry, I know that the Bible says that basically life is going as usual when he returns, right? Everyone's going about their business. They're you know getting married and being given in marriage, et cetera, which doesn't track with this whole lead up, right? Because if all that happened first, life would not be as usual before.
Right. Well, the life being as usual was his first coming anyway, back before 70 or around 70 AD. Everybody was kind of getting on with things.
Yeah, that's true. I
There's
think I
also a lot of
interrupted someone.
who was that?
Oh no, you're good. I was
Sorry,
just,
buddy.
I mean, I was just picturing the Spider-Man meme with two of them pointing at each other, saying, "I'm the real Spider-Man." No, I'm the real Spider-Man. Christ and the Antichrist.
You've all heard of the mark of the beast, though, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
That's a stupid question because we all have. Right? Everyone's heard about this. Everyone's heard about the mark of the beast 666. Everyone's heard about the Antichrist. Everybody's heard about this. Interesting, isn't it? Alarm bells started ringing in my head maybe about 2 years ago, the same time as I had my flat Earth epiphany after the 24-hour sun experiment bullshit. But the same thing started happening to me in Christianity on YouTube and stuff. You couldn't move for the end of the world is fucking coming. So much so that my children, and this was like a few years ago, so they're younger obviously than they are to me, right? The end of the world is happening, Dad. It's all over the internet. You can't move for prediction and prophecy. You guys who know me enough know that 2-3 years ago I was coming. Shit, the same prophecy. You better get right with Jesus, right? Time is running out. Look at the sun, moon, and stars and signs in the heaven. Prophecies are coming to fruition. Israel has been back in that fucking country since 1948. X, Y, fucking Z. I said all of this. It's not true. I don't think it's true anymore. In my mind, because it's everywhere, because it's the popular theory, whether primarily with bad intent, but the people who are carrying it out. I know some of these Christians, especially when I was younger, loved some of these Christians. They think they're doing right. It kind of fucking breaks my heart.
Well, I do know the Bible says that they'll be deceived if it was possible to be deceived, right? So, you know, not to get all Calvinist on it, but maybe just some people can't see because and some people absolutely definitely will see no matter what. I don't know. We could argue that one for years and never come to a conclusion. But I think there's a lot of merit to what you're saying. In the church, the idea of post-millennialism is considered just like completely ridiculous, almost like flat earth, and it's the idea that made the most sense to me after I started to really look into it. So it'll be interesting to see what unfolds in the years to come. I hope there's not too long. This place needs a reset, right?
Definitely say that I see the technology, the world being constructed that would carry out what's described that the mark of the beast will carry out. Biometrics, digital currency, whether you want to call it that or not, it'll have the same result as described. You hear a lot of these, old head conspiracy theorists, quote unquote, warn you about the RFID chips and stuff, right? But all that is obsolete. Biometrics can do the identification, and when it's tied to currency, and social credit and whatever you want to call it, like that will implement all the structures that can do what is described that the mark of the beast will do.
This is Mark of the Beast 2.0. They had their hand stamps and the things like printed on their foreheads back in the day, around the temple time. That took place. Just because we haven't got like the book after Revelation, like 2, it happened, right? Just because we haven't got those stories, these happens. Every other prophecy took place. Are we saying that the ones that came out of Jesus's mouth didn't? No, those are the ones that most definitely did. It just didn't give you the rest of the story. You might just have to have a little bit of faith. They told you what was going to happen. It just fucking did.
Yeah, no, yeah,
It's
that's
just
not
crazy to me.
evidence. Yeah, I mean, that's not evidence that that is necessarily the quote unquote the mark of the beast it's referred to.
No.
But I mean, and
2.0.
just because it was implemented before doesn't mean. I mean, why wouldn't they do it something similar again?
Exactly. This is what I mean by 2.0. You've had like 1,000 years in your prison cell or whatever, and you liked the last idea of Mark of the Beast, and you'd look like, do you know what? I'm gonna like do a digital one next time, and you just would. I mean, I'm saying I just would, but I can easily see how an absolute arsehole would do that type of thing. All right. You
Oh yeah,
have this mark the first time, second time around, well, I'm just going to make you anyway. I'm doing it. This mark thing that I'm going to be using as a piece of propaganda, it's going to do some nasty shit. But this isn't the mark of the beast that you need to be worried about. That happened ages ago.
that doesn't mean you shouldn't be worried about this one as well, though.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah. Please, I'm glad you said that. Please be concerned about this one also, but it's just a slightly different chain of events.
Yeah, I gotcha.
But, my goodness me, but I do appreciate everybody sticking around. I've been rambling for a while. If anyone's got any questions or anything, or even if you just unmute yourself and poke fun at me, I don't mind. But if you've got any questions or anything, then please feel free to ask. This isn't Flat Earth for me. I don't know everything. And I don't know everything about Flat Earth, but I'd openly answer questions about Flat Earth like I knew what I was talking about, because I do. This stuff, I'm just discovering and looking through a new lens and stuff. But if anyone's got any questions, wants to talk about it, I'm open for it.
Right, and this is Speculation Sunday, so we kind of open up the topics a little more than we do during the week. So, if you have anything like that to discuss, feel comfortable to bring it up. We do have a few new visitors, so hope you will ask any questions you may have, or if you want to defend the globe, this is also a great time to do that.
Anybody want to talk about old flying vehicles in paintings, like from about 500 years ago? Stories of dragons in the sky from old hagiographies. Apparently, according to some of these Eastern hagiographies, it used to be quite commonly known in this part of the world, Great Britain, that Satan was in a prison and he was going to be loosed when the kingdom ended. And according to these hagiographies and some stories, apparently, Stonehenge was a countdown clock to the start of that little season to when he was going to be released. Now, that's fucking fascinating. Not only do these hagiographies, these stories written by the lineage of early church fathers and so on, not only do these stories talk about dragons in the sky and Stonehenge being a countdown clock to the start of the Satan's little season, but it talks about people flying. Like, you've heard of St. Francis of Assisi. Now, there are stories about this guy floating above the rooftops because apparently, if you're empowered by the Holy Spirit or have that divine connection with Jesus or whatever this is, you can levitate. This is one of the reasons why they say that in those old idols and pictures of the old saints around Jesus' time and Mary and whatnot, they had gold halos around their head.
Now, those gold halos weren't to depict some kind of halo metal thing, whatever. Apparently, that was their internal light. That was the light that they were reflecting because they were different from everybody else. But there's a lot of interesting stories out there, guys, about people flying. It wasn't an uncommon story, like I said, for people to be thinking that Satan was locked up and Jesus has already come. That stuff is written about. You just don't hear about it in the Western world. That's crazy to me.
What era was these writings?
Again, that's really hard to put a time frame on. But if we're to use like normal time, 2, 3, 4, up to 700 AD.
Gotcha.
Hey, Ski, you there? I don't know if you're aware that you're hot micing, but if you have a question, feel free to ask. Otherwise, you might want to put yourself on mute.
Right. I'm really trying my best, guys. I'll try one more time. Old world maps. Does anyone want to talk about old world maps? Has anyone seen any old world maps? We've all come across this idea that in the middle of old world maps, there's these 4 continents and a great big iron mountain. We've got old maps where there seems to have been continents that aren't on maps anymore. Does anyone want to talk about old maps? Anyone for old maps?
I would like to hear about it. I've seen some of these things you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I would second that. I don't know much about them, but whatever you've found on them, if you want to go full grandpa mode where everyone sits down around grandpa talking, please do, man.
We've all seen the maps, right, of those 4 continents, that magic mountain in the middle, Maru, whatever you want to call it. And I guess we've all come across the stories about what this place is, what it means, Agartha, Eden. Some people even say Atlantis. Well, I don't know. But we see it, and then we don't. Right? We know we've all seen this before. Now, what we've got, instead of the 4 continents that are at the North Pole, apparently, according to the maps, is not the 4 continents, but just water that's frozen, if we're lucky, depending on global warming at the time. But a frozen ice cap. So nothing there but a wasteland. Okay. Have we got cartographers who are just making, because around the Mediterranean and Europe and Africa and Asia, we'll map that bit, but when we get north, we'll just start making shit up now, just for fucking shits and giggles. I don't think that's reasonable. Did these land masses actually exist at some point? It might be an idea to maybe investigate it, but then comes another idea. And the reason why I bring old world maps up is not just because of the North Pole idea, it's because of the Tartaria idea as well. Because as much as we're going to maybe lean on the credence of another map, we also have to understand that maps can be also used as deceptive tools. So this is going to be a fucking hell of a fucking pickle to unpick. But I'll fucking try because I'm bored. So if we've got continents in the north, some people would say, according to some stories from the Bible and hagiographies and Millennial Kingdom, that the Millennial Kingdom, the place where Jesus reigned from, and the place where the saints and Jesus retired to after Millennial Kingdom, is there. Interesting, right? Now, it's not just because we got 4 continents and it's nice to imagine that that could be that place. It's because on some of these maps it was literally named as that place, the land of Jesus. Just south of the land of Jesus was the Sea of Jesus. The land of Jesus and the Sea of Jesus were in the Bering Strait between Alaska and Russia. You know, that little piece of the world where the international dateline so conveniently runs through. So yeah, that bit. Apparently, according to some of these old maps, up until about 500 years ago, by the way, yeah, land of Jesus, Terra del Lasso, and whatever the word for sea is. So apparently that was the land of Jesus until, well, it turned into a frozen ice cap. Awesome stuff. Why is Tartaria on these maps, though? I don't know what Tartaria is, but I think Tartaria is a cover for the kingdom in a lot of ways. Not saying that everything that we see around is kingdom based or Tartaria based, but I think there's a lot of convolution in terms here. It's Tartaria. It's not Jesus. Definitely can't be Jesus. But when you walk down this rabbit hole, and you fucking will, I'll give you Tartaria. That'll keep you interested for about 10 years. I don't think it's that. I think this idea of Tartaria being everywhere, that's not true. Tartaria was probably local to a local. Keep that to, let's say, Russia and Northern Europe. Well, that's fine. But the rest of it, kingdom stuff. When I say kingdom stuff, I mean Jesus stuff. When I mean Jesus stuff, I mean like as you would expect with a kingdom with like God involved and his saints going round with perfect architecture, making buildings that we definitely can't bloody make anymore with our models. Though, yeah, that stuff there. So these old maps that have changed in the last 500 years show things that either were there or are there. The things that were there that aren't there anymore might include things like parts of continents after some kind of judgment on the world. Because remember, that took place. There was a judgment after the tribulation. That's what the fucking judgment was about. Seals being opened in heavens by Jesus, right? Vials and bowls poured out. Yeah, that happened. So if we look at old maps, maybe the old maps were right at the time that they were discovered. For example, continents off of the west coast of America. That was called California. Do you remember that thing that jutted out that was called California that isn't there anymore? It's got a small representation next to it. Yeah, that might have actually been there as it was documented on the map. But because of God and his judgment and tribulation and vials and stuff, then that piece of land snapped off into the fucking sea and isn't there anymore to be recorded on a map. So the maps might have been right at one stage, but because of judgment by God, the world had changed. So yeah, the maps might be right. Anyone? Thoughts, comments, concerns?
Yeah, I think they were for the most part like just simply trying to depict what the world that they were experiencing. And I think that modern historians and cartographers, etc., are too quick to dismiss those maps as being, unsophisticated and okay efforts, right? They did a good job, pat on the head, right? But we know that that's not what it looked like, right? I think that that's very arrogant of them, and because they have to stick to a narrative of like geography, the geographical nature of the earth is it takes thousands of years to develop, and there's no sudden changes that can like drastically change the way it looks and everything like that. Like, yep, bullshit, bro, bullshit.
Yeah, it is bullshit. I was looking into this alongside like massive disasters and so on, and like things going missing overnight. Yeah, cities have disappeared into the sea overnight, like tipped up like a seesaw and then just slid into the ocean. Thousands of people have died. It's just, I guess we just don't have this as common knowledge. Because we don't have it as common knowledge, then we just don't think that these things are possible. These things are documented to have happened countless times. I guess the primary factor is I don't hold to these maps, right? I've got an aversion to maps that are circles. I don't like it when there is a circle map and Antarctica is around the outside. So when I'm presented with this map and people are making claims that the land of Jesus is in the middle of this map, I still have a problem with it. I don't mind Jesus being on the frigging map. It's just I don't like him being in the middle of the circle of it. I get why the king would be in the middle. I get it. I just got this thing about the Antarctic Circle. It bugs me. I don't think we're encircled by Antarctica. Don't think that's right. I might be wrong. Don't think I am. Actually, that is a good point for speculation, and it is vaguely flat Earth, right? What's the Earth look like then? Do you want my speculation? My speculation is Antarctica's a continent. You can sail around it. You can stand on it. You can watch the sun go round you. You can stand on it, much like the North, and you can watch the stars go round and round and round. Not that I've actually ever been there, but I would presume the North is the same, right? Not that I've ever been there to the land of the North where you stand underneath the North Star and say it was directly 90 degrees above my head, but I think I'm quite safe to assume so. But I'm going to say that there's two freaking poles, though. And being as this is the consequence, I don't think Antarctica is the circumference or circle of the Earth. There might be a circumference of the Earth. It might just not be Antarctica. If I want to take a really biblical standpoint, though, it might just be water. And the land came out of the water. So the water just might go on until reality stops. Might not have to be contained by land, right? Even though we do have a sea bed and sea shores and shit, but we also have foundations that go into the deep, and the land came out of the deep. So I don't know what the world really looks like, but I think we've got two poles, and I don't think Antarctica's a circumference, and it's quite possible that it's just water. Anyone else?
Yeah, I was
I
gonna
have never
question.
heard of the land of Jesus, but I would have assumed that would be some sort of spiritual place, not a physical place.
Can you not see the maps?
Yeah, no, it's
No.
actually, and the hagiography that supports its existence.
I was gonna ask quickly, Jedi, is your conception of what the orientation of the lands might be somewhat similar to who was it? I think over the last few months there have been some people posting videos about was it northern, it started with an N, I could swear to you, where the sun, its actual trajectory, instead of going around in a circle, it's more like a figure eight, where the north and the south are kind of like distinct. How do you put it? Sort of like how do I say it? Do you know what I'm talking? Do you remember?
Yeah.
All that stuff over the last few months.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but that's the idea I have in my head.
Shit. Okay. Let me check my DMs. I'll see if I have.
No worries, dude. I can only.
You know
I
what
can
I'm
only.
talking.
Yeah. When you say figure of eight, I know what you mean. Not that the sun does a figure of eight every day.
No, but it would be sort of like at the every 6 months or something like that. It would kind of like pivot, and the rotation would then go, south, right? And the south, like,
Yeah.
I'm terrible at
No,
explaining
you're
this.
fine, dude. I know.
Yeah.
I'm terrible at it as well. And I
Tell ya,
and I
if the
don't
son
know.
done a figure of 8 Jedi, come
Mhm.
summertime, the bastard would do the crossover over the top of my house.
You mean like the analemma?
Oh no, if it was a figure 8, like seriously, Australia's hot enough. Why not just have the crossover above us? Like seriously, that's where it would be.
Right.
Kind of like the analemma, but not actually the analemma. The analemma just shows it kind of, even though it
Yeah.
is an 8. But yeah, it's not actually that it's showing an aspect of that.
And the form of the analemma, it's kind of like a figure 8, but both sides are one side's bigger than the other type thing, right?
I don't know.
No.
So I remember having conversations about this, and it's going to depend on where you are to how big one of the circles is going to appear to you. So if you're in the north, it looks like the southern circle might be bigger. This is where we got the idea of, well, it's because the sun's doing a bigger circle, because that circle is bigger in the analemma. But if you do the reverse in the south and do it, then the northern circle is bigger. So that might just be something to do with like how you're looking at it.
Okay. And I found the link that I was talking about. It was from New Perspective. I'm doing
Okay,
sort
mate. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, dump it in the chat or DM it to me, mate. I'll have a look.
I'm trying to paste it right here. What?
Yeah, sorry, Matthew. You're kind of right. I would have kind of thought that like, the land of Jesus and stuff, and like all of this thing might have been a spiritual type of event or place.
Yeah, that'd be
But
my
no,
assumption.
this is like on maps and stuff, like old world maps from like 500 years ago. Not there anymore, like the things that we see with the North and so on, but land of Jesus and Sea of Jesus, specifically at the entrance to the Bering Strait.
Yeah, I wonder, sometimes if they just had big empty spots on a map, they would fill it up with like "here be dragons" or something like that. They were like speculating. I wonder if that might have been part of the reason.
Hagiography accounts detail like pilgrimages, journeys to there and back.
So the stories of the early Christians, the early church fathers in the East and kind of orthodoxy of things, have lots of stories about pilgrimages to the land of Jesus. And literal, here's the church where you can stop off at. Here's Lindisfarne. You can stop here on your pilgrimage. You can pay this money. Stories about what happened on the way. Yep. Apparently, people are going on pilgrimages because apparently, in the millennial reign of Jesus, one of the requirements, and I think it might actually be the only one, is a pilgrimage. In the millennial reign of Christ, everyone was required to make a pilgrimage to, Jesus' kingdom. Without the pilgrimages, without that blessing, then your crops aren't going to grow. Like things aren't going to work out well for you, right? So yeah, in the millennial kingdom, there are pilgrimages, and there are definitely writings about pilgrimages to the land of Jesus.
Yeah, there's like they get dismissed as like far fetched fantasy, all that. But yeah, because they depict things like walkways rising up from the sea, like to walk to get across and things like that, right? And then they disappear again, stuff like that.
Yep. All amazing technology, drawbridges, stuff that flies, people that fly, people with illuminated hands, right?
Right. Yeah. Even flying craft with light beings come out of, like, people, but they're just like you said, they're glowing.
Yep. Cool. Early science fiction, eh? Whew.
Right.
Hey, just so you know, I posted the link in the chat. It's a almost 4 hour long interview. So yeah, at your discretion there. But I'm just searching through the video now. I watched it a long time ago. To find a timestamp for you. It's looking like anywhere around the 54-minute mark, or ish. 54, 55-minute mark. I think he starts getting into the orientations.
Thanks, mate. I'll have a look at that.
No problem.
There's a lot more information to be found, like in the Vatican's secret library, but it's not so secret. But like, there's supposed to be 53 miles worth of books, right, stored underneath the Vatican. Now, you're allowed access to it, but you have to be like an academic of some sort. Yeah? So you have to be high profile, and you have to know the book that you want to like study, right? And you might get max to go in and study it, and it's under supervision. You don't just get to browse and peruse the library and at will, right? So if you don't know the book that exists there, you don't get to look at it, because you have to know what you have to make a formal request, right, to study a particular book. And they say most of it is like genealogy and administration records and things like that, right? But I've got an inkling that there's a lot more there than they're letting on, to do with our history, the true history. Let's say a lot more of those hagiography style writings. And that's just what they let us know about. They could have even more hidden.
Yeah, I'd like to know what they got. That's for sure.
And other countries too probably have the same sort of thing, like where their culture goes back thousands of years. I'd like to know what the Yankees got their hands on in Iraq. I'd like to know what the Smithsonian's got hidden. Yeah, it really should be time that they become purely transparent and start sharing whatever information they have with the rest of the world, as long as it's not a detriment to the security of their nation.
It kind of conflicts with the whole popular alien agenda right now, though.
Hey, by the way, Jen, I posted a little timestamp where the actual orientation is depicted. 57 minutes, 50 seconds is when he starts getting into it.
It's interesting you say that, Boogie Woogie, because I was just thinking about Indiana Jones franchise, right? And So the last, was it the last? No, not the last movie. The movie before the last one, second last one, was about the whole alien thing, right?
Bridget, maybe. That I was asking earlier if there's somebody they were discussing, if people are freaking out about aliens or whatever. The consensus was, most of them are just scrolling on TikTok, but it's being pushed like crazy for a while now. But I mean, and I hear a few people just out and about, just talking about it too.
I know how Christians feel about all that, that also believe that there's potentially intelligent alien life on another planet, maybe in some other galaxy, around some other star, um, but
I'm
what
a
happens then?
Christian. I think it's possible. I doubt. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just to say, what happens at the judgment? Do they get like raised from the dead on their planet? Do they get brought to Earth, like to be in front of God? Like what happens there?
Yeah, who knows? I think it's possible God made other intelligent physical beings, but we know that God made other spiritual beings, angels and demons. But I think it's unlikely that aliens actually exist.
Interpret what spiritual means. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, spiritual in the sense that they don't always have physical form, like angels.
No, they don't have solid form, matter form. They have energy form, which is physical.
Yeah, corporeal.
No, they're spiritual beings that don't always inhabit the material physical world.
Yeah, I think it's a misconception. I don't think that exists. Myself personally, I think God would be the only thing that would qualify for being such a thing. Beyond that, I think everything is physical.
Well, they're different.
These things.
Yeah, you might be right about that. I just think that angels and demons are different than humans.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're very different.
Do you want to give up that or not?
Yeah, most definitely he did. Like he did create like other beings, intelligent ones. I was listening to something about that yesterday. Guy talking about like how we don't really think much about like what else he created, like the angels, right, and the other like parts of heaven. Like what do they do? Like what's their purpose? Like obviously God didn't just create like angelic beings to do nothing, to sit around and do nothing. And that there's like actually depictions of like a heavenly council, right? So there's kings that throw down their throne, they throw down their crowns, right, in front of the throne of God, like. So they obviously don't just sit there and do nothing all day. Like they're active. They participate in the function of, and what this guy was saying, potentially the operation of the observable universe, like the movement of the heavenly things in the sky, whatever those things might be, right? Whether they're being or some sort of inanimate form, right? That are compelled to move by an intelligent force. Who knows, right? But obviously, right, he has assigned roles to these other beings that we're not privy having the knowledge of them existing, right? So they have purpose. So, and sometimes some of them, like I referred to as messengers, right? They message, they deliver messages to us mere mortal humans sometimes. So there's all sorts of things going on, right, that we're unaware of. Like there is a hierarchy. He's the host of hosts. What are we the hosts that he's host of, or do we have hosts above us that he then is the host above them? Right? He's the host of above them. There's no other host above him. Right? He's at the top of the pyramid. Below all is below him is all. Right? But that's not just us. Right? We're told that some of those things, those beings, rebelled and went against the order of things, right? That's what we're told. Like, that's the story, how it goes. Transgressed.
Yeah. I mean, I don't give too much thought about much of that, but I mean, I think this realm is definitely a lot more mysterious and mystical than what we've been led to believe. That's for certain.
Absolutely. Like, the scriptures even depict wars taking place, right, in the heavenly realm. So there's conflict there as well, And there must be negotiations taking place too. I mean, like if we have overseers, heavenly overseers, right, below God, but above us, then they're like they'd be communicating with each other regarding the affairs which are taking place on Earth, right? So, like, and it talks about these beings in the scriptures, like the Prince of Persia, was it? Some being was delayed because of a conflict with the Prince of Persia or something like that. I can't remember the exact verse now, but he was delayed from his meeting with a human or something like that because something happened on the way, or an affair he had to deal with before he got there, right? Like and it was delayed. But so like I don't know if they're like spiritually influencing people's like our like physical our human leaders' thoughts and actions, or whether they're manipulating the environment around us, so that then and then we're forced to have to deal with that and make decisions based on those things, like like drought, floods, earthquakes, like that sort of thing, rain, flooding, whatever. I don't know, like, but they've got to be doing something. Like their role has to be specific. It has to be something. It can't just be like them just sitting around not doing nothing, twiddling their thumbs, maybe singing to God. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong.
Do you think they're up there like placing bets and shit, and God catches them, and they're like, "Oh man, damn
it." Who knows? Maybe. Who knows? Like Jesus even said that, like for some of some people, that they will be granted dominion over areas of people and the earth and everything. Like, now I don't know if that was to do with the millennial reign or not. Like that they'd help him run the kingdom, right, on earth, or whether that's ultimately at the end of it all or whatever. I don't know, but like he said that like some humans will be granted those sort of similar responsibilities of governing.
Apparently, some of those angels' responsibility are kingdoms and Israel would have an angel in control. America, Australia, that type of thing, like a kingdom or an area would have a providence over them, a guardian angel of sorts. These hierarchies apparently get divided up into like crazy things. The astronomical like movements, as you pointed out, even like the smaller things down here on Earth with regards to you, your family in some regards. Some people point out like things like guardian angels and shit. I don't know about that stuff, but it's written about and it's spoken about, and it's not just from like a Christian point of view that it's spoken about. Hindus, Vedic cosmology, XYZ, right? There's always some kind of hierarchy involved. Carriers of knowledge, let's say, that help and assist. Those stories have always been around. Gods from the skies, even looking like Genesis for that story of the rebelling angels. They were so rebellious, they gave us what we weren't supposed to have. So we're even rebellious, right? So these stories are found everywhere. I used to think that we have to treat these stories, let's say, that from the Hindu cosmology is just absolute bullshit. It's not Christianity. It's not, hasn't got God involved. It's all kind of like bullshit. I think there's similarities to it. I'm not saying that Hinduism is the way to God. What I am saying is the expressions of what they have most definitely point in the same direction that Jesus was pointing. The same type of thing as the hierarchy of angels in the sky giving information and wisdom and so on. Everybody was speaking about this. It just depends on which kind of context and framework you kind of point your view from, I guess.
Right, you shouldn't throw the baby into the bathwater. Right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, mate. Yeah, and like I said, I'm really cautious when I say this. That's why I've said it before. I'm not saying that any other religion is the way to God. I strongly believe that what Jesus taught is the way to God. I just think what Jesus taught can be found in other religions as well.
Speculation about that too, right? That like that he didn't limit his visitation to a single nation. That that there's talks of there's talk of a mysterious figure that that just popped up in some cultures for a brief moment in their history and taught them things like forgiveness between one another and morality, cleanliness, and all these good things like to strengthen their character and their very similar principles from just Quetzalcoatl, right? Like I know that he's depicted as being this feathered serpent dragon guy that like ruled with an iron fist, but there is stories amongst some of those cultures that Graham Hancock, that's his name, Graham Hancock, and he found these stories of this enigmatic, peaceful, bearded character that was white-skinned, right, or glowing-skinned, right? Maybe that's right. That came to their lands just like he was like across the ocean, like they just arrived on their shores, like leaving a big wake, a foam wake behind him, like he was on a speedboat but with no boat, right? And started teaching them all these spiritual values, right? Be kind to one another and stuff like. So I don't know.
Yeah, it would be really cool to. That would be you know, I don't use AI much, but that would be a really cool thing to have AI do, is to find the 20 most common themes shared amongst all the world's religions, or, you know, something, analyze all that. That'd be pretty interesting. Common stories, common philosophy.
This doesn't get spoken about much in any Christianity that I've ever been taught about. But those teachings that Jesus speaks about the descending and the rising of energy, right? How there is an energy inside you, however you want to term it, right? The language is very hard to pinpoint, but we have, I say we, people, cultures throughout history have tried to pinpoint this and describe it. Jesus describes it in one way. The Hindus and the Sikhs, they describe this energy as another way. We start moving up into East Asia, into China and Japan and Tibet and these places, and they describe the energy in a different way. They start calling it chi by the time it gets there. Before it gets there, it's called ghee. It's just a different, slightly translated movement away from the energy of that kundalini thing that I've been steering away from for bloody years, to be honest with you. Excuse me. But that energy that is said to be within you, that needs to be harvested or manipulated, needs to be grown and cultivated. If left alone, it can be, you know, doesn't work as well as it could do. So it needs to be maintained. All of this type of quite simple spiritual practices spoken about everywhere. You see in Hinduism, in Chinese and Japanese kind of mythologies, there's always a retreat into a sacred space where energy is found, and there's manipulations of, you know, objects around you in some circumstances and stories. Like we hear things about Tibetan monks and shit like that, right? Moving things with the power of chi and that type of shit. So there's always a story out there of there's something within inside you guys. You just got to find the right way to get it out. We've always known this. I think Jesus taught us this. I think this is what's been hidden from us. And now it's been dispersed into all of these other cultures where it's a very, very, very watered down version, a manipulated version and kind of version that as Christians, we're not guided to, which worries me. Because like I said right at the beginning, about 5 weeks ago when I started rambling on to you guys, I wasn't taught this shit. I was told to stay away from it. I was told it was of the devil. Is it?
It's a little oversimplified when I say this, but it made me chuckle just to think of, like, all these different religions and philosophies around. I mean, all these different religions are basically just different approaches of teaching you to meditate and to look inward. I mean, it's basically all they are.
I would just like to say quickly, gentlemen, I very much appreciate these types of discussions. Really, in life, thing that we're so used to, day in, day out, all the bullshit, all the retards coming in, stirring the pot and getting everybody all riled up and shit. This is actually very nice. So I appreciate your thoughts and shit on all of this.
Appreciate that, mate. I was starting to think everybody thought I was crazy, but at least you don't. I like that, man. Thank you. And TW.
Not at all, dude. Not
I
at all.
appreciate that.
No, I appreciate you, man. All this stuff is good to talk about. You know, because we're always so, neck deep in the, what can you prove? This, that, the other thing. And it gets everybody heated up and, I'm sure everyone's got like a knot in their stomach to some degree of tightness or the other, with the frustration and shit. And here it's kind of like a space where it's like, I don't know this thing, maybe this, maybe that. It it sparks the curiosity and inspires maybe someone to go look and maybe find out about that. So without these kind of periods, it's just, I don't know. I don't want to ramble either, but you know what I mean.
Sometimes it's just nice for a change. I appreciate that. Sometimes it is same fucking shit every single fucking day. It's nice for a little bit of a change. It's nice to have the space to do so. I appreciate you letting me speak. No one really spoke through me or told me to shut up, so I appreciate that. That's cool. I don't know is what I will say. I've got opinions and ideas, and I've definitely been swayed in directions recently and looked into things that I most definitely would not have looked to in the past. So I appreciate at least having the space to do that. If you're messaging in yourselves in the background and how funny Jedi is and how mad I am, then I appreciate that, guys. You can do that, but I'm only saying that with my tongue in my cheek. I know you have a little bit of respect for me, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Well, I've definitely enjoyed hearing you speak on and off in the last couple months, man. Good stuff, indeed.
So it's been down to quite a few of you guys actually, like little conversations here and there. Hey Jedi, have you seen that video? No, I haven't. Hey, have you seen this one? And then commonalities kind of get built up because I guess when we're talking shop and flat Earth all the time, we don't always know what each other thinks about other things. Some of us have built up longer relationships than others, but sometimes it's nice to break away from the old routine and to talk about some other things that aren't the usual thing that we talk about. Some of us do have a lot of common ideas. We don't always meet eye to eye on certain things, and I think that's okay. I don't in any way want to ruffle anybody's feathers or tread on anybody's beliefs or point at them and say that they're wrong. I just feel the same way that I felt when I came to the flat earth with regards to certain subjects I'm coming across. I can't take my eyes off of them. They're intriguing to fuck, and I need you lot to see what I'm fucking seeing, not going mad. So I appreciate your time letting me talk about this shit. Because at the moment, I don't think I'm going mad.
Hey, by the way, Jedi, earlier you were talking about all the old, like the peasants writing and the piano crafting and shit like that. In your at the hour there, about an hour and a half ago, is that where we can find the stuff on the piano, or was there another video?
I posted one video. That was the video about the handwriting. On that channel, you will find the video about the piano as well. That channel is a little bit of a gold mine, so check it out. Not everything, like all things, dude, right? Not everybody knows 100% and 80% and 20% truth and lies and shit. find your nuggets where you can, take what you want, leave the fucking rest. But it's an
Okay.
interesting channel, mate, for sure.
I just wasn't sure if it was all lumped into that one video or not.
No,
So,
dude, no. Usually videos are about half an hour long on each individual subject and go into it quite in depth. Not just like making crazy speculations, running the numbers, like the logistics of shit. How is this stuff made, transported? Where did it come from? Who built it? Where are the logs for it? That type of stuff. So
right
yeah.
on. Okay. I'll give it a look.
Right, look at the fucking time. I have almost been up for 24 hours. It's been a good day. I appreciate it. Started off well. Lovely sunny spring day. Good game of football. My son is actually really, really good at football. Surprises me every day. And then back here and then talking to you lot for, I don't know, I need to get a fucking life. But before I go, if anyone's got any questions, and I know everyone's quiet, but if everyone's got any questions about anything that I have said or, concerns or anything at all, you can do so now. If not, I might fuck off and go to bed.
What time is it where you're at?
It's just coming up 7:30 in the dude.
Yeah,
I was up at 8 o'clock yesterday morning. So we're just coming up to 23 and a half hours, yeah.
Yeah. Been there, done that. I hear you.
Cool. All right, guys. You take good care. I'll speak to you soon. Probably in a few hours' time. See you later.
Catch you, mate.
Peace.
Yeah, so T-Dub, the white lines on the map there represent the angle that I could see from up on that lookout yesterday. Not the actual distances. That I just used the measuring thing just to throw the angle on there because I found two of the things. One of them being Tamingley Mine, the other one being Peak Hill Mine, and I could see either side of those. So I'm quite happy with that. So short version, went for a little drive yesterday to a lookout, one of the not so many lookouts that there are in my area, and decided to grab a few photos. Fancy that. And that was the angular, basically, view I had from up there. Now I'll post up a couple of photos if I can find them. So if it's going to allow it to load. I don't know if it'll just show a little picture or if it'll yeah, that was my view from the lookout, and that's a few photos stitched together. And then the infrared version of that, it probably won't show the image, it'll probably ask you to click on it so it'll download it so you can look at it. Oh no, that's the wrong one. That was this morning's one. Delete. That big boy. Yep, that's better. So I think the Canagoo IR shot, that's how big this thing is. Yeah, it's not gonna It's not going to show it. It's just going to give you the opportunity to click on it and download it. Hopefully it will show that one. I'll show the small version. So in the smaller version, you can see the tree on the right-hand side with the white top on it. Just to the left-hand side of that, about halfway up the landscape, you can see a black line. That black line, when you zoom in, is just this mad row of trees, which is absolutely nothing. The next one above that, so it looks like it's nearly level with the top of the tree when you zoom in, but it's just to the left-hand side of it, is Tamingli mine site. And that mine site is 15 kilometres away. Discord does not really do this justice. Interesting, you can see the mine site clearer in the coloured version because of the water. It turns the water just grey like everything else. I'd like to be able to say that I could pinpoint something else further out so I know how far I've seen, but there's nothing there. It's just like there's an example now loading up, looking over the top of the mine site, and you can see it in the bottom there, and just how much of stuff there is beyond it. It's just farms, trees, and the occasional road. You can see the lines. A couple of those lines are actually roads. But there's nothing really dedicated. I was hoping the black spot right up the top was McCrane Way, which is one of the roads that goes out along there. And if that's the case, We're looking at about a 40-kilometre view.
What's that dark spot?
Right at the bottom of the image.
Dark spot on the horizon.
Left, right, centre.
On your really wide angle one, panoramic shot.
The real big one.
It's slightly left from center when you zoom in.
Left of centre. There's the centre.
One on the right. That's weird.
Oh, there's a couple of dots. The X's. There's actually something on my sensor. So it's on every single photo. That's all the photos stitched together.
Right.
Yeah, those things. Yaga just. I think it was Yaga.
How high were you?
Kaluma Lookout, 600 metres.
100 meters. Man, that's a wide shot. There's a few of those marks.
That's why I put the angles there to show how much view I actually had. If you download it, you'll be able to run it through your computer and zoom in a lot better. But
how far do you think you can?
Well, I know. I can confirm that we've got Tamingli mine site, which is the back of Tamingli mine site's 15 kilometres, and also Peak Hill. You can see the mine site at Peak Hill when you go to the left-hand end of the image. And you can't see it on that one, but the really big one, when you go to the left-hand end, you can see it. And I can see beyond that, so... Yeah, there was something that was on my sensor, Yaga. Whether it was on lens or sensor, I don't know, but I copped it in every image. So it might have just been a little bit of dirt or hair or fluff or something. Doesn't take much.
Chances are it was something on the lens, because if it was a sensor thing, it would be a lot clearer.
Yeah, true.
Next time someone says, I know we just have a blurry horizon. If the Earth was flat, you can just show them that. So there you go.
Well, funny you should say that. Where is it? Is it that video? Or is it me colour one? Where, it must have been the colour one. Where are we? Standard camera. Yep, that one. Yes, I love the commentary. When it loads up.
I'm supposed to be gone.
Who is? You is?
I'll have a quick look at this and then I'll.
She's about just over halfway. The video itself only goes for like a minute, but yeah, it's pretty clear. So, but you used to love the commentary that comes with it. As soon as you said Crisp Horizon, I thought, yeah, I've got to put it up. Make sure there's no little kids nearby. They use my favourite word. So I took both my cameras up and stuffed up. I filmed, did a pan across, thought I'd change my lens over, changed it over. Apparently the camera turns itself off when you change lenses. I didn't know. Kept filming, panned back, bumped my tripod and thought, oh, checked my camera. I was like, how come that's not filming? Press start and went on, and I lost a pan from the left-hand side across to the right and then back about halfway on my 300mm zoom in colour. The black and white one doesn't show black and white, it comes up purple because you can't switch the white balance when filming.
Look at that. Even with, you know, hills and valleys, it still looks. Yeah, look how flat that looks.
That's mad, isn't it?
Yeah. Stretches out. Just keeps stretching out. Yep.
You're buzzing heaps bad, T-Dub. That's crazy.
Yeah, try to unplug your physically unplug and plug it back maybe.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, I gotta go anyway. I'll talk to you later.
Alright, catch you, T-Dub. I do know one thing, I got to get a better tripod. My old girl was sticking and jerking and doing all sorts of random weird shit.
Yeah, those things can get pretty fancy and expensive too, huh?
Yeah. I just ordered another lens today. So, one that I can screw my IR filter on, which is good.
Nice.
When it comes
Yeah,
to
it's
tripod, it could be the head on it that's the problem, not necessarily the actual physical legs.
It's 20-year-old. It's the actual head itself. It's sticking and yeah, I've had it forever, and it was a hand-me-down too. So the actual
Yeah,
it's got a little spirit bubble in the top. It's lost its juice out of it. Yeah, it's just not very fluid anymore. Even when it's totally unwound, so it's as loose as I can get it, it still sticks. And that if it had a heavy camera on it and like a probably 2 or 3 kilo lens attached to it, it might be a little more fluid. But yeah, it's just too soft.
Yeah, I've got an old slick tripod, and the head on it was essentially made just for taking still photographs with no movement. So I just
Yep.
replaced the head on it with something that was more conducive to smooth movements.
I was actually thinking of getting a video camera tripod. Like they're the same thing. They've just got a bigger plate to mount your camera on. And because I wanted to get an extension bar for the top of it, so I could mount 2 cameras at the same time. So if I get a video camera style one, the larger plate will support a bar for that, and it'll have all the smooth head and probably cost an absolute fortune. But anyways.
I wonder if they make even like more crazy expensive ones with like gyro balancing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get those, but they get more expensive as you get something that can handle a heavier camera.
Basically, you go from camera mounts up to telescope mounts, motorized heads on them, so you can pan left and right at given constant speeds. All sorts of crazy toys.
Yeah, the real cool motorized thing where it spins and proves the rotation of the Earth. It's like
No, it proves the rotation of the device.
I don't know, but isn't that so silly? They're like, this proves Earth curvature, or I mean Earth rotation. It's crazy.
What was surprising for me, like I've got a megaphone for a voice. I'm not going to pretend I don't. When I was up there, how quiet it was. That's what was really, really freaky. Like you hear the occasional bird squawking and whatnot, but yeah, there's like no wind for quite a while up there. There's one, I think one of the videos I've got, you see one of the trees move, and that was about it. But yeah, the rest of the time it was perfectly still. It was like really eerie, actually, like super quiet.
If you could lean into it, it'd be a good place to meditate.
Well, in my video, you hear me phone beep. There's not supposed to be phone reception up there. The whole trip up there was none. And then when I got up there, I was filming. You hear the dun 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 in the background when it beeps, and it's like, oh wow, I had reception.
There's a big radio telescope
To the left.
Not too far from here. No, not too far
To,
from where I live.
well, it's funny you should say that. When that pans all the way to the left, if it could go probably 20 degrees further and that tree wasn't in the way, you'd probably see Park's radio telescope there.
Oh, that's cool. But I was
Yeah,
just getting ready.
it's just out of view. And I was like, it's a shame you can't see it because it's a monstrous thing, and that would be an excellent marker. Actually, I should go up and see if there's another lookout. You could probably sneak around that tree or hang off the side. But yeah, that would be a most excellent marker because there's no way you'd miss that thing.
Yeah, there's a place not far from here called the Green Bank Observatory. A couple hours down the road, and it's a pretty big deal. And there's a huge area to where you can't have certain technology around it, and it's like, like no electromagnetic interference with anything. It's just like big forest, super peaceful place. It's really cool. Green Bank, West Virginia. I believe it's a radio variety telescope. It's been there for a while, decades. But I like to go up there, man, and like just be up there and kind of camping, chilling in the woods, away from all the all the electromagnet crap everywhere. It's I don't know, it even feels a little bit different, I think.
Yeah, when I went over to the States, I went and visited one of my mates. He was in Logan, in West Virginia.
Well, that's kind of yeah, kind of a pretty
Up in the
redneck
hills.
place. Yeah.
It was funny too. When I was driving down there, that's what I was thinking, eh? It's like, if I see a kid playing a banjo, I'm offing it, I'm out of here.
Oh, you were definitely kid playing a banjo adjacent. That's for certain.
Oh man. Yeah, it was funny. Like, super nice people there. Like, couldn't do enough for me. But yeah, it was just funny as I'm driving. It was like, yeah, we're up in the hills here, boy. Better watch it. Tighten me belt up just in case.
Yeah, no doubt, man. It's a different kind of place in some of them hollers, as they call it.
It's actually interesting the amount of people that live in these so-called small towns. That's what amazed me. And when I was talking to my
Oh yeah.
friend, he goes, "Oh yeah." I asked him how many people, because you don't really notice it because all the houses are sort of peppered up through the hills and you can't see it. And it's like, how many people live in your town? Oh, and I was expecting him to say probably 10, 15,000. And it's like, oh no, about 30 something thousand. It's like, what? There's like 15 houses here, bro. And he goes, oh yeah, it's only a small town. And it's like, look, seriously, I'm from a small town. There's 300 people. It used to be 1,500 years ago, but it was an old rail town and they shut parts of the rail down, and basically typical small country town, slowly dying off because of the cities.
Well,
But
that
yeah, it was
explains
just
the majority of. Sorry, that explains the majority of southern part of West Virginia. You know, it's just like in the 50s, 60s, it was booming from the coal industry, and then most of it went to shit when it all left.
yeah. But we did go out for a drive. What is it? There was a cemetery, Hatfields and McCoys, where they were all buried. He was telling me all about the shootout that they had. He said typical old school family, hating on each other. He said about 15 mile from the cemetery was where it all happened, and they brought them all over here and buried them. We went for a walk up in this hill, and it was like a major effort to walk up this hill. My mate's a big lad, bit taller than me, and probably about 200 pounds heavier. And yeah, it was a pretty solid hike to get up this hill. And we get up there, and there's this tidy little cemetery, and all the Hatfield, I think it was Hatfield McCoy um, family are all buried up in this hill. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting history in West Virginia. I the handful of times I've came here and chatted, I might even told that's where the word redneck comes from, was the war between when what was it, I don't know, 20s, 30s, I think, maybe even a little bit later. I have to look it up. But anyways, the coal wars, when they were when they were still paying coal miners coal script, fake money that could only be spent at a company store. It was basically a form of enslavement, paying people fake money, and then they could never really save up and do anything. But it was prevalent all throughout southern West Virginia and other places in Appalachia. And they tried to form the first coal unions, and the federal government, like you have to look up, the coal wars, the Battle of Matewan, Battle of Blair Mountain. The federal government sent like hundreds of agents, like armed agents with like even machine guns and shit, and
Oh
like
shit.
killed hundreds of the West Virginians that just didn't want to be basically enslaved by coal companies, wanted paid real money, And yeah, that's some interesting history, but that's where the term redneck came from, because all the coal miners wore red bandanas on their neck to identify themselves. You've seen the mountains, you've seen the terrain, it's up and down,
Yeah.
guerrilla warfare in the up and down terrain, they had these red bandanas on their neck to identify themselves. That's
Yeah, you can see why and how easy it is for people to disappear completely in places like that.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of open old mine shafts as well.
Yeah.
But I love it here, man. It's a beautiful, beautiful, peaceful country, especially at, being in some of the more secluded parts.
It was interesting too, when I went there, he was sort of like heaps excited that I was there because he thought I was just bullshitting him that I wouldn't turn up. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh man, I'm so disappointed. It's like, why? He goes, oh, if I knew you were going to be here and actually turn up, I would have planned this and done this and done this. And it's, mate, I'm not interested in the whole circus. I don't want to see people jumping through hoops and dancing around just because they've got a visitor. I'm just happy to go to a pub and have a beer with you, just to see you in person as opposed to talking online. And he's like, really? And I said, mate, for the last 6 years, we've been playing computer games online. You get this mental image or mental construct of what someone looks like. And then all of a sudden you get to sit down with them for real and have a beer with them. That is freaking awesome. Like, yeah, we don't have to go and do anything fancy. I'm just, if you want to go out to a nice place and have a feed and a couple of beers, or even if you just want to go to the bottle and grab a few beers, I'm more than happy to do that and go and sit on your front veranda and just watch the world go by. Like, seriously.
That's awesome, man. I bet he was surprised to see you.
Oh, he was absolutely wrapped. He's a big lad too. So I went to one part of the town where I thought he was working because he said he was working as a mechanic. So, and no, it's not Jesse before anyone asks. So I've gone to this place and I went and had a chat to the fellas there, and they're like, no, I don't know the name, but he said, I'll be honest with you, you have described someone that it could possibly be. And I said, look, I know he works in a mechanic shop, and I'm assuming there's probably, say, 5 of them in town, so it's only a matter of time before I hit it. And he goes, nah, what we're going to do, follow me. And he hopped in his little car, and I followed him across the other side of town, and we pulled up in front of another mechanic shop. He just pointed and then drove off. And it's like, oh, well, might as well go in here and have a look. And I've stood up, gone in inside, and there's this bloke that's like about 6'1". I'm only 5'10" and a half, nearly 5'11". Anyways, there's this fella that's over the other side. Looks like he's about 6'1", 6'2", and probably about 5'9" wide. And it's like, g'day mate, how's it going? And all of a sudden the whole shop just goes quiet, which was a pretty common thing, especially with my accent. And it's, do you know anyone by the name of Wildcard? Because that's what his online name was. And this dude starts walking towards me. Pardon? And do you know anyone by the name of Wildcard? And all of a sudden he just drops his shit and starts running towards me. And I'm thinking, oh crap, what's going to happen here? And this great big mountain of a man just runs over and hugs me. Oh my God, You're a Matrix. You're here for real. That is awesome. And it just like melted down this great big bloke. It's like, holy shit, what have I done? I thought he was going to crush me. And he was just that pumped that I'd actually got over there to see him. And it was just really funny. And he said, you wouldn't believe this. We saw this car pull up, and we're all thinking, here we go, some yuppie in his little Chevy Equinox. We're going to get a few dollars out of him. He said, all I seen was a job roll in. And next thing, this thing with an Australian accent hops out asking for me. And he just said, I'm gobsmacked. And I was like, I thought you were going to crush me, dude. Like, seriously? It was pretty cool.
That's hilarious, man. That's a cool story, man. So,
no, we
what, what game was it?
EVE Online.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we used to be a part of the anyone that plays EVE Online. Think back 10 years ago, 12 years ago. A little area called Providence, and there was a collective that they named the Providence Care Bears. I was in that crew.
I hear you. I never played that one, but played a couple similar ones.
Yeah. I used to play it a fair bit, and then when my eyes started playing up, I got cataracts. When my eyes started playing up and I couldn't read the text, I just, that's it. I've still got all my accounts. They just sit dormant. But, yeah, I haven't played it for years.
Did you get them operated on or find any remedy?
Yeah, I've been, having both my eyes done.
Did it do pretty good?
My left eye, yes. My right eye, I've got double vision.
Oh, wow.
Which is a bit of a hassle. But anyways, you get that in these jobs. And as for in the side shot, extremely high def, pretty cool. Is it a night shot? I'm assuming no. It's actually a daytime shot, and I can tell you exactly what time. Right click properties. No, it was before then. That must be up now because of daylight savings. Right, infrared camera. Right, that one will do me. Properties, and that's showing it. Clock must reset. Okay, then what time did I send T-Dub a message? Because I told him I was going there. T-Dub, going here. What time did I send that? 7:13. So I sent that and I walked out the door. And it was an hour and 15 minutes, so it's about, so 8:30, quarter to 9 when I took those photos in the morning. So they're just infrared. That's why they come out as black and whites. And the coloured film one, oh no, that's the full colour film. Did I put the other one? Yeah, the top colour photo, how it's got that weird green-blue colour, that is a full spectrum that's had the white balance adjusted. So that fella there, I think, is 9 shots across. Oh no, it's only the small one. It's probably only 5 or 6 shots across, but it's still pretty big. But I ordered another lens this morning, so I don't have to swap them over as much. So I've been jumping between two. One of them starts at, I think it's about 18 or 20 and zooms out to 55, and the other longer one is 75 through to 300. And it seems to be that middle zone that I use the most. So the new one I've got is an 18 to 150. So, and it's a natural one for my camera type. The others are RF6 and RFS. So hopefully, and my IR filter fits it. Yes, which is the most important bit. But I've been enjoying the photos, cruising around. One that I did get when I was driving out of the place, which I did like, and I'll grab him and chuck him in, is that little chap there. Driving along the nasty dirt road, and I got to see that. I do have his coloured mate there somewhere. And that is the coloured mate. And you'll be able to see the difference now between what a wide angle lens does and a standard. So the standard looks basically through the gap, whereas the wide angle, you can see how far back the wide angle actually brings you. Both of those were mounted on a tripod. Tripod not moved. I just love how it changes, like the hills in the background go from blue to, oh my god, you can see what they actually are. I reckon that's brilliant. What I do find most interesting about the two photos that I just posted up is you can see the tree that's hanging over the image in the coloured one. You can see the blue coloured hills in the background and the tree is hanging in front, blocking that. But yet in the black and white one, or infrared, the tree is clearly above the horizon. I didn't do anything other than change a lens over. Or actually, I didn't even do that. One is just me black and white, and one was me coloured camera. I just went click, swapped its position, clicked it into the tripod. But I just find it interesting how it makes it look like I've lowered the camera and everything, and I hadn't. Tripod was at full height. So yeah, I just find that very interesting too. How much objects in the foreground can be lifted or moved.
Yeah, it's pretty strange.
Alright, I might pop over to the English hub and see what's going on over there. And I'll catch you later. Peace, guys.
Hello? Jesus. They all sleeping.
computer?
standard.
Do you know how to build a cell phone?
Excuse me. I know how to build a computer, yes. And we don't need a computer to know whether or not the Earth is a globe. You don't need that.
But the
Too much
fact that
equipment.
it works and I'm able to talk to you from a distance is proof
That's not
that,
relying
like,
on a globe, madam. That's not
that's
reliant on a globe.
reliant on
Sorry.
science.
No, it's not reliant on a globe, though. We're talking about the globe here, not
Lefty
computer
sabar ko
science
bala.
or communication science. So
Lefty.
you got it wrong again, lady.
That's not communication science. That's science. So from
We're
all
talking
of that,
about
like,
we're talking about the shape of the Earth. That's not science.
Science.
How is it
Yeah,
mutually
I know.
exclusive? How is communicating mutually exclusive to a globe?
Yeah, go ahead. Explain that. Go
what
ahead.
does
Explain
mutually
how.
exclusive mean?
Like you're saying, like communicating like means we're on a globe somehow. Like, why wouldn't it work on another model?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, you are. You don't even know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what you're asking.
The
I'm
question
just
is,
saying that
why do you think, right, that communications is exclusively only going to be working on a globe and not on a flat Earth? That's the question for you. Why do you think that?
that's not what I'm saying. I'm just
That's
saying
what you're
that
saying.
that's an
Right.
example
So
of
someone
science.
smarter than you, right? So-called scientists, right? Developed a technology to be able to make it possible for you to hold a phone in your hand and communicate with people across the world, right?
Hmm.
Okay, so what did they do for you that made it possible for you to experience a globe Earth?
Yeah, great question.
It's just the fact that it exists, okay? It's by
What? No.
repeated.
With the phone and the internet, you have direct access and experience with it. You have first-hand understanding of the benefits of somebody smarter than you creating that technology. Now, what benefit, what use has the globe done for you?
What benefit has the globe done for me?
Yeah.
Nothing, which would be the same as if it was
Nothing,
a flat
exactly.
Earth.
So it's
It would be the
not
same if it was flat.
analogous. It's
Yeah,
not
it's got nothing to do with the
analogous.
globe. Thank you. That's exactly what
What
we
does that
said.
mean? So it has to benefit me?
It's not a comparable situation
Why not?
Can you
because you
explain
have
that
direct
question, please?
experience of the technology which was created by the person smarter than you.
That's all. That's all that was. It had nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, which is what we're
So
discussing. How
a
do you know?
person that claims to be smarter than you can shout at you that the Earth's a globe till they're black and blue in the face, but it won't make a difference to your experience of flat and stationary.
Does that make sense now?
No. I must be fucking retarded.
Well,
Genuinely.
like the mobile phone, right? That you can't build, but somebody else can. You can use it, right? You can benefit from it. It has practical use, right? But you can't do anything with somebody that's telling you the Earth is a globe. You can't experience it. You can't use it. Its benefits you in no way, shape, or form.
Yeah, you haven't been able to prove it. You just say it exists.
So
That's not the way it goes.
No,
so believing
but
that
you
it's flat
can
Earth
see it,
benefits
no?
me?
That's not a belief,
No,
you see, because we've
if
checked it. When
you
you
use
check
a
something, you're not believing, are you?
GoPro
You don't have to believe
rocket,
it. You already experience it.
And so how does that benefit me?
It benefits you
100%.
every day.
How so?
100%.
Well, it's how you navigate the world with respect to vertical and horizontal, and your experience of the surface being such, right? So you've got horizontal, and then changes in the horizontal, in the vertical, right, above the horizontal, or beneath the horizontal, so that there's rises and falls, right? And you will gauge your reality based on that and how you navigate reality. Based on that alone is very useful and helpful. Then you've got the physics of the surface of water, particularly when it's at rest. It's flat and level, right? And this is a standard which has been useful in construction and engineering and navigation and other fields throughout the centuries. It's very practical and very useful.
Okay, that's it.
Why do you guys think we cannot see the Earth curvature?
Because we can't measure it. That's why.
And because it doesn't
It's
exist.
not there. It's not
You
there.
said so, you measured it, and you told us that
No,
it is
but
there.
isn't
And
it
now you are
possible
saying that
because
we can't measure it.
How old are
no,
you?
isn't it possible that we can become an astronaut and see it for ourselves?
No,
Everybody's
it's
trying
not
to do
possible. The
so.
astronauts are liars. The astronauts are lying
You
to
have
the
to be
human
a
race.
Freemason to be an
Why
astronaut.
would they lie, bro? Why would they lie? How can they control our
For the
mind by
control of your
turning
mind,
a?
and you're currently under
How
mind
can
control.
they? How can they control our mind by turning a flat thing into round?
Bro. I wanna ask, like, if you think like Earth is flat, how you gonna measure gravity, or you gonna deny the fact like there is like no gravity?
Well, let us answer your
How
question.
does
First and
gravity
foremost, we
work?
know. Yeah, good. Go ahead, Tyler.
On the atomic level, how does gravity work?
Because like from our very childhood, we know the formula of gravity is like capital G into capital M
It's
by
not
small r
explaining how
square.
it works. That's
Yeah.
just explaining a description of how things fall. Okay, that's not explaining fundamentally how it works. Do you understand that they don't know how gravity works?
Brother, you did not answer me. Can you tell me how they can control our mind by turning a flat thing into round?
Wait, bro.
Okay,
If they're
so
if they're
they don't
accepting
know how
that the
gravity
Earth
works.
is flat, they
They've
don't have
always thought it was
any
flat.
reason to accept gravity.
What?
Like if they're denying if they're denying that the Earth is not round, it means they are declining the gravity.
What are you talking about? They don't even know how gravity works.
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. Which gravity? Which gravity are you talking about?
Yeah. Sorry, bro. I forgot who the Newton was. Sorry.
Okay, I'm going to
Newton.
give you a quote from Sir Isaac Newton. Okay, Sir Isaac Newton stated that he disagreed with the theory of mass attracting mass. He said it was an absurd idea and he didn't want to be associated or have that theory ascribed to his name. And he never proved it. That's Sir Isaac Newton saying that. Okay.
Brother,
And by the way, the
after saying
scientific
that,
community, hang on,
brother, listen.
hold on. The scientific community today are saying to everybody across the flat earth, gravity is not a force. Okay? Gravity is not a force, and the standard is the Albert Einstein's bending and the warping of the space-time fabric. That's the gravity today, not Newton's mass attracting mass. Okay, so you're very behind in your knowledge, sir.
Wow, man. You know what? Like Newton, after saying that, he discovered the gravity. That's the
No, he
fact.
didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Read the next lines.
Do you have an AI model that you can type something in and look something up? Okay, type in, do they understand how gravity works at the atomic level? See, Baxter, how Mikey. You'll quickly learn, no, they do not. So for you to invoke something that's not understood is a very weak argument.
Yeah, they don't know about gravity. They don't know how it works. Neil deGrasse Tyson, when he was asked, what is gravity? I have no idea. Next question.
Wait, so let me ask you guys, like, how would you guys tell kids to differentiate facts from lore? Like, how can you guide them on what is real and what is not?
My children live life for the real, and I explained to them, whilst they were being educated with the heliocentric model, I showed them the real flat earth truth. And I said, which one makes sense? And they all went flat earth, because that's what they experienced. Couldn't measure the curvature.
So,
We
like
could
a
not measure curvature.
to a 5-year-old, that's
6-year-old. 6-year-olds, first and foremost. And then the other one was 9, and then there was 12, and then 13. There you go.
so because you told them that, they're gonna.
Yeah, and they experienced it, for themselves.
Guys,
Okay.
they're gonna say like birds do fly. That means gravity doesn't work. That's like their mind.
So would you want them to believe it because you said it and because they can see and they can measure it or
Excuse me, I
whatever?
don't want them to believe anything. I want them to know because they can use measurements. They've taken the numbers they were given from the heliocentric model. They tried to confirm that and found the flat Earth with me. So they now know that the Earth isn't rotating and it's not curving in any way, shape, or form. They know this, and their friends know it as well.
And so is your way the only way?
It is the truth way. That's the only way, the truth way. You can
Okay.
discover it for yourself if you can take yourself out of your house and go out and take the numbers they've given you to measure the curvature of the Earth, and you'll be the same as me. You can do that if you want.
So
Remember,
if at some point, like collectively, everyone started to think that way and everyone was eventually told as kids that the earth is flat, right? And everyone
yeah.
followed that, is that not like, how would you encourage
That's
them
what
to
they've been
think
doing forever.
critically?
That's what they did forever. Did you know it was only in the 1900s that the Library Britannica, or that the Britannica Encyclopedia actually outright rejected flat Earth, and it was in the 1800s that they actually rejected geocentrism, which is that everything moves around the Earth. So they were even teaching in the Britannica Encyclopedia, which is like the biggest knowledge base, like one of the most credible encyclopedias on earth, where you like put all the latest info.
Mm-hmm.
Up until like the 1900s, they were teaching that the Earth was stationary and that everything moved around it.
Mm-hmm.
Only a few hundred years ago did they start even acknowledging or teaching this idea that
Right.
we move around the sun. Did you
Right.
know that?
Yeah, I
Did you
did.
know that?
Yeah.
You
Oh,
knew
you
that?
knew that?
Oh, well
Yeah.
then I don't know why you'd ask that last question, Mike.
Well, I'm asking because I'm trying to inquire about whether you guys encourage critical thinking, because if kids like eventually grow up and they're told that the earth is flat, right? Um what if they want
The
to go
same.
the
I
other
know what you're going
way?
to say there. The same can be said at school when they're being told the Earth is the globe, but there's no proof for it. At least our way, asking questions and then taking information and trying to confirm, validate, and prove it. That's the way you learn, isn't it? That's how you know. That is critical thinking at its best, because you're asking the questions and you're getting some funny answers. Let me go and check. Then you go and check and you
But
find out that
that's
the
what
information they
they've
gave you.
done. That's what
Sorry.
they've done, and that's exactly why
No, they
it
haven't done
was.
that. No, they haven't done that. That's why we are here, flat earthers.
Why
That's
is
why
that
we're.
not being done? I've done it.
No, I said it was done. That's what happened. That's why
Not with the
it
globe.
went from flat
Not with the
earth
globe. It
to
was
being
never
a
done.
globe.
It was
Okay,
never
can you
done.
tell me what was the first thing that they did to determine that it was a globe? Do you know who first acknowledged it and how they first determined we're on a globe?
Yeah, who measured it first? The COVID.
I don't know, Galileo.
No.
No. He was talking about a model where they already thought it was a globe apparently. So who was the first person to determine it was a globe?
I don't know.
Yeah, me either.
There you are then.
Even after researching it, we don't know. It seemed like more philosophical than anything.
Okay.
Aristophanes, his name was, if he ever lived, Eratosthenes, the Greek. And basically, his whole premise was full of assumptions. Assume the curvature, assume the distance to the sun. Everything he did was an assumption. And
Yeah,
his methodology required a flat Earth. So he basically measured a flat Earth and assumed a globe is what he did. All right, that was Aristophanes, supposedly 2,500 years or thereabouts. We don't know if he lived. Hence, I always say the man that never lived. There you go.
But
Thanks.
but they even say he assumed the globe. But like, okay, so who was the first person to determine it was a globe? And how'd they do that?
No one. There you go.
One of the seven sages, Thales of Miletus, and basically founder of modern Western philosophy, right? He was a flat earther.
Look at that. A flat
Even
earther
predicted
philosopher.
eclipses.
And predicting eclipses don't prove a shape.
I really
So,
liked how you joined the conversation with critical thinking, right? You said instead of being instead of believing what we are told, why don't we just explore and why don't we see it for ourselves? That's really, really nice way to put at it. But when presented with proofs, all I'm saying is you guys, mostly flat earthers, they don't believe in proof. When presented with photographs, you guys are saying it's manipulated, it's fabricated, it's
but it
edited.
is.
And
It is.
and when asked to talk with astronauts or any other thing that proves the earth is globe, there comes another excuse for that, like NASA is
Well,
a fake
actually, I
organization.
can give you something. In Britain, I think in 2017, I think it was, Mark Sargent, he was on the Good Morning Britain, a breakfast TV program with astronauts, and you know what? The astronaut didn't want to speak to Mark Sargent at all. He didn't even want to talk. Mark Sargent asked questions, and he couldn't answer them. Okay, the astronaut was very quiet. It was Mark Sargent, a few of them on the panel, and the astronaut was the most quietest man on the panel. You'd think he'd be the most noisiest one, since he supposedly went to space, but he was the most quiet, and he didn't answer the questions. Yeah, it was under pressure. An astronaut. Okay.
He would not even swear that he went to the moon
But
when they asked him.
screaming, but screaming louder doesn't mean you're right? So maybe he see what happens
No
is
one
even to
was
understand the
screaming.
concept.
No one was screaming on breakfast TV. No one. Everybody had a cordial, amicable, nice discourse. No one was shouting, but the astronaut was noticeably quiet. Thank you.
Yeah,
So we do speak to
maybe
astronauts,
because
and we invited Mark. What's his name? Neil deGrasse Tyson to have a discussion with a prominent flat earther. His name was Eric Dubé. And just a day before they were going to have this discourse, Neil deGrasse Tyson was warned not to do that, and he pulled out. And we've had professors, scientists, theoretical physicists on this server, on this Discord, and they've lost every single time. And we always look at the pictures, but NASA tells us that they are composites because they have to be. So NASA's telling us. And as for proof of globe, you don't have proof. The young lady that was talking earlier on, she didn't have proof. The Indian men who were here, or from Sudanese, wherever they're from, they didn't have any proof of the globe. No one has it. You don't even have it. Where's your proof of the globe? Have you gone out and did you go out and check it? Like we just said to you, did you go out?
Well, every time they give you proof, you just say it's not true. Like it's kind of irrelevant.
What proof did they give?
Observation. That's it.
Like what?
Which one?
But observation matters
Pictures.
when it's
Physically
like
flying in a plane and seeing it for yourself.
consistently.
All this.
They didn't say that. Are you imposing proofs they didn't mention?
That's
No,
right.
you just didn't listen. That's all.
I can't like
No,
I
they didn't
mentioned
say
this
that.
before
Which one of
about
them
the
said
brain.
plane?
Like, are you able to look at your own brain?
Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah, I didn't hear him even say that. What he said that they said.
Yeah, that was a silly
And I was
question anyway.
listening.
And anybody
Why
with
is
half
that
a
silly?
brain, anyone with a quarter of a brain will know that was a stupid question. Can you
How?
see your
Exactly.
brain?
Yeah, how
able
do
to
you know
use
you have a
yours?
brain?
No,
Yeah.
just the rebuttal is it's a lie. That's the
Obviously,
flat Earth
because
rebuttal. It's a lie.
Well,
It's
that's
not
what it
use
is.
it.
true.
It is a
That's
lie.
it.
That's why.
It's a
That
whole.
is the
Okay, where's
rebuttal.
your backup, dude? Where's your evidence?
We're giving it to you all the time. We're telling you.
No, this is
And,
this
and,
is just a
and the number one,
conspiracy
I
the
talk.
number one,
contacted
No
the
facts.
number one
Zero
common
facts.
denominator between
Okay,
the
I'll give
globers is
you.
that none of them have gone out to measure the surface of the earth. That's your problem. Go out and measure the surface of the earth and
If you haven't
bring
seen
back
your
your
brain,
findings.
that doesn't mean it's not there.
You're
I
you're
contacted the
swapping.
people that
Hey,
built the
hey, you do see the earth. You don't see your brain. You see the earth, right?
Yeah.
Now the problem is you're you're swapping out your experience, right? What you're able to observe, test, and measure, right, for yourself, for some stranger's story on TV. That's
And
all you're doing.
photographs.
I contacted the people that built the longest bridge in America and got the as-built plans, and they didn't mention one bit of curvature at all in their, and there should
There
have
you go.
been 280 feet of it in their bridge.
And they
Not
never
one
accounted
time did
for
they
it.
mention.
They never built it. There you go. So, going back to the young person who was talking about validating and checking everything else. Did you check that your globe was real? Did you go out and measure it, or you just believing the information that you haven't confirmed?
I was in an airplane and I physically saw it. I don't need measurements. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson says you would never see curvature.
So premise one, if the Earth was flat, there would be an edge. Number two, premise two, there is no edge of the Earth.
Straw man.
Premise three, the Earth is not flat.
Ladies
He
and
just
gentlemen.
skirted off that last point super quick.
Yeah, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, what he didn't mention that is that he said he saw the curvature. Don't know where from, but Neil deGrasse Tyson says this.
You don't know that. You can't make that
famous
claim.
red, but don't interrupt me when I'm speaking because I'm just going to keep on going. So
Well,
shut up and
you're
let me
making a
finish.
false claim.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Neil deGrasse Tyson statement on stage stating that the Felix von Gardner jump, the
This
Red
guy's
Bull
talking to
jump,
himself now.
there was no way he could ever see the
what's up, man?
curvature of the Earth because the camera he had on his head was a fisheye GoPro fisheye lens, which facilitates curvature, and you would never see curvature from 24 miles off the Earth's surface. That's 120,000 feet. That stuff is flat, he said. It's all flat. You would not see the curvature. So you never saw the curvature at all, sir. You're lying. There you go. Got it out. You're lying because you never saw it. You don't see it at 24 miles off the Earth's surface. You don't see it at 5 miles when you're in an aeroplane, right? You don't see it on the surface of the Earth at 0 level, right? On the surface of the Earth itself, there's no curvature. So get out of here with that statement. I saw curvature, blah, 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 blah. Verbal diarrhea. That's all that was. First premise, verbal diarrhea. Tissue and more verbal diarrhea.
So like you cannot see it from thousands miles up, right? From the
We can't go.
surface.
We cannot go 1,000 miles up. Number one, and number two, you're not going to see it from 1,020,000 feet, 120,000 feet. It's not there. We're not seeing it at sea level. Sea level, we're not seeing it. Okay, on the surface of the Earth, sea level. So if you're not measuring it at sea level, you're not going to see it from 2 million miles away. Because the measurements don't lie. That's why it's the gold standard, right? You cannot rely on photographs from space when you can measure the surface of the Earth under your feet. That's the beauty of it. You don't need all that equipment, waste of money. You can actually measure it yourself. We have in-flight telemetry data coming from the black box, which is actually an orange box from aeroplanes. The flight recorders, they're recording horizontal flight everywhere. Okay. No curved trajectory. The plane is not flying in a curved trajectory. And the pilots state that they're flying on a flat Earth, straight and level. Straight and level is not curved and bent, is it?
But wouldn't their like fuel consumption be measured based off of the fact that the Earth is a globe and a sphere?
No, not at all. It's just from point A to point B. Because of this, the way that wars are popping up all over the place on this flat Earth, flight distances are heavily scrutinized to ensure that revenue is made. So they're not going to be taking the long way around to get to somewhere. They're going directly from point A to point B. That is it. B line, straight line every time. They're not going all around the globe as you think, or around the houses, because that would be a waste of money and time, okay, for the passengers as well. Can you imagine that? You know, a journey that should take 10 hours is going to take you 15 hours now because they're going to go around the place. No, they go straight to the destination every time. Okay? That's how they make money.
I'm not saying that they're going everywhere. It's just that the measurements, like from...
Yeah, horizontal measurements, no curvature. I don't know if you've ever been on a plane, but if you have, you would have noticed how the plane, when it took off, it nosed upwards. And you noticed that because most of your weight was pressing on the back of the backrest of your seat. And that lasted for about 15 minutes approximately. And then the plane leveled off, right? And it leveled off. It was so level, you could walk around and go to the toilet, get your drinks, and you're being served. That could never happen on a curved trajectory. So when an aeroplane is experiencing curved trajectory, that is the most dangerous move for any aircraft. It is dangerous. The most safest position is when the plane is flying horizontally.
What about a ship?
Ship again, the deck is always horizontal.
I mean, like the fuel consumption of a ship on.
Again, that's going to be straight line. Of course, they're going to go from point A to point B directly. They're not going to go around the houses and waste time and money. They're not.
But the consumption is going to be different, though, whether the Earth is round
It's
and whether
definitely
it
going to
is
be
flat.
different to an aeroplane, but it's still going to be reliant on going directly to the destination. The fuel is in place for that. So your appeal to the fuel consumption is really playing into the flat Earth's hands and basket. You're running into my basket here. You're helping me. You're not proving your globe.
How? That makes no sense.
Because you missed the most important part. They go directly to their destination. Direct. They don't take curved trajectories or go all around the countries to get there. It's point A to point B directly. Straight line.
You know, if you like make two dots, right, on a piece of paper, and you make one curve from point A to point B, versus if you put out a ruler and you draw a straight line from point A to point B, the distance is
Straight
going
line
to
is
be
going to be the
different.
cheapest one because it's straight. The curvature's adding a little bit more distance because of that curve. You're taking more area. That's why they don't do that. Again, you're playing
They
into flat
do
Earth.
do that. That's
No, they
like
don't. No, they
Yeah,
don't.
I think
They
no,
fly
no, no.
horizontal. Excuse
Planes,
me.
planes not
Straight
always
and
go.
level.
Planes not always
Straight
go in
and
straight
level
line.
is
You know
not bent.
why? Because
Straight and level.
they
No,
go in the best
you've
route
got it wrong, young
possible.
lady. Listen. Straight and level is not bent and curved. Straight and level means straight. If you ask a child to draw a straight and level line, he or she is not going to draw a bent line. They're going to draw a straight, leveled, straight line. So you're wrong again. You're wrong. I have to say that.
The
You are wrong in this
shortest
position.
path between 2 points is a straight line, not a
Straight
curved
line,
line.
exactly. What's the matter with you?
But like all of those measurements, like, and in order to coordinate
What
something like
measurements are you
that is
referring to, please? What measurements, please?
like all of the mathematics or whatever it
What
is to
measurements? What
calculate
mathematics? Please
the
explain. Which
fuel and
ones?
all that.
Please
link
explain
those in the
first which
chat.
one.
It
Yeah, which
has to
ones?
be. It's like.
Can you send a source?
Excuse me, which
Which
measurements?
source? Okay, listen. I'm
Which
just
measurements,
talking
please?
about like
What measurements? What measurements? What maths are you talking about?
people have to work as a group, like for a single ship to go from point A to point B, right?
You're still playing flat Earth. I want to know what measurements and what mathematics are you referring to?
Oh my god.
Thank you. You made
See,
some
like
statements
you said,
that you can't make
no,
up.
you said
Can't back up.
you said that planes always go in a straight line, or else
They
it's
fly
too
straight and
risky.
level, yeah.
Yeah,
Straight
yes,
and level.
they do flight level, but have you seen like they go on the best route possible. So sometimes, even if there is a storm or there is something else like, bad weather
Yeah,
stuff, they have to change
yeah,
the routes and
yeah.
stuff.
That's
So
raising in
so it doesn't
altitude.
always mean that straight line is the safest path. And have you not seen the planes
That
go
is
in
the
the circles
safest
round
and
and
most.
round in a
think they
curved
go
Excuse
around
me.
the storm.
in a
Yeah,
very
you're
curved
making.
path?
Yeah, excuse me. Those, what you mentioned, young man, those are rare occurrences. When they fly, they encounter turbulence. So they either rise up in altitude or drop in altitude. That's all they do. And before they do that, they get permission from control tower to let them know that they're
They
about to
not
change their.
always go up and down. They also go side and this side and that side. They
Can you
turn. They
prove that,
change their
please?
paths.
Yeah, can you please prove that? Because I've never had experienced that in any of my 64 years. Okay, so no.
Kazan,
They fly up and
are
down.
you a boy or a girl? I can't tell. I'm sorry.
Yeah, wait a minute. Go ahead.
That must be irrelevant to what I'm speaking.
That
So
is
I
irrelevant.
Do you have a
think
voice changer?
It doesn't
no,
matter.
it's my voice. Yes.
Well, I don't know
So
if he
yes. So I
speaks.
was
Like, what am I
saying,
supposed to
you
say?
see,
Yeah.
Mr. Jin,
I get
Mr.
the
Jin.
Yes,
voice
So
I'm
changer
like
or
listening.
you said,
something or something.
it only
Yeah.
goes on straight path, but I don't remember, but I had seen one documentary. I will try to find it, and there it shows that the straight line that we see from outside is actually a curve when it is
No,
the
it's
path is
not.
the
It's
globe. Okay.
impossible. You know why? You know why? Because you missed what I said. The in-flight telemetry data, which is the black box, which is actually an orange box, which resides at the tail end of the aircraft. Okay, and then you got the in-flight recorder. These instruments are recording the aeroplane flying level across the earth, not taking a curved trajectory. Okay, then myself with my children, we put a spirit level on the floor. This is a spirit level which you can buy. Sorry, you can download it onto your smartphone. Okay, so in 2016 we did that. Okay, on the way to Hawaii, and we noticed that the plane flew level after it took off and got to its allotted altitude. It was a leveled flight all the way. It didn't move from the black circle. The bubble was in the middle all the time until it came to landing. Okay, so we know that aeroplanes fly level. I knew that before we even used the instrument, the bubble app. I already knew that planes are flying level because a curved trajectory is very noticeable. You know why? Because if it's flying on a curved trajectory, when you want to go to the toilet, you'll either be walking uphill or downhill, depending on which part of the journey you're on. Okay, all right. But the plane is flying level, and you're walking level down the aisle to the loo and back. There is no curved trajectory experienced on an aircraft unless it's military, where they're practicing for their pretend battles, and then the battles that they may be put into in the future. Hopefully not, but that's what they do, and they do more barrel rolling and loop the loops and that, more so than any passenger jet airliner, because they're not designed to do that. That's why if a passenger jet liner that we go on for our holidays, subjected to, let's say, 11 hours, 12 hours of curved trajectory on the globe, that aeroplane would have to have at least minimum 3 hours checking for all the stress points, because a curved trajectory puts enormous torsional stresses on the parts where the wings articulate with the fuselage, and then where the engine articulates with the wings, and then where the doors that hold the undercarriage, all those parts would be stressed, and they'd have to be examined before the next plane before it could go out and fly again. But they don't. They have a 1 hour turnaround, and they pick up more passengers. Why? Because the aeroplane's flying level all the time. It's not taking 9 hours of curved trajectory, 12 hours, 15 hours, 17 hours. They're flying level. Planes fly level and straight. Level and straight doesn't mean bend and curved. Two separate things. Separate. Sorry, get on a plane and learn it, and you will see what I mean. And take a bubble app.
You see, when the Earth is a globe, the straight line is not the fastest route. Actually the curved path that the planes take from one distance to another, one point to another. It's the curved path that is actually the fastest, and that's what
Actually,
planes do.
ladies and
But
gentlemen,
like I
that
said,
is
you
incorrect.
you also mentioned that I
That
have
is
seen that. Oh
incorrect.
no, it's also a straight line
That
because
is incorrect.
because
That is
people don't
incorrect.
understand. That's why they
It's
simplify it
incorrect.
and simplify to show
It's
us where we are
incorrect.
going from where to
It's
where. That's why
incorrect.
they show us
The
the
very
straight
fact,
path,
ladies and gentlemen,
but
the
we're
very fact,
actually
hang on,
moving in the
the
curved
very fact
path.
that you have a
And
curved
also
route,
I would
the
please
very
let
fact
me
that you have
speak.
a
And
curved route
also
means that
I also
you're
heard
taking more
I
area.
also
The
heard
curved line
I
is
also
taking
heard that
more
you were
area.
saying that.
The curved line
And
is
I also
taking more
heard
area. Okay?
Let's just let her
and
get it out. Let's
I
just let her
also
get it out.
and I also heard that you kept on mentioning that straight and leveled, not bent, okay? Not curvature, not bent. Now here, why is it tricky? Because you can be leveled even in a curved path. Here the curved path does not mean the path is actually curved. Here we're saying that the route that we are taking is little bit bent, but not bent in the sense that it is actually, this archetype, but the route that we are actually taking. So here, even we can also be labeled in a curved path. That's what I want to say. Because you really seem to hate the word curvature, that does not mean that we cannot be labeled in a curved path. And also another thing is that I have seen so many people talk about a really, really complex and vast topic here, like gravity and
Okay,
stuff like
wellness.
that.
Stop. Okay, enough. Thank you. All right, we're
Okay.
gonna address the. We're gonna let Jin address the aircraft trajectory, right? The flight paths. All right, you've said a lot, and Jin has also a lot to say about that. So we're gonna let him respond. Okay.
We have a straight line on my whiteboard. I've drawn a straight line. Now I'm going to draw a curved line to join that. Now, clearly, that curved line is taking up more area, isn't it? Because I'm going upwards, curving it round, and bringing it back to the end with a straight line. Which one of those lines is going to be the shortest, ladies and gentlemen? The curved line or the straight line? Which one is it going to be, T-Dub?
Can I answer?
I'm going to ask T-Dub first.
Yeah, definitely the straight line will be the shortest.
Right. Now, the young lady that was speaking, or the young boy, the young person, go ahead.
Thank you. So the logic that you
Answer my
apply to the
question,
word
please.
in a flat surface, it's the straight line is shortest in a flat surface, but when we are do that same thing in a
Excuse
round,
me.
in a curve,
You're not letting me finish.
when you do that same
You're
thing
not letting
in
me
a
finish. I got muted because of you.
I'm going to pull you up, Kazan, because aircraft are not traveling along the surface. Right? They're traveling over the surface.
Right.
So can we straight, please?
Yeah. And the pilots are saying straight and level. Straight doesn't mean curved. Okay? If it were that, they would say curved and level, is what you would say. Curved and level. Because he's taking a curved trajectory. But they don't take curved trajectories. They take a horizontal, straight, linear line, and that's why they say straight lines. And the other thing is this: when we talk about miles now, statute miles, nautical miles, kilometers, these are measurements of units of horizontality. 1 mile, that's a straight 1 mile. 12 inches, 1 foot, that's straight and horizontal. It's not curved. Okay? So the maps we use, the routes we take, the measurements we make are being made on a horizontal flat earth. Okay? I'll stop there. At last. Silenced. Excuse me for laughing. But boy, that was, come on, man. Straight line is quicker than a curved line is straighter than quicker than a straight line. No, that's never going to fly here. Good effort, though. Put up a good fight. Well done. But you need to go back and do a bit more research. I should have asked her, has she measured it? Did the young person measure these distances for herself? Okay, it's gone very quiet. Yeah, sorry, mic check, mic check. Can I be heard?
Yep.
Oh, thank you
Yes.
very much. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so the young lady or the young boy has now decided to stop. Good. Right. So basically, the main problem, as I said about 45 minutes ago, 50 minutes ago, the problem with the globers and those who believe they're on a globe is that they haven't actually gone out to measure whether or not the earth is curving, and they always make out that we are believing because we haven't checked or anything, or we don't accept proof. Well, they haven't offered us any proof. They brought some evidence, but the evidences that they bring to us are not proofs of globe earth. Hence, in a court of law, on 2 occasions, flat earthers won due to the fact that the globers were unable to prove their globe. That was the problem there. They didn't prove the earth as a globe. The judge didn't say the earth was flat. Okay, that's not what they said. The judge didn't say that. What the judge says that they failed to prove the Earth a globe. 2 occasions, 2 separate courts, one in England and one in America. 2-0 to the flat earthers. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Right, so we're winning 2-0 at the moment. Not to mention every day they come in here and lose anyway. Right. Remember, when you go out and measure the curvature of the Earth and you've confirmed it, then and only then can you say you know the Earth is a globe. Until that day, you don't know you're on a globe. No one knows they're on a globe because no one is measuring curvature of Earth. How do we know that? Because we've gone out to check it. That's why we're telling you. And because we're telling you, it should motivate you to go and check because you haven't checked yet. Believing in CGI imagery from NASA is not the way to go. That is not the gold standard. Okay? The most accurate way is to measure the surface of the Earth. And please do not look up at the stars, the sun, the moon. They're not going to help you. You measure the surface. And that's a simple drop over distance, 8 inches per mile squared. So from point A to point B, there should be X amount of curvature. Now, we, the flat earthers, are making observations at 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 275 miles. Okay, that's a record. It's in the Guinness Book. Longest camera photograph shot across the French mountains. Now, with the 10-mile observation, there should have been 66 points, I think it's 6-7 feet of curvature blocking line of sight. But yet the observation was made. No Earth's curvature blocking the line of sight. And if you extend it to 20 miles, then there's 266 point, I think again, 47 of feet of curvature that should be there, and it's not there. And then at 30 miles, it's a whopping 600 feet of curvature, not there because we can see 30 miles. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's how we know. It's not a guess. It's not maybe, might be, probably. No, most definitely the Earth is flat because it's measured and utilized flat. And the young lady or the young person, my last point, somebody else, I think, brought up the Aristophanes, right? Eratosthenes, the other young lady brought the Eratosthenes. The problem with Eratosthenes or Aristophanes is that it's full of assumptions. That's the problem. And in order to measure the angles and shadows that he encountered, he would need a flat Earth first because you don't have curved triangles. Okay, triangles are 3 straight lines. They're not curved. Okay, there we are. Thank you very much for listening. Sorry I took so long.
I love you, Jen. I really do. I just need to know why do you sound so stressed all the time?
Oh, when you've got these globers all around your feet, around your neck, on your shoulders, they're piling on top. But sometimes it's a bit difficult to keep one's cool, you know.
Yeah, I
But I
feel
don't
it. I
mind it.
feel it.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I brought up 4 kids, so you know, and teaching elementary school kids and that. So I'm used to all that chaos. I love it.
I see. Okay, that explains a lot.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I love all that. Yeah, it's okay for me. I don't mind. Yeah. So hopefully they're going to go out there and check, because that's the one common denominator with all the globers. When they come in, they've never actually gone out to check anything. So I'm not surprised they asked the questions. The questions are welcomed, but they must remember for themselves that they themselves haven't checked anything. So you can't really dismiss our answers until you actually validate your globe. That's what we want you to do. Go and validate your globe. And when you seek the globe, you find the flat earth. That's the beauty of it. That's when you know, because you're looking for curvature and you're hit with the horizontal constant, constantly all over the place in your face. And man, that there is the learning curve. Pun intended. There you go. Right. Welcome to whoever that was. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discourse.
Hey, Jen. Nice. Sorry, I think I caught a glitch there.
Yeah, well done. Welcome back. Where you been?
Thanks. Just around. I'm always here. What have you been up to?
Oh, nothing much. Just having some nice heated discussions here on Discord and enjoying my bicycling, motocrossing last Sunday and Sunday before last with my second son. And doing the laundry and sending This Is Your Life pictures to the youngest one at his baseball academy. That's it.
Sounds like a full
So,
house. A
yeah,
baseball
yeah.
academy? That's a lot of commitment.
Yeah,
How's
yeah,
he
yeah. I'm
doing with
doing it
it?
all. Yeah, I'm doing
Wait,
it
are
all.
you
And then
doing
tomorrow
the
morning, I'm going to go to the laundrette. Tomorrow morning already, 5 o'clock in the morning. Go to the laundrette, dry the clothes because I'm going to wash them later on. Dry the clothes and then go for a jog. That's tomorrow morning already.
5 a.m. is a
Got to keep
r-
it going. How's
really,
things with
really
you then?
I'm good. Just enjoying the vibe. Honestly, I'm still wondering how you have the energy for a 5 a.m. laundrette run and a jog. I don't know how some people do it.
Oh yeah, you know what? I think it's an age thing as well. Because as you start to get older, you want to see each day to the end. You want to see it as early as possible and as late as possible. So that's something that I've
That's
noticed
pretty
about
interesting.
myself. I've always been like that anyway, for the longest of times, from when I was young, and I'm still keeping that because there's something about being on the earth. We only live once. I'm 64 now. So as I'm getting older, I'm realizing that my time on the earth is slowly, slowly receding. Do you see what I mean? So I want to see each day as much as I can.
I totally get that. There's something about that perspective, like you're trying to squeeze every single drop out of the day. It's
Yeah,
kind of a beautiful way to look at it, actually.
yeah,
Just
yeah.
soaking it all in while you can.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And if I can help a few people along the way to get to some truths, avoid some dangers, let's do that as well. You know, you got to be the
That's
change you want to
always
see. Yeah. So if you want to see the change, then you have to be that change, so you will see it eventually. And that's what we got to do, all of us. That's how it's going to work. Yeah. So I'm
I'm with
loving it.
you. Leading by example.
Mm,
Glad you are. It's
exactly.
a good
That's
space to
all we
be
can
in.
do.
For sure. Just keeping it real and moving forward.
Yeah. That is the best way,
So,
I would have to say. And you get the most enjoyment from that, at least.
definitely. There's a lot more peace in just being authentic and not fighting against the grain. It makes everything
Yes.
feel a bit lighter, doesn't it?
Yeah, you see, because the creator has laid it out all out for us, and we are being distracted away from God's creation. But if you can find your way back, all very well, and then help others get back. So you need to retain your health, of course. Eat what God's produced for you as best. Don't partake in the junk as much as you can. Yeah, and then try, like you said, keep it real. That way you enjoy it more.
I hear you. There's definitely a lot of noise and in the world these days. Getting back to the basics, health, nature, and just being honest with yourself usually cuts through all that clutter. It's a
Yeah,
much
it
more
really
productive
does.
way to live.
Yeah,
I'm not
it
sure.
really does, and your peace of mind as well. Even though it does get a bit heated in these discussions, but I'm ready for that. Like I said, I brought up 4 kids, so I know how hectic it can get. I'm ready for that. I'm ready for the hectic one as well as the smooth, amicable. Everyone's agreeing, and then the ones that disagree. Well, I'm ready for all of that. Rough and tumble, I'll give it to you. Nice and amicable, I'll give it to you. Anyone you want. You roll the dice. Let's play the game. That's what happens when you're 64. When you're moving on, you know the game. Do you get me? You know?
You've definitely got the I think the transcription missed something there. Who's got a little bit of what?
Well, they call it like the know-how, the knack. You acquire all this through time. And each human being wants to live his or her life perfectly, right? So if you strive for that, you eventually get there, right?
I think
And there are
most
many
people
roads to it. There are
say
many roads to it. That's the other thing.
that's true. Exactly. Not like there's one single map everyone has to follow. Some people
No.
take the scenic route, some go straight through the mud. It just depends on what you're looking for.
Yeah, yeah. And each individual will be unique with their experience. So when they bring it to the flat earth now, that's what makes us nice and diverse. So everybody can bring their experience to the table because it's going to resonate with somebody. Wicked. That's what I love about it, man. This is good. Can never get tired of flat earth. What are you talking about? Why do you think I get up early? I want to get up early, get that done, and get back here quickly.
The community. Ha 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 ha. Fair point. I guess when
Yeah.
you're that passionate about digging for the truth, the day just isn't long enough.
It
You gotta
isn't.
get a start on the world. I think the
Yeah, you got
audio
to get up early. Yeah. The
where
early
you
bird catches the worm, they say.
exactly. And you're definitely getting the most out of the worm. So, is Jin still there?
Oh, I'm
I'm
still here.
curious
Yeah.
to speak on things.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, Jin, I'm ready whenever you're ready, Jin. Lay it on me.
Oh, what would you like me to lay on you?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Was that Jin asking or you? I think the audio flipped. Could you say that again?
Yeah, I don't know who that was. You
No
know, the
worries.
soundboard guy is
Sounded
good.
like
You know, it
thanks.
sounded like
I'm
tires
ready.
shrieking away.
I'm not sure what you mean by the fire shaking away. Is there
No,
something going on in the
tires,
background where you
car tires, car tires.
Oh, you mean it sounds like tires screeching?
That's
My
right.
bad,
Yeah,
I totally
yeah,
misheard you.
yeah, yeah. And that
I'll
was
try to
somebody,
post thing to
somebody in the soundboard did that. Okay, someone with the soundboard did that.
Oh, it's totally
But
fine. I'm used to the
yeah,
chaos. So, back to the main event. Jin, you still there? I'm ready
yeah,
to
I'm still
get
here.
into it
Yeah,
unless you are.
yeah. I was going to say that regarding the flat Earth and the
Go for
person
it.
who was here earlier on, discussing flight routes, and they seem to be thinking that taking a curved trajectory gets you to your destination quicker. Well, nothing can be further from the truth because a straight line versus a curved trajectory, the straight line is always going to be quicker, ladies and gentlemen, and that's how they fly because the pilots actually say that for themselves. And if anyone's interested, then you look up the documentary called 28 Pilots Confirm Flat Earth. I'll say again, 28 pilots confirm flat Earth. Right?
I've heard of
That's
that
one.
documentary.
That's
The
one
logic
documentary. It's 3 hours long. Okay.
3 hours is a commitment. I'm guessing it goes deep into the specifics of those flight paths.
Well,
But
it's testimonies from the
surely
pilots. So you're
testimonials
listening
are
to
powerful.
pilots tell you. That's the thing.
Ooh,
So it's worth it.
I get
And the
why
thing
that
is, yeah, the thing about the long videos, right? The longer the video, the more information obviously you're going to be getting. So if you can't take it in one sitting, then do it in like a half-hour blocks or 1 hour blocks, if you will. You know, so you do it 3 days, 1 hour a day. That'll do. You know, you don't have to watch it at one sitting. You know,
that
right?
break
And
it
that'll
up way easier to act. Fair enough. Where do you want to
yeah,
take the conversation from here?
that's all right. People can speak up. They're in there. Welcome to the server, everybody. And those of you who have just come in, you've reached the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on the English Hub. And if you have any questions related to the flat Earth or the heliocentric model global that you think you live on, please don't hesitate. We're here to answer your questions. We would be my colleagues and I, okay? And there's a lot of people here who can definitely answer your questions. So if you have any questions, please fire away. And once again, welcome. So
Sounds
yeah,
like a
another
full
doc.
house now.
Yeah, that's
I
okay.
got a question.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, well done.
How is the night and the day happen in the flat Earth?
Okay, that's a good
I'm
question.
guessing that's a question for the panel. I'll let
Yes,
you
so
guys
you can go ahead.
tackle that one first. I want to hear how you. I'm listening. Let's hear the explanation for day and night on a flat plane.
Okay, okay. Does anybody want to take this, or should I carry on? Okay.
Go for it.
Okay, I'll carry on then. So, ladies and gentlemen, how does day and night work on the flat Earth? Well, basically, it's this: the Earth itself, from its proximity of the Earth in the sky, right? So up above our head, it keeps its light local. It is not able to shine its light across the whole expanse of the flat Earth. Otherwise, we'd have daytime all the time. So clearly, the luminosity of the sun is limited to its local position as it's moving on its circuit. Hence, you get the good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So each countries have their turn of the good morning and the good afternoon and good evening, because it cannot light up the whole of the earth. I'll give you another example would be if you're in a gymnasium and all the lights are switched off and you have a flashlight with the beam aimed at the floor, okay, and then you walk across the gymnasium to the other side, you're taking the light with you. So it's always going to be like where you are. But where you were is dark, and where you're going towards is getting lighter and lighter. That's how it works, okay? Does that make sense to everybody?
The flashlight analogy is a clear way to put it, but I've got a problem with the limited luminosity part. The
Yeah,
sun is
it means that
like a spotlight. We should still be able to see it from a distance, even if, the
no,
ground
not at
below
all.
is dark.
No, no, you would not be able to see it because clearly people are having are saying good night. So you see the sun yourself move away from you. Early in the morning, it came from the east. 12 noon, it's above your head. 6, 7 o'clock here in Japan, it's gone, and I can no longer see the sun. Okay, it's gone. I can't see it. It's gone because it's now gone out of my range where my country is, the country I'm in, and now it's gone to another country. Okay.
Yep, we have atmospheric extinction.
I hear you on the range, but atmospheric extinction usually refers to how particles scatter light, not a hard wall that makes the sun vanish. If the sun
After
is
enough,
just moving away
it
on a
will.
flat, I'm
After
not
enough
sure if
distance,
I'm going to stop or if
broken.
I'm guessing you love the back and forth. It definitely keeps things interesting.
Well, basically, on a flat Earth, if the sun was much closer than in the globe model, right, and much smaller, then when the sun moves away, right, over the surface of the Earth, really far away from you, the light from the sun would be subject to the inverse square law of light to begin with. So as the light moves away from the source, right, it's going to lose intensity quickly as it moves away from the source, right? Inverse square law. Then all of that light has to push through the atmosphere. Okay, and that light is going to get scattered, like you said, and it's not going to be able to push forever through the atmosphere.
Right.
Right.
So
The
there you are.
attenuation of
Fair
light.
point.
Right. And that would be due to distance. The distance as well as the weather systems and the air itself that's creating that. And of course, when the light source moves away from you, it gets dimmer and dimmer and dimmer. That's natural law. So that's how it works on the flat earth. So I hope the young man who asked the question, his question was answered. Does he have another follow-up question maybe?
It definitely explains why things get dimmer, but it doesn't quite explain the sunset. If the sun just faded away into the distance, it would get smaller and smaller until it vanished, like a plane flying
Okay, well,
away.
there are
But we
times when
actually
that
see the sun
happens.
maintain its size.
Sorry, yeah,
I'm sure there are, but
that
the
actually does happen.
sunset is the one that always trips up the spotlight theory. If it's just
Right.
moving away and dip below the horizon, it should just shrink. Which one of those
Actually,
kinds of
the
things?
sun does. I can't get it out. There are times when the sun does shrink, but the main thing is this: when you see the sun appearing to go down to the horizon, that actually is an optical illusion. Okay, so let's say at 12 noon, the sun was above your head. That's its zenith. That's the highest point. Now that point doesn't change because it's moving away from you. It appears to be going down, but that's not actually what's happening. It's moving away from you. That's what's going on, and it appears to be going down because the distance between you and the sun is being increased to the point where it appears to be on the horizon and even go under the horizon, if you will. But that's going across a leveled surface. Okay, a leveled surface can actually obscure objects. I'll give you a perfect example. When you're walking on the sidewalk or on the pavement, there's a manhole cover you cannot see on that leveled pavement. But as you walk towards it, you see some kind of black object oblong. As you get closer and closer and closer to your above it at 90 degrees, it's a manhole cover. You walk back and it starts to change shape again. And then you keep walking back, you will no longer see it because you're out of range. It means that that level surface and at which you can see it has now been exceeded. You understand? A level surface can obscure objects.
I follow the logic, but that's where it gets tricky. If a level
Okay.
surface can obscure the sun, you're essentially describing a horizon. For the sun to be obscured by the surface of a flat plane, it would have to be physically behind something, or the plane itself would have to be curving away from your line of sight. If it's just a
No,
flat table and you I'm
it's
listening.
exactly what
Tell me how it's
that's
obscured.
exactly what I'm trying to describe to you, because you agreed that a manhole cover can be obscured, and you've probably related to that because you've experienced that. Okay. Another example would be putting your mobile phone under a basketball court in a gymnasium, face down under the net, and then you walk across to the other side, the other net, lie down, and you won't see your mobile phone. Okay, because again, the basketball court itself is blocking your line of sight because you're out of range. You're out of range just by lying down. As soon as you go up onto your knees now, you've elevated your eyes. Now you've created an angle by which you can see that phone, but you don't see it in its original form. You see a slither until you get up and walk towards the phone, and it's morphing and changing in size as the angle is changing as you walk towards it. And when you get to 90 degrees above it, then you recognize that phone in its actual size and everything else. And as you walk back, it will begin to change shape again through the angular resolution as you're moving back. All right. And if you lie down, you won't see your phone. And there's a perfect example of a leveled surface blocking an object. The same is to be said with the sun. Okay. It's moved away from you, so you can no longer see it on this flat earth.
I see where you're going with the phone on the basketball court, but there's a huge difference. The phone is on the ground and you're lying on the ground, so you're essentially at the same level. The court
No, you
blocks the
won't
phone
see it.
because the
But
phone
you won't see it though. Hang on. But you won't be able to see your phone when you lie down. Don't miss that point. The point is you've placed it there, you've placed it, you've seen it, you walk to the other side, you lie down, you can't see your phone. You get up onto your knees, now you see your phone.
Right, but in that example, the phone is sitting directly on the floor. You can't see it when you're lying down because your eyes are only an inch or two off the ground, and the slight friction or tiny bump in the floor is enough to block it. But the sun
No,
isn't sitting on
basketball
the
courts are
floor,
level.
it's
Basketball courts are level. There's no
sorry.
bump or anything on the floor. Yeah, there's no bumps on the floor at all. Not on a basketball court, they're level. Okay. And then the manhole cover experience. So you're arguing against natural law perspective and natural law here, not me. This is your discrepancy or your queries with that, because that's what we experience. And we're saying to you that experience applies to the sun. Okay. As the sun is not actually going down. Okay, it's not going down. Sun up and sun down. They're expressions we use to describe what is known as an optical illusion. Well, the sun doesn't actually come up, it's coming across. Sun comes across, sun goes away. That's all I should be saying, really. You know what I mean? I shouldn't be saying sun up and sun down because I know actually what's going on. So I don't say sun up and sun down anymore. I stopped saying it because that's not what actually is happening. Okay, because the sun is not going up.
I get
It
what you're
appears to be
saying.
going up because it's an optical illusion. That's what it is.
Well, I can wrap my head around the idea of it being an optical illusion, but if we're talking about natural law, the geometry still doesn't quite add up for me. Your
What's the
basketball
problem?
court example